mic test. Fixed.
Okay. Hello. I hope everyone can hear me now. Hi. Hello. Thanks so much for watching Dragon Quest RTA Marathon 2024. Welcome in. My name is Sam Diener, and we've got Dragon Quest Roto Series Relay. I'm joined here with Popsan from Japan. Popsan, hello, konnichiwa.
Hello, konnichiwa. Let me introduce myself.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'm a Japanese speed runner, Pop. Please call me Pop, Pop-san, Oyabun, or Kashira. Today I joined this event to show the fun of Dragon Quest Roto Relay. Super Famicom Dragon Quest 1, 2, 3, each of them is very interesting and exciting. Please relax and enjoy watching Roto Relay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Domo. Thank you so much, Pop.
Arigato.
Popsan is a really excellent speedrunner from Japan and world-class player in all three of these games, and I'm really excited to be here and help you all follow along with these games. We're of course going to be playing the Super Famicom versions, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3. So we're gonna be playing them in order, and we'll be talking a little bit more about why it's called Roto Relay. Just getting some final adjustments here, and I think we're all set otherwise. I'm just gonna go ahead and get confirmation, and all right, looks like we're all set. Popsan, I'm gonna go ahead and count down.
Okay, countdown, please.
Okay.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay, great. So we're going to begin here. Oh, okay. There we go. Just a little bit of delay there. Okay, great. So we're getting started here with Dragon Quest 1. This is the Super Famicom remake version. So this was a re-release, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 together on the same cart. So we're beginning here with Dragon Quest 1 and with our hero Bopo. So how we name our hero is important for how our character levels up, and we've chosen this name to prioritize strength and HP. So we'll be able to complete the game at a lowest level as possible. So the game begins here, and for the story, we're in the kingdom of Alifgard, and a long time ago, a hero named Roto, Erdrick in the North American, in the Western release. So that's why it's called Roto Relay. There's a connection to Roto in all of these games. Roto, a long time ago, brought the Orb of Light and vanquished the evil monsters and saved the kingdom. So the Dragon Lord and his monsters came and took the Orb of Light, kidnapped the princess, and now the kingdom is in a bit of trouble. So it's up to us as a descendant of Roto to save the land of Alifgard here. So at the beginning of the game here, Pop has started out with a couple of basic items and some money, and he's purchasing a few things here. He's got a club as his weapon, and a dragon scale, which is going to increase his defense power a little bit, as well as some torches and herbs. This is the remake version on the Super Famicom, and there are some notable differences. From the original Dragon Warrior, monsters are going to give more experience in gold, and there's a couple of other important differences too, which we'll go through in as we go. But one thing that's really important here, and why Pop bought some torches early on, is that torches can be thrown as items in battle to deal between 4 and 6 points of damage. We'll be using these torches to fight a stronger monster a little bit later to help us earn golden experience. So now that we've begun the game, Pop is working on fighting some monsters to earn 7 experience points to get to level 2. He wants to make sure... Oh, Paishin no Ichigaki, critical hit. I'm we need to work on getting to level 2 before we progress. That way, we can fight some of the stronger enemies as we move forward, particularly the Ghost. Fighting the Ghost at level 1 is a little bit dangerous, so we want to make sure we're level 2, we have some more strength and higher HP. One important thing here is that our character's stat gains are entirely fixed. It's 100% the same every single time, and so that's really important. We can predict and understand some pretty specific damage ranges. There's going to be very subtle variance with some stat seeds that we get, which are new in this version, but we'll get to that when we a little bit further when we get there. Okay, so we're going to head towards the town of Myra, or Cole in Dragon Warrior, and Pop's going to use one of his medical herbs to heal up as he moves towards here. The monsters here are really strong, but this is what the torches are for. He's probably going to look for a monster here, outside of the town. Okay, we've got this Mad Draki here, so he's going to use his torches and his medical herbs to defeat this stronger enemy. And that'll get him to level 3, as well as earn him a good chunk of gold. Okay, good. Alright, here in the town of Myra, there's a couple of important things to do. Papa's going to get a quest item here. It's called the Fairy Flute. This is going to be really useful for fighting the Golem later, and that's going to be a really important source of experience as we get a little bit further along in the game. And then he's going to grab a set of clothes as well as a strength seed. And now Pop is going to walk around in the swamp here and die. This is one way of approaching this. This is doing a death warp. If you've been watching Dragon Quest RTA Marathon so far, or Dragon Quest speedruns in general, you've seen this technique a lot. It's called death warping, or death saruda. It's a way of traveling back quickly by dying instead of walking all the way back. So Pop is resetting the game here. He's using the strength seed because he wants to get the strength seed can roll either a 1, 2, or a 3, and he wants to make sure that he gets a good value from the 2 strength seeds we get. Since they can roll 1, 2, and 3, and there are 2 of them, he wants to try and get a total of a 5 or 6. So he's going to reset the game a couple of times here. So once we get that taken care of, yeah, 1 second. I've also lost my visual on this side, so 1 second. So Pop's probably just rolling for this strength seed, and then he's going to head towards the next town. We're going to head to the west this time, to the north, to Garai, or it's called Garanham in the original Dragon Warrior. He's also going to spend some time leveling up a little bit. He wants to get to level 4 before reaching this town. So he's going to probably head to the south first and fight some monsters there. By doing this death warp technique, he recovered his MP, and he would have recovered up to 4 MP. Once he reaches level 4, he'll learn a new spell, Gira, the hurt spell or fireball. He'll be able to use that twice with 4 MP and fight a couple of monsters with that and help earn all of the gold back that he lost doing the death warp technique. And and be able to buy the supplies that he needs for the next part of the game coming up. Doing my best to guess about what's going on at this exact moment. I think something happened when the console was reset. Well, apologies for the slight issue. We're going to do our best. And as soon as I can see again, I'll let you know what's going on next. You know, it's fitting. The next part of the game we go to, it's a dungeon that we need to progress through in the dark. So we'll just pretend we're going to the Rocky Mountain Cave next, and we're in the dark, and we're stumbling around, bumping into walls anyway. That is the next part of the game that we're going to be heading into. Explaining that really quickly, we're going to need to purchase some items when we get to the town. We're going to buy some extra rest up at the inn to get our MP back, but we're also going to buy some extra supplies. We're going to buy a lot of medical herbs because, well, they're really helpful to heal ourselves. Rather than spending our MP to heal, we want to spend our MP attacking with the Gira spell on the monsters there. Excuse me. So we don't want to use our MP on the heal spell, right? In the early game, especially, we want to just use medical herbs. But also, we want to buy a lot of torches and Wing of Wyverns. The important thing here when we go to the Rocky Mountain Cave is we want our inventory to be full, and that's why we don't want our to use a torch when we get to the Rocky Mountain Cave. If we do, then our inventory will not be full anymore. Oh dear. It seems the stream went down a little bit on that end, so that's okay. We're gonna get that back up very soon, hopefully. Oh, okay. Okay. I see what's going on here. We're probably gonna go ahead and just restart. From the looks of it. Let's see now. Well, hang on. Oh, no, okay. No, I've got something back now. Looks like, yes, we are. Papa is heading into the Rocky Mountain Cave. So like I said, we're going to come back to the stream and then it'll be dark. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so... Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm a little... Okay. All right. Thank you for that. We're gonna go ahead and start over, so we'll be able to just see everything from the beginning. So appreciate everybody's patience with that. Looks like we're all set to get started. So I'm gonna go ahead and count everything down again. So it sounds like we're ready to go. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Uh, How unusual. Well, we're gonna take a look again. Give us a second. Okay. All right. Thanks for being patient while we address that, everyone. We're getting everything all set here now, and we're going to get started. So I'm going to give the countdown for Roto Series Relay, and Pop's going to go ahead and get started. So let's go ahead. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Okay, there we go. So our timer begins once we reset the game and turn it back on and begin our new file here. So once again, we're going to start here with Dragon Quest 1, and our hero begins, and Pop's going to start up by grabbing the treasure chest in the throne room here. There's some gold and some medical herbs, as well as a key that's required to unlock that door that's at the start. We're going to need to purchase keys later, but that first key needs to be used to open that door there. So searching along in the town, we're going to grab a few items here, and with the starting gold that we have, we're going to buy a club, we're going to buy some torches, and we're going to buy a dragon scale. The club is going to be a basic weapon that we're going to fight with for a little while, and the dragon scale gets equipped for some defense power. Pop also searches the dresser here to get the Wing of Wyvern, which of course can be used to travel, but as an item to travel back to the castle. Like I described at the beginning before, this is the Roto Series Relay, and it's called that because Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 are all connected together in terms of their story. This first game, Dragon Quest 1, our hero is a descendant of some other legendary hero named Roto, and as a descendant of Roto, it's up to us to fight the evil monsters of the land, specifically the Dragon Lord and his minions who have kidnapped the princess and stolen the Orb of Light and are just generally being a nuisance. So, okay, now that we have our club, our dragon scale, some torches and medical herbs and everything else that we got from the basic town, we're ready to set out onto the overworld. We're going to start out here by fighting some monsters. In this first starting area, we're going to fight blue slimes, red slimes, and drakis. And we want to earn at least 7 experience points to get to level 2 before we set out to the next part where there are harder enemies like ghosts. One of the big changes from this version, the Super Famicom Dragon Quest 1 and 2, compared to the original, if you're familiar with Dragon Warrior, monsters are going to be providing a lot more experience and gold. So this isn't going to take nearly as long in terms of the grinding that we need to deal with in order to get the items and gold and various other things that we need. We've got a lot of fancy tricks that we'll use as well along the way, but we'll cover those when we get there. So starting out here, Pop's earned enough experience points to reach level 2, and he's going to start moving out to the east. Our first destination is the town of Myra, or Cole in the Western release version. So, okay. Pop's going to continue to fight enemies, the red slimes, the drakis, and the ghosts in this region to earn more experience points and work his way towards level 3. The ghosts in particular are a little bit stronger. They can hit for up to 4 points of damage. So Pop is going to be careful as he takes damage. If he needs to use medical herbs to heal, he will. But otherwise, he's going to continue fighting enemies as he heads towards the next town. Once he gets closer to the town of Cole, the monsters there are very powerful, and that's what the torches are for. In this version, we can throw torches as items in battle, and they deal between 4 and 6 points of damage. So these 3 torches can be thrown at a monster. In this case, we've found a Magidraki, so we're going to throw our torches at the Magidraki, using medical herbs to make sure to heal ourselves once we get a little bit weaker. Okay. So our 3 torches barely managed to kill the Magidraki, so Pop's going to gain another level, up to level 3, and earn some really good, useful gold as well. Looks like he's going to fight one more thing here. This encounter zone is weaker that he's on the hills to the west here. So he's not going to fight Magidrakis and things like that. He's going to be able to fight something easier. He's going to heal up in case he runs into something else. He can't fight another monster. A little bit unfortunate here that he's having to... Oh. Triple run fail. Okay. Alright, so he's made it to the town. There's a couple of important things that he wants to grab here. First, we want to make sure we search here and grab the fairy flute. We're going to use this to fight the golem guarding Melchido later. He's also going to get a set of clothes and a strength seed. Okay, Papa's going to use the wing now, so this is a bit of a route divergence that can happen early on in the run. So Papa's going to go ahead and work towards the next town here. He used his Wing of Wyvern that he got earlier on in the very first town to come back here to the starting area rather than death warping. He wants to fight a little bit more. He needs a little bit more experience to reach level 4, as well as some extra gold. He's going to need to fill his inventory completely for the next section, the Rocky Mountain Caves, so Pop needs to make sure to earn enough gold to afford everything that he wants, which is going to be some extra medical herbs and a lot of torches. The inventory being full is really important for this Rocky Mountain Cave, which I'll explain in a little bit. But it also means that we're going to have to go through the Rocky Mountain Cave in the dark. That's okay. Pop and anyone else who runs this game needs to... One of the first things that you need to do pretty early on in the run is memorize how to walk through this area in the dark. It's not too hard. There's a couple of tricks that we have to make it a little bit simpler. Pop checking how much gold he has. He wants to make sure that he can buy all the supplies he needs. He had to use a lot of resources to get to the first town, so he wanted to make sure he'd have enough here. So he's going to start by staying at the inn. So at level 4 he should have 10 MP, as well as the Gira spell, the hurt spell, which costs 2 MP. So at 10 MP he can cast it 5 times. He doesn't want to use his MP on the heal spell, which costs 3 MP. That'll really cut into how much he can just fight things with Gira. But instead we're going to rely on healing with medical herbs. So Papa's going to buy 6 medical herbs and a whole bunch of torches. Now in this game, Dragon Quest 1, you can only hold 6 herbs or 6 keys at a time. The herbs only take up 1 inventory spot, but you can only hold a maximum of 6 at a time. So with Pop's inventory full, he's ready to head to the Rocky Mountain Cave. He's going to do a little bit more fighting along the way. With the 10 MP he has as a goal, he wants to reach level 5 in this section. But more importantly, there's important treasure that we want to get out of the Rocky Mountain Cave. There's a treasure chest that has some gold. There is an iron shield, which is actually going to end up being the best shield that we use for the entire game. There is a better shield in the game, but the silver shield, but we don't end up buying it in this route. It's not necessary. It's not very useful for us in this. The little extra defense power is actually not really what matters to us in this version. As well as some stat seeds. But the most important thing, and the reason why it's really important to have our inventory be full, is because of a special treasure chest that's in the Rocky Mountain Cave, and the item we want from it called the Death Necklace. There's a treasure chest inside of this cave on the 2nd floor, which Pop's going to head towards here in the dark first. Wow, we're going to get some gold along the way, but it's one of the first things we're going to make sure we try and get is to this treasure chest. When you open this treasure chest, most of the time, that is more specifically 15 out of 16 times, it has a torch inside of it. But there's a 1 in 16 chance when you open this box that instead of a torch, there's an item called the Death Necklace. The Death Necklace itself is not noteworthy other than it's cursed and not useful, but it does sell for a lot of gold, 1,200 gold, I believe. And that's really going to... we're going to use that to buy a more powerful sword. So the trick here is that we can always guarantee that we get the death necklace by coming to this treasure chest with our inventory full. We open the box and the game will tell us what's inside the box. Now most of the time it's a torch, but since our inventory is full, the game will ask us, do you want to discard something to make room for this torch? And we simply say no, and the game shuts the treasure chest box. Then we can open the box again immediately. It'll re-roll its contents each time we do this. So we're gonna basically check in this box in the dark over and over and over again until, well, hopefully maybe it'll just work on the first try. But we're gonna keep checking inside of this treasure chest until we find what we're looking for, this death necklace. So Pop's continuing to work his way through the dark here, fighting some of the monsters along the way. He's reached level 5 and spent all his MP, so he's gonna run away from all the monsters now. If you notice, there's a faint ring around our hero Bopo that you can see where the edges of the next tile. So if you look very closely, you can see where the corners of the walls are and things like that. And use that as a guide marker to help figure out where you are in the dark here. So there, Pop's grabbed some gold, and this treasure chest coming up. Right here, this is the death necklace treasure chest. So that says Taimatsu, that's a torch. So he's going to keep checking in this treasure chest. Each time it's a torch, he's going to say, no, I don't want it. And once it says death necklace, he's going to say, yes, I do want it. So this might take a little while, but oh, not long at all. Pretty quick. Now that we don't need our inventory full, Pop's going to start using a torch so that we can actually see where we're going again. Hey, look, we are in a dungeon. The monsters on the second floor are a little bit stronger, and we want to be a little careful, especially around the warlock, the red-robed wizard guy here. He has the sleep spell. Anything that can put our hero to sleep is a little scary, but as long as we keep our HP up, then there isn't much else we can do. So there's 3 more treasures that Pop wants to get. He's going to come around the corner here and get the iron shield. Like I said, this is going to be the best shield piece of equipment that we use in this run. And then there's 2 stat seeds. There's an MP seed and a second strength seed. As Pop starts to take damage, you'll see him healing. He knows how much damage all of the monsters can do, and he wants to be proactive about healing when he needs to be, so that he doesn't run too low on HP. He's got +4 on the MP, and now Pop is going to perform a Death Warp here. We're going to be doing this a bunch of times in the run, but here we need to Death Warp to get out of the dungeon. Of course, when we die in Dragon Quest, we're going to be sent back to the king in the castle and lose half of our gold, but our HP and MP is restored. So right now in our inventory, we have 2 of these strength seeds, which can roll either a 1, 2, or a 3. We have 2 of them in our inventory, and it's really helpful in this run for our strength seeds to roll a total of either 5 or 6. So what we're going to end up doing here is we're going to spend some time rolling our stat seeds after saving the game here and seeing if we get good values. And if we get good values, then we can go ahead and proceed. And if not, we're going to reset. So there's a 3. We're going to save. And look at the other one. 2. Okay, so +5 total is going to be good here. Pop is ready to continue. So this is Dragon Quest 1, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 for Super Famicom. So for the Super Famicom, the Super Nintendo in Japan, they re-released Dragon Quest 1 and 2 on like a compilation cart, and Dragon Quest 3 also got a re-release on the SFC. Yeah, the run chance is much different than in the original game as well. To comment on that, since I haven't yet, when you attempt to run away from monsters in this game, as well as the same rule is going to apply in our next game, Dragon Quest 2, the run chance is 50-50. So it's a coin flip for the first time you try to run. It's 50-50 again the second time you try to run. The third time you try to run, it's a 75% chance. And anytime after you try to run after that, it's 87.5%. So unlike in the original where it's based off of your agility, it's not based off of that at all. It's not based off of what monster you encounter. It's just based off of this 50-50, 75, 7/8 chance pattern. So that's really helpful for certain sections where we're going to go through some slightly dangerous regions. We can hopefully rely on a little bit better run rate to get past those situations. Okay, Pop's next destination is we're going to the town of Rimmeldar. Rimmeldar is really important because this is the only store that sells magic keys that you don't need a magic key to get to. It's a pretty bad business model, in my opinion, if you need magic keys in order to get to a shop that sells magic keys. It seems like... oh, never mind. But yes, that's why it's really important we come to Rimmeldar. In addition, we're also going to go ahead and sell our death necklace and buy a steel sword, which is going to be our powerful weapon that we use for a big portion of the run. Hey, nice dodge. So Pop is working his way towards Rimmeldar. As he gets close to the town here, the monsters are pretty powerful, and he wants to make sure he spends his NP fighting some more monsters here, earning more experience and gold. I'm pretty sure he's aiming to reach level 6 before he heads into the town. He should have enough resources. He's got plenty of medical herbs and enough MP to fight at least 2 more battles, it looks like. So this wolf is one of the stronger enemies, but 2 casts of this Fireball Gira spell should defeat it. Okay. Okay, good. So Pop safely entered the town of Rimmeldar. And like I said, he's going to come in the back here. There's a few items that we can grab. A defense seed, and I think this has more money in it. Oh, he skipped it. He doesn't need it. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of something else. It's been a while since I played this run. Yeah, the defense seed always gives 4 defense, so that's good. He's going to use that right away. He's going to buy a few magic keys here. He's going to buy more later. This is a little bit of a menu optimization here. By only buying the minimum number of keys, it's actually going to rearrange where the herbs and keys are in his inventory. So, okay, here at this store, he's going to sell off that death necklace to have enough money for the steel sword. Like I said, that's going to be our weapon for a good chunk of this run. And he's going to buy some extra supplies here. These Chimera wings. Wing of Wyvern, of course, will, again, let us go back to the castle quickly. He's going to restock up on medical herbs. And then the last thing he's going to do is stop in the inn in the bottom right. Not to stay at the inn, though. Actually, there's a treasure chest hidden behind a couple of these doors. And it is a life force nut. The life nuts give max HP. They give either 4, 5, or 6. So that one gave only 4, but that's okay. We're not relying on the others' roll stat seeds. Other like we are with the strength one. It's nice if they roll higher, but if they don't, then they don't. So we're gonna open this treasury, and this treasury has some gold and again some more stat seeds. So that's an agility seed. We got +2, and the MP gives only +3. So we got +4 on the first MP seed. There's 3 MP seeds. Unless that one rolls a 5, we're only going to have the absolute minimum, which is fine. If all of the MP seeds roll the lowest, then you end up at the final dungeon with only 95 MP instead of 96. That's always kind of a feel-bad moment. But we're guaranteed to have at least 96, so more MP is always nice. Okay, so there we're going to resupply on magic keys. So Pop will buy a Will the keys that he needs. Medical herb in that dresser, as well as another life force acorn. And then this guy here, we need to talk to him, and we're going to get our first really important quest item, the Stones of Sunlight, Taiyo no Ishi. Of course, to face the Dragon Lord and win the game, we need to get to his castle. And to get to his castle, it's the important quest item we need, of course, is the Rainbow Drop. To get the Rainbow Drop, we need 3 important items: the Stones of Sunlight, which we just picked up there, and the Staff of Rain, and this thing called Roto's Talisman. We'll get those other items and eventually get the Rainbow Drop when we need them. But for now, the Stones of Sunlight, very convenient to go get there, along with that Life Force Nut. The next destination on our adventure is we're going to head back to Garai. This time, now that we have keys and we're leveled up a little bit and we have more powerful weapons, and actually we're going to upgrade our armor up to the chainmail here as well. We're going to head to the grave in the back. Garai's grave has a couple of items. There's another HP seed back there, right? And just some more money. But the important quest item we need at near the end of the grave is the Silver Lyre. The Silver Harp is traded for the Staff of Rain. So of course we need the Staff of Rain, so we're going to need the Silver Harp. So as we head into the grave, the encounters on this first floor are going to be pretty straightforward. There's a few monsters that can throw fire at us, the Gira spell back at us, but other than that, monsters aren't going to be doing too much damage. We've upgraded our weapons and armor a lot, so we're just going to be not relying on magic to fight things. We can actually just fight with our weapon. So the Drolls and Skeletons are going to be no match for Bopo's Steel Sword. As we progress down the dungeon to the second floor, the monsters are going to get more powerful. We're going to see things like we saw outside of Rimeldar, the Iron Scorpions and Wolves and things like that. But then down on the third floor and the fourth floor, the monsters are going to get even stronger. Before we head down there, it's very helpful to first reach level 7. There's important benchmarks at level 7. We get a big boost of max HP and a big boost of strength, which helps us fight down in the basement level, further down in the basement. But also we learn the Rariho spell, which is Sleep. Sleep is really powerful spell. It can put an enemy to sleep, as the name suggests, and when a monster falls asleep, they're guaranteed to lose at least 2 turns. The first turn, the sleep check is always a fail, and the second time, even if they wake up, they still can't act that turn. So sleep is pretty powerful when it comes to defeating enemies, at least the ones that can be put to sleep. So having knowledge of what enemies can and cannot be put to sleep is really helpful, because sleep is so powerful. We'll see it more in Dragon Quest II. It's probably the most powerful spell in the entire game that we get. It's extremely useful to put enemies to sleep in that game, especially. But it can also be efficient too. The heal spell costs 3 MP, but sleep is only going to cost 2, so it's frequently the case that putting an enemy to sleep and then defeating it with your weapon is more efficient than just fighting it with your weapon and then healing up afterwards. Ooh. Bit of a swing and a miss there. Pop making the safe play here. Healing up before proceeding. Alright, and then he's reaching level 7 before progressing onward like I thought he would. Okay. Just a little bit further, but we want to also fight some of the monsters down here. There was some pretty good experience, and for our next section, for fighting the Golem, we want to be level 8. So we need to reach 1 more level. So Pop's trying to fight some monsters here before he moves a little further along. Oh, but he doesn't want to fight this guy. That Wraith Knight is very strong. I didn't specifically talk about the encounters, how the game gives random encounters, but rather than each step being its own individual chance of getting a battle, like in the original one, these games here, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, all of them work off of kind of what we call a depletion system, where the game, after getting a battle, draws a random number, and as you start walking around in the dungeon, that number starts gradually counting down towards 0, and once it reaches 0, then you get a battle. So where that starting value is, we can't be sure, but what we can know is that the longer it's been since we've gotten a battle, the more likely it is that we're about to get a battle. We're also taking into consideration that once we walk up and down stairs, in and out of towns, or things like that, the game redraws that number. So that's why Pop was waiting before the stairs to get a battle. Rather than redraw that number, he wants to get an encounter, so he's waiting to go down the stairs where his chances of getting a battle are higher. How different is this version from the NES version? We've been talking about the differences steadily as we go, but the main important difference is monsters are worth way more experience in gold. On average, probably about 3 times as much experience in gold. The contents of treasure is generally better. There's some stat seeds and a few other important distinctions. The mechanics of battle work a little differently as well. But so Pop required the silver harp here that we need, like I said, to get the Staff of Rain, and he's just doing a little bit more fighting. Like I said, getting to level 8 is going to be important for fighting the golem that's coming up. Typically, we reach level 8 along the way, but the closer we get to level 8 then the less experience we need to earn later, right? So now Pop has died intentionally. That's on purpose, of course. Another death warp is, of course, a much faster way of getting out of the dungeon, and we're not concerned about losing half of our gold. At this point, there aren't any major purchases that we're going to want for the rest of the run. The only things that we're buying right now are going to be more medical herbs, more keys, more fairy water, things like that. So we're not going to be spending a big suitcase of gold to buy a silver shield, like I said earlier in the run, that we don't get the silver shield. The defense power bonus really isn't that helpful for us when fighting the Dragon Lord compared to the original. Okay. So coming up here, the next part is we're going to go to the town of Melquito. And Melquito is guarded by the Golem. The Golem is basically like a boss monster in this game that's guarding the entrance of the town. Once we defeat the Golem, we can only fight him once, and once we defeat the Golem, then he's gone. He awards 2,500 experience points in this version when we defeat him, so that's a huge amount of experience points. And we're going to go fight him at level 8, typically. Unless we get really lucky and fight and kill a Metal Slime, then we'll be level 9. But typically we fight the Golem at level 8. Earning 2,500 experience at level 8 boosts us all the way up 3 levels, all the way up to level 11. But how are we going to defeat the Golem at level 8? Well, actually, that's pretty easy with the Fairy Flute in this version. We can keep playing the Fairy Flute and then slashing him and alternating between those to guarantee a winning outcome against the Golem, as long as we get there. See, beating the Golem is the easy part. The hard part of this Golem walk is actually getting to the Golem. The monsters on the way, especially right outside of Melquito, are extremely powerful, and we have no business actually trying to fight anything at this level once we get a little bit further. So we're going to basically rely on running away from monsters and putting certain monsters to sleep where we can, budgeting our HP and MP, and just good old-fashioned crossing our fingers and hoping we run away from the really dangerous monsters. So Pop entering and exiting the town, that's that encounter reset strategy I was mentioning earlier, where we can kind of work to manipulate the encounter rate by going in and out of places or up and down stairs sometimes. Sometimes we want to avoid stairs when we want fights, but oftentimes we want to get to stairs to avoid fights or go in and out of towns to help walk further. One really important technique you see Pop doing here is something called half tiling. It's hard to tell what's going on here visually. It looks like he's just walking into the corners of those hills. When you walk up and down in this game on an offset by a half tile into these edges of mountains or water or things like that, like he's doing here, the game wraps you around the corner automatically just by holding the up arrow or down arrow. But there's a little bit of a quirk where the game does not subtract from your depletion counter when you step on the edges. That was a really good golem walk. So Pop just walked all the way through without really any problems. He didn't see any of the really dangerous monsters, and he even got a free runaway. So the golem hits really, really hard, but we have enough HP to survive one blow from the golem. And now Pop's going to start fighting this thing. So this is going to take a little bit of time. Like I said, you can defeat this golem by attack, play the flute, attack, well, play the flute, attack, play the flute, attack, over and over again, and eventually you'll beat him. Pop's going to do a little bit more of some advanced techniques since he got here to the golem with lots of MP and medical herbs. He can spend some of his time healing up, and if he gets some good luck with the golem staying asleep, he can try and attack the golem multiple times. If the golem wakes up and hits him once, he won't die. But if he's lucky, then he can try and do some of these double hits like this. So it's a little risk reward. You can waste time healing and then he doesn't stay asleep and just hits you again right away, and that's not helpful. But other times like this where he stays asleep better, then you can get some good double hits in here, which definitely speeds the fight along. Obviously, each time we play the fairy flute, we have to hear it jingle here. That's costing us time. So we want to defeat the golem quickly, but we absolutely, more importantly, want to make sure we defeat him safely. The golem has 155 hit points, and Pop is definitely counting how much damage he's doing, and that's also factoring into his decision-making on whether or not to play the flute. He won't play the flute if he doesn't need to, and he knows he can just finish the golem off in one more hit. Now, if you're really lucky, you score a critical hit against the golem, and that does upwards of 50 damage, which is like 5 hits worth of damage. So a critical hit against the golem can save you a lot of time. So Pop knows exactly how much damage he needs, and is just going to continue attacking here. He ends the fight with 4 HP, but he knows that the golem cannot dodge his attacks and is guaranteed to get killed since he does a guaranteed minimum of 10 damage when he attacks. He's been counting how much damage. He knows he's going to win. Doesn't need to play the flute again because he's an expert at this game. Cruises on into the next town here, Melquito, with his 3 level ups. So his first stop here in Melquito is actually going to be to go to the bank vault. This is a new addition where we can deposit some unneeded quest items or other equipment and things like that. We're going to put in a bunch of our quest items. Some of them we don't need anymore. Some of them we will need again later, and we'll get them back when we need them. But for now, we actually need inventory space. There's a defense seat in the dresser. You can reach it from really far back. Okay, so we defeated the golem and we gained 3 levels really, really quickly. That's really, really helpful in getting us more powerful. Of course, there's eventually going to be an experience requirement. It's going to be level 18 to defeat the Dragon Lord with this route. Technically, you can defeat him at level 17, but it's not a good strategy. It's very risky. So Pop is almost certainly, I'm 99.9% sure he's going to fight the Dragon Lord at level 18. So earning experience points is obviously a very important part of the speed run, and getting experience quickly is great. And fighting the golem again would be nice, but unfortunately we cannot fight the golem twice. We can only fight the golem once. So we're going to need to find some other ways of earning experience. And this is where we're going to start performing what's called the Dragon Loop. There are two main variations or categories for this particular game, Dragon Quest I Super Famicom. This category is called Dragon Loop because we work on getting our experience in the mid-game using this technique, which I'll describe a little bit more. There's another technique that involves the Silver Harp. There's a frame manipulation and menu manipulation tricks that you can use with the Silver Harp to summon metal slimes with it. But the community divides those two different strategies into two different categories, as the early and mid games are drastically different. This technique here we're going to be doing in this round is called the Dragon Loop, and this is pretty much a common one that we in the community play a lot. And it's the one I'm the most familiar with here. So we've come here to the Marsh Cave, the Swamp Cave here earlier. It's the passage to the other continent, but inside here there's also this side passage past this door that leads to this dragon here. This is a special mini boss dragon. Random green dragons that we encounter in the overworld have different properties. This one has lower damage output but higher max HP. So Papa's gonna fight this dragon. The maximum amount of damage the dragon can do per turn is 20. So Papa is making sure that he plays safely, healing when his HP goes below 40, and continuing to attack. He's also counting how much damage he deals to the dragon and trying to defeat the dragon, healing himself as few times as possible. Not that he cares about his MP, but each time you stop and heal, you're spending a little bit of time. And we actually, as we'll see in a little bit, we want to end the fight with as few remaining hit points as possible to do this technique quickly. 35 is not that low, but it's better to be safe than sorry, I found. Accidentally dying to one of these dragons is very bad, and you lose a lot more time than just taking your time here. So, okay, so this dragon, he's guarding the princess. We defeat the dragon, we rescue the princess, and then we're going to take her back to the castle, right? Well, maybe not. We're going to hang out in this swamp for a while, and then... oh dear. It seems we died. Oh no! So you'll notice that after we die, when we hold the princess, she disappears. She's no longer with us. We've dropped her in the swamp. And what happens here is the game has shipped the princess back to the swamp cave, and we've got to go get her again. But it's not really the princess we're interested in. If you noticed, when we defeated the dragon guarding her, he rewarded us with 950 experience points. And when the when the princess gets shipped back to the swamp cave, the Dragon Lord sends a new dragon to go guard her. And so that's why this is called the Dragon Loop. We're going to spend this portion of the mid-game of Dragon Quest I, the mid part of the run, earning our experience by repeatedly fighting this swamp cave dragon. What we do is we go here, we defeat the dragon, we rescue the princess, but don't actually bring her back to the castle, and then die. Then we can come back to the cave and fight the dragon again. In this stage, throughout the course of the run, we're going to fight the dragon in this swamp cave a total of 8 times. We're going to do it 7 times right now, and then 1 more time towards the end once we're getting ready to fight the Dragon Lord. But for now, we're going to go all the way up to level 15 with this strategy. That's why we wanted to make sure an important part of this is to have lots of inventory space. Because we've packed our bag as full as possible with the holy water. The holy water lets us repel certain weak encounter zones, areas where we're a high level compared to the monsters. If we use the fairy water, the holy water, then we won't get any random battles. So that includes at our level the whole regions leading to and from this swamp cave, between the castle and the swamp cave. So that's why we've stocked up on fairy water, and that's why it's also helpful to defeat these dragons with, like I said, as few remaining hit points as possible. The fewer remaining hit points that we have, the faster we can die in the swamp, and the more of our holy waters that we can preserve. The holy water expires as you walk around on this overworld, so the faster we die, the less we have to walk, and the more of our the more of our fairy water we can keep. I call it fairy water or holy water back and forth interchangeably, sorry. In the Japanese, it says seisui, sacred water, yeah. In the Western release, it's called fairy water. So I may do that a little bit back and forth using the English and Japanese names interchangeably. So if that's a little confusing, apologies. Yes, I'm glad you pointed that out. Yes, he is having to use a key each time he goes and does the Swamp Cave Dragon. That's a good observation. Each time he goes into the cave, he's got to open the door to rescue the princess here. So he is eventually going to run out of keys and fairy water as well, but that's also built into our Dragon Loop strategy. As part of our strategy after defeating a few of these dragons, you'll see he's run out of fairy water here. There's a shop in the starting town that sells more fairy water, and we're going to resupply there. But again, there's also a merchant who sells magic keys behind Roto's castle. So inside the castle itself, there's a gentleman who sells more magic keys. So I believe this is roughly the point. Like I said, Papa's run out of fairy water after this dragon. So after he defeats this one, before he starts the next one, he'll probably resupply, and then he'll purchase more keys after defeating the next dragon, I believe. Like I said, for this version, this is, at this point of the game, this is the most efficient way of earning experience points. But that's kind of why we chose to go fight the golem at level 8. You need to be at least level 8 to be strong enough to beat the golem, otherwise he might just kill you in one hit. But once you're level 8, you can fight the golem, but that gets us all the way up to level 11. Once we're level 11, then we can pretty comfortably start doing this dragon loop thing. Okay, so Pop slain the dragon 3 times, rescued the princess 3 times, and okay, it looks like he's gonna head back and do it like this. So again, there's a couple of different variations on how you do this part in terms of when you go buy more fairy water and when you go buy more keys. So he's going and restocking on fairy water. If you notice, he uses one before purchasing more. That way he can have the effect of one, but then still fill his inventory with that one more spot. So this is going to give him enough fairy water to finish fighting 4 more dragons, and that takes him up to level 15. Once Bopo reaches level 15, he learns the repel spell, so he can simply, if we want to start avoiding encounters from that point, just simply use that. That will cost MP instead, but that's okay. Once we get a little bit further, then that's kind of what our MP will be for. Alright, so we stock up on keys, and conveniently, while there's no swamp in the castle, there's these very painful barrier tiles, so convenient for us to death warp and not rescue the princess despite being in the actual castle right there, right? Princesses have it tough. In the land of Alifgard. One day, she might get out of that cave. Maybe. But actually, typically that's a time loss to rescue the princess, actually rescue her, or sometimes for fun we like to take her with us to go fight the Dragon Lord. There's some extra dialogue in this version where the Dragon Lord comments about why you've brought the princess to face him. But no, typically she, in the speedrun, she ends the game still sitting right there. Okay, now that Pop has reached level 13, he's a little bit more powerful, but more importantly, his agility value has gone up. And this changes the dynamics of how you want to approach this battle a little bit. As I said before, there's a kind of a balancing act that you're taking, trying to defeat this dragon with as few remaining hit points as possible. That has a number of advantages, but also that you definitely don't want to get killed. But level 13 is the point where, you know, at level 11, level 12, our chances of going faster than the dragon were maybe about 70 to 80%, which is good, but probably not something you want to gamble your life on. Here at this level, at level 13, our agility goes up a significant amount, and our chance of going faster than the dragon is now like 95%. Those are much better odds than before. So Pop can take a little bit more of a risk there, ending the fight at very low HP, which is good, especially for that dragon there. As the fairy water can be at a little bit of a premium here in this stretch. If you accidentally end a dragon fight with a lot of remaining hit points, would that be because you weren't paying attention to the dragon's remaining points, or a lot of times what can happen is actually, ironically, is scoring a critical hit when your HP is kind of high and kill the dragon with it. That's actually sometimes a bad thing. There's actually 2 or 3 times I can think of this run specifically where scoring a critical hit is actually a bad thing. But no, for the most part, in this case, it just means it's a little bit. Oh, I see. Let me check that really quick. I'm sorry. Okay. I double checked it on my end. We're gonna double look into that. Apologies for that. Okay. It's also possible that something may have come a little loose on my headset wire, so we'll keep an eye on it. Thanks for letting me know. Great. Okay, good. All right. We've reached level 14. That must mean we are 5 dragons into our dragon loop. Remember, for this section, we're going to be defeating dragons 7 times to reach level 15. So 2 more dragons to go. I'll be able to verify that when I see Pop die here. The king will tell us how much experience we need to reach next level. It should say something like 1,900. There's some slight variation, but Pop's probably been paying close attention, and he knows if he's going to be a little short or if he's going to have enough. Yeah, this is 1889. So of course the dragon is 950 experience. He's going to defeat 2 dragons and earn 1,900. That'll give him more than what he needs to reach level 15. That's, like I said, we're going to learn the repel spell. It's called Toherosu. Repel is going to work like fairy water, except it costs MP instead of taking up inventory space. Pop stopping in the vault here, we're grabbing some of the items that we put away earlier. There's the dragon scale, the stones of sunlight, and the silver harp. We don't need the fairy flute anymore, so we've left that behind. In this version, we don't have the convenience of being able to simply discard quest items on the ground, so instead they gave us this handy vault to store items that we don't need anymore. So, okay. With the dragon scale equipped, our defense power also goes up. A little bit with the dragon scale, and also our level has gone up. Okay. At level 14, as I said, at level 13, our chances of going faster than the dragon were like about 95%. Our agility's improved even further at level 14, and now it's practically a guarantee. It's 99% or better. I think if you get a 3 on your agility seed, it actually reaches 100%. But so pop counting damage is able to know that, all right, I can just keep swinging my sword and defeat the dragon. No need to heal. See, now we're defeating the dragons much faster. Our attack power has gone up, our max HP has gone up, and our agility's gone up. We can just play these much more aggressive strategies to defeat the dragons very quickly. Okay. Almost finished our dragon loop. Yeah, looks like Pop just a little bit short on fairy water. Like I said, it does get a little tight there, so that's why he took a couple of encounters. He didn't want them. They just kind of showed up along the way, but he wanted to make sure he was going to reach the cave. He actually knows the exact tile to use that on to make sure that it takes him all the way to the cave and expires exactly right before the cave. Look at that. So perfect. Oh, yes, I see. Yeah, regarding the dragon scale, it is not glitched like this in this version. If it's equipped, but then you put it in the vault like we do, it no longer works. We have to take it back out and equip it. It actually does need to be equipped and in your inventory to work here. Yes, but the fighter's ring is bugged. It doesn't do anything, which is why we skipped it. All the other all the other treasure in that cave, excuse me, is very helpful. All right. And that's 7 Swamp Cave Dragons defeated. We've reached level 15. Excellent. As I said, we are actually still talking to the princess here, even though we aren't going to fight the dragon again one more time right now. We are going to fight the dragon again later. So we want to take the princess with us. It is required in this version. This glitch similarly does exist in all of the other versions of this game. I know it does in the Game Boy Color version of Dragon Warrior 1 and 2. You can do the same trick. In fact, it works even without talking to the princess. You simply need to kill the dragon and then die. So, but, yeah, in this version, we do need to take the princess with us. Okay, so now that we have Repel, we're going to go around the overworld and get a few important things. I said earlier the Silver Harp is traded for the Staff of Rain, so yep, that's right here. Silver Harp for Staff of Rain. And then he's going to use the Return spell, which we also learned along the way in our Dragon Loop. I didn't comment on that, but that's learned at level 13. We actually start using that to get out of the castle quicker rather than walk out the front door. We simply fly out the ceiling. There is a open roof in the throne room, apparently. No head bonking for us. Okay, so again, we're going to continue to use Repel and work our way down here. We're going to go to the ruined town of Domdora. Hidden here in this town is the best armor in the game, Roto's armor. Roto's armor has a bunch of very special properties. It has the highest defense power out of every armor in the game, gives some defense against certain damage types, like magic, and also makes our character immune to the damaging effects of swamp and damaging barrier tiles. So we can walk on those without taking damage. Additionally, our hero Bopo recovers HP as he walks around the overworld when equipped with the Roto's armor. In fact, with this version, how much HP it gives us 1 hit point for every half tile that we move. If you've been looking carefully, even though the game is broken up into these full tiles, our character is capable of moving in between and half tiles. So what that means is that Roto's armor heals us extraordinarily quickly. It's super efficient, very powerful. But to get Roto's armor, we're going to have to do battle with this Axe Knight. And, okay, resisted sleep, that's good. And we defeated him. Good. That's a not so complicated battle where basically our strategy is to keep attacking him. If that monster casts sleep on us and it misses, then we win. If he casts sleep on us and it hits us, then we usually die. But dying to that monster, the Axe Knight, is no big deal. It gets rid of our princess, it recovers our MP, and we just go back and try again. But now with Roto's armor, we're only a couple of pieces away from being able to go to the Dragon Lord's castle and attempt to finish the game. Of course, we've got the Staff of Rain and the Stones of Sunlight, but we need Roto's token to also prove that we are worthy of getting the Rainbow Drop. So we're on our way to go grab that, but while we've spent a lot of time getting more powerful fighting our the Swamp Cave dragons, even at level 15, we are not powerful enough to defeat the Dragon Lord. As I alluded to earlier, we need to be at least level 18 to fight the Dragon Lord. Our strategy is going to be to head down into the Dragon Lord's castle at level 17 and fight monsters in the castle along the way and reach level 18 before fighting the Dragon Lord himself. So we need to get to level 17, and we're only level 15. And we're not going to fight a bunch of dragons in the Swamp Cave for 2 more levels. Like I said, we are going to fight him one more time at the end here, but that's just kind of it's conveniently along the way. We're going to do a good old-fashioned classic Dragon Warrior 1 style level grind. Oh, you thought you could escape it. This is Dragon Quest 1 after all. We are going to do a back and forth level grind. And there are actually going to be some dragons out here too. So, what do you know? It is Dragon Quest. So, searching in the swamp in between these 2 tiles right here finds us Roto's token. And then we're ready to hang out down here. This is where we're going to post up for So go ahead and get comfy here. We're going to fight monsters in the foothills outside of Melquido for about 12 to 15 minutes until we reach approximately level 17. A little bit before, a little bit after. It's going to depend on what kind of mood Popsan is in, how much he fights. before he's ready to head to the Dragon Lord's castle. When we head to the Dragon Lord's castle, we want to make sure we're close to level 17, if not already level 17. The more experience points we earn here, the fewer points we need to earn in the castle, which is both good and bad. The monsters in the Dragon Lord's castle are more powerful and award more XP, but they're more powerful and they might kill you. So it can be a good thing to go a little sooner, but it can also be a bad thing. It's not always faster too. Some of the monsters are more trouble than they're worth sometimes. So whereas others are extremely valuable. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the castle. But right now we're going to hang out here and grind these 4 monster types. Since we're hanging out here, it'll be a good opportunity, there's not a whole lot else to do, to talk about a little bit about how the encounters work here. The overworld, and as well as every single floor of every dungeon, has the overworld is broken up into like an invisible grid, and there's a bunch of different blocks, and each block has its own set of encounters, and each floor of every dungeon also is like its own separate like block. You can think of it, right? And in each block there are 5 monster slots, and a monster, when we get a random encounter in the block, it's going to check for those 5 slots, and it's going to pick one of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at random, and that's the monster that we're going to get. Now, a monster for any particular zone might occupy more than 1 block, and thus would be more likely to encounter than others. For instance, the starting zone outside of the castle, I believe 2 of them are blue slime, 2 of them are red slime, and 1 of them is Draki. So you're twice as likely to find blue slimes or red slimes as you are to find the Draki or whatever, right? So we're hanging out here in the foothills of Malkido, and there's 4 different monsters that we can find in this region. One of them is the Killer Wolf. He's the easiest monster and awards the fewest experience points. The Yellow-Robed Wizard, he awards the second to most experience, and is a little bit stronger, and has the Begurama, the Hurt More spell. Firebane. The Green Dragons, which award the most experience and hit the hardest, but usually aren't too bad. But then also there's the Star Chimera. The Star Chimera gives a little bit more XP than the Wolf, but less than the Wizard. The Star Chimera is pretty much the worst monster. While he is not the strongest, he can cast Heal More, and that basically resets his HP and means that you gotta hit him 3 more times to kill him. What's even worse is that in this encounter zone, even though it is the best zone to grind on the overworld in terms of experience, 2 out of the 5 blocks are occupied by the Star Chimeras. So the monster we want to see the least often shows up twice as often as the other ones do. So that's always a pleasure. The Star Chimera can be put to sleep, and that's something that we do after they heal themselves, is to strike them with our sword and then put them to sleep and then finish them off. But of course we will eventually run out of MP fighting too many Star Chimera and doing that. Okay, so we reached level 16, and once we reach level 16, that means there's about 6 or 7 minutes to go of grinding at a minimum. But there isn't too much more of this. At least for this run. We will see some back and forth level grinding in Dragon Quest II, but that does not look like this. This is not Dragon Quest II is not a mindless level grind. That is an extremely difficult level grind. But, we'll talk about Dragon Quest II when it's time for Dragon Quest II after Dragon Quest I. Still plenty of one-on-one fighting to be had in Dragon Quest I. One more thing to note too is that when it comes to encounters in this game, when a particular monster spawns, a monster has a maximum HP value. Let's say, for instance, for just to give the sake of a comparison, some monsters' maximum HP is 100. When you encounter this monster, it doesn't always show up with 100 hit points. It'll show up with a random value somewhere between 80% and 100% of its max HP. So in this case, somewhere between 80 and 100 hit points. The exceptions are anything that's listed as like a boss monster. So in this game, anything that you cannot run away from. So that includes things like the Golem, who always spawns with exactly 155 hit points. The Swamp Cave Dragon, which always spawns with 157 hit points, as well as the both forms of the Dragon Lord always have the exact same amount of HP to start with, their max. That's an important distinction because if a monster has healing magic, then it can go up to that maximum HP threshold. So we were talking about the Star Chimera, the Star Wyverns. When they use Heal More on themselves, they always go all the way back to their maximum HP value, which is, it's been a while, 75? No, 73. 30, I think 73. So they'll spawn somewhere between like upper 50s and low 70s HP, but if they use Heal More, they always go to that full value of 73, which means it's always, well, almost always going to take 3 hits to kill them. So anyway, that's one of the many myriad reasons. Why Star Chimera is the worst monster in this region while we do this grind, but don't worry, we're almost finished, and then we'll never have to do this kind of grinding again. But I tell you what, it definitely beats doing this in Dragon Warrior 1. As I said earlier, of course, the main distinction here is that monsters award far more experience and gold than they do in the original version. So even though we are having to spend a little bit of our time leveling up here like this, if you've noticed carefully too, I guess it's also an important thing to note here. Papa's never had to heal himself. It's really important we got Roto's armor. As said before, we recover 1 missing hit point every half step we take. So it's mostly the case that Pop can simply recover a bunch of his missing hit points in between battles without having to heal. Now, if he is a little bit more wounded after a battle, or gets a series of battles in rapid succession, since you can't exactly fully predict how quickly you get fights, you'll see sometimes he'll walk up to the plains tiles instead of these hills tiles. I had talked about in the encounters, the encounter system, how there's a depletion mechanic where there's a number counting down towards 0, and that's when you get a fight. That's how the game also makes certain areas of the overworld have more encounters than others. So the depletion rate has a multiplier on certain types of terrain. So on these hills, that multiplier is at its highest. The depletion goes down very quickly on these foothills. That's why we're hanging out here. We want to get fights quickly, and we want to kill lots of monsters and level up. But if our HP is low, we can use those plains tiles, which have a very low depletion multiplier, to hopefully walk around and let our HP recover. We can also take advantage of the half-tiling system, the half-tile mechanic, to help reduce that that depletion rate even more. But like I said, that's really only necessary if we get out of a battle and we're missing a lot of hit points. Everything's been going smoothly though, so eventually Pop will decide that he's ready to move on. Probably, like I said, right around the point where he reaches level 17. He'll either leave right before or shortly after. Pop's also carrying his princess and needs to die at some point to respawn the swamp cave dragon. So once he's ready, you'll know that we're finished this grind when Pop takes off his armor and starts waddling around in the swamp. After all, what better way to get rid of a princess than the old mud bath? The purple mud bath. That's okay. He's got 2 left, which is enough to cast Sleep one more time, so he'll be able to beat up one more jerk bird without any trouble. Well, hopefully. Sleep doesn't always work on those things, as you just saw. So, a little surprise here. 0 damage dragon. This is Dragon Quest. We want to fight dragons. Great. Okay, there we go. That's the level up jingle. Pop has reached level 17. And we learn Behuini. That's the heal more spell. This is our very important spell to defeat the Dragon Lord. We're not going to beat the Dragon Lord without learning heal more first. So the absolute minimum level required to defeat the Dragon Lord is level 17. But like I said, we are not fighting. We're not using level 17 strategies here for a marathon. If Pop were doing level 17 Dragon Lord, he would not have stopped to grind all the way to level 17 here, and then additional encounters. So, I don't think that's his plan. No, his plan is going to be to reach level 18 along the way. While we won't be able to take advantage of the additional max MP that we get from level 18, we do earn a big boost of strength and max HP, and both of those are very helpful when fighting the Dragon Lord. I would say that if things go well during Dragon Lord 1 and you reach Dragon Lord 2 at level 17, you have maybe a 1 in 6 chance of winning. But if we reach Dragon Lord Phase 2 with good condition at level 18, we basically just win. Now, Dragon Lord 1 is still a big wrinkle in the whole matter, but we'll get to that when we fight the King of the Dragons. Okay, so Pop went ahead and grinded. He reached level 17 and he earned about 650 experience or so beyond that. So he's earned a lot of experience points. That's going to mean he won't need to do very much fighting in the Dragon Lord's castle. That's definitely a safer approach. If you want to be very aggressive, like I said, you can gamble on just hoping to get good encounters, valuable encounters in the Dragon Lord's castle, but that's a pretty big risk because you can just as easily get lots of encounters with the armored knights, Shinigami no Kishi, the red armor knights, and those things are not worth fighting. at all. They don't give great experience points, and a lot of times they try and heal themselves, which is a real nightmare. Fighting them is usually not worth your time, whereas the blue dragons on the upper and mid floors, and then the red dragons on the lower floors are worth enormous amounts of experience points. So, like I said, if you're feeling lucky, then you just go and hope you fight dragons, and if you don't, then tough luck. Okay, so there we go. Speaking of dragons, one more swamp cave dragon, and we're leaving the princess behind. So that means we need about, I would say, 2,400 more experience from where Pop is to reach level 18. And we're gonna go get everything prepped before our final journey to our trip to the Dragon Lord's castle. Just getting through the swamp cave one more time. And we're gonna head all the way to the southeast corner of Alifgard. Now this shrine, we are going to exchange our Staff of Rain and our Stones of Sunlight for the Rainbow Drop, provided we have Roto's Talisman as well, which we do. It's like, technically, doesn't that stay behind? Don't you still keep that one? I know you do in Dragon Quest III. It doesn't consume that one. Because you can actually equip it and use it in that game. Well, no matter. We don't need it here. We do need this, though. Nichi no Shizuku. The Rainbow Drop is going to be our bridge to the Dragon Lord's castle. So make sure we grab it. Then we're going to stock up on some supplies as well at Rimeldar. Rimeldar is the closest town to the Dragon Lord's castle on foot. So this is where we're going to stop and rest up before our last journey. We're also going to buy a torch and a bunch of medical herbs, as well as staying at the inn here before we set out, of course. The medical herbs are going to be really helpful for healing, to supplement our healing. Of course, we have the Heal More spell, which is extremely powerful, but it costs a lot of MP, and as much as possible, we want to save all of this MP if we can for the final battle with the Dragon Lord. Now, we can't always do that. There are some situations where it's better to just bite the bullet and heal yourself rather than risk dying along the way, but all right, we'll be all set here. I missed the value of the last MP seed. I'm pretty sure Pop has either 96, 97, or 98 MP. 96 and 97 are functionally exactly the same, but 98 is actually a little bit extra. That'll let him put something to sleep, one of the monsters to sleep, and fight it safely, if he has that extra MP. If he doesn't, that's no big deal. Oh, he does have 98. Okay. So the Heal More spell costs 8 MP, and we're really counting our MP in multiples of 8. How many times can we cast Heal More? So you get 80, that's 10, 88, that's 11, 96, that's 12. 98 is, okay, I have enough to cast it 12 times, plus I have 2 MP left over. Okay, that means I can cast Sleep on something, or Stop Spell on something, and then fight it like that if I want. Since Pop has a little extra MP, he has a bit of a buffer for fighting something, or maybe even running away from something if he wants. So we've used the Rainbow Drop, and now we've reached Sharlock Island. We're approaching the Dragon Lord's castle. This is the final dungeon, and of course we finished the game, Dragon Quest I, once we defeat the Dragon Lord in the basement. But we're gonna take a little bit of time to get down there and fight some monsters, run away from some other monsters along the way as we approach level 18. But there's one more very important treasure we also need to get. It's that other NPC. No, just kidding. It's actually Roto's sword. The Sword of Erdrick, the most powerful sword in Dragon Quest I for sure, is going to greatly improve our attack power, and is going to be pretty much required, especially at this level, to defeat the Dragon Lord. So, fortunately, the path to get the sword is most of the way down towards the Dragon Lord anyway. So that's our game plan here, to fight our way and run our way through the dungeon underneath of the castle and work our way towards collecting Roto's sword. Then we're going to work our way towards the Dragon Lord himself, earning experience points towards level 18 along the way. So of course, we're going to search behind the throne and find the hidden staircase. We purchased a torch in Rimmildar. We don't want to use the Radiant spell because that costs MP. We technically would have 2 MP to cast it here, but there's no reason. Using a torch is free. And honestly, for any experienced player who's done this enough times, you probably could get through a lot of this dungeon in the dark, so you really don't need to see very far to get through. I think I forgot my torch when I ran this game one time and came in here, and I legitimately got lost about halfway through the dungeon and had to cast Radiant. But no, I was doing well for a while. I made a mistake about halfway through, and I didn't know where I was anymore. So yeah, Pop has this extra MP. He used it for a sleep spell on this Stone Man. Normally fighting Stone Man with a steel sword is not a great idea. These things are pretty tough, but if it falls asleep like that, then he can defeat it. So a nice boost of experience there. On these middle floors, the encounter mix is going to feature the Stone Man, who is really strong and has high defense. We're just going to run away from him for now. The Wizard is going to be one of the easier enemies to defeat. There's also the Axe Knights, the Gray Axe Knights. They're mostly okay, but they can put you to sleep, and that can be very dangerous. And then the Blue Dragon, Kiste Dragon. Those are the best. Their physical attack is very strong, but the breath attack does not do very much damage. And they award the most experience for the monsters in this region. 180 points. It's pretty good. If Pop finishes a battle either wounded or from fighting, or wounded because he failed to run several times, you'll see him come in here and use medical herbs out of his bag. Of course, he's recovering HP as he walks, but he doesn't want to take too big of a risk. If he gets a battle too quickly before his Roto's armor has had a chance to heal him up, then he'll be in a lot of trouble. So when he gets out of a battle and he's particularly rough shape, then he's going to use one of those medical herbs to supplement his health. He'll also want to, if he can help it, keep some of these medical herbs for the Dragon Lord battle itself. They can be handy to use on certain parts of the second phase of the Dragon Lord. But if he doesn't have any medical herbs, that's not a problem either. The important thing is to make sure that you get through here safely, even if it means using heal more if you get in a really bad situation. Getting an ambush on the Stone Man as well, going ahead and trying to fight it. He's trading a medical herb for it. Down to 3 medical herbs. Pop does not have a lot of them, but that's okay. If he keeps 3 for fighting the Dragon Lord, that's pretty good. So climbing up the stairs here, yeah, he's going to get Roto's sword. Like I said, this is far more powerful than the steel sword we've been using for the last, I don't know, hour or so of the game. He hasn't equipped it, but there's a little menu trick. The next battle that Pop gets into that he wants to fight this monster, he'll be able to equip it from the menu in battle like this by selecting the equip command from the inventory. Now that his attacks do more damage, he can fight Stone Man a little more safely. Yeah, a little more. Still took a fair bit of damage there, as the damage rolls were low. Pop's going to spend a little bit more time fighting on this floor. Once he goes down those stairs, the encounter mix changes again. The blue dragons are traded out for the red dragons at a lower encounter rate, and the axe knights are traded out for the red armor knights at a higher encounter rate. The armor knights, Shinigami no Kishi, are awful, like I said earlier, and you don't want to fight them. But the red dragons, which only show up 20% of the time on each encounter down here, award 350 experience points and are actually very easy to kill with how powerful we are now. So Pop does need a little bit more experience, so he's going to fight whatever shows up. And that was a dangerous situation there when he missed that attack. So he's going to have to use another medical area. He's down to 1, which isn't great, but again, like I said, progressing safely beats keeping resources for a battle that doesn't happen because you died along the way, right? Ah, there we go. Datsu Dragon. Red Dragon awards, like I said, 350 XP. He actually behaves on a scripted pattern of actions, so does not do very much damage on those first 2 turns. So that 350 pushes Pop to level 18. As I said, he gets 15. That's a big boost of max HP, 15 points, as well as some bonus strength. That's also really, really important for fighting the Dragon Lord here. Now that we're getting ready to fight the Dragon Lord, it's time to talk about him. Pop's just going to run away from everything, trying to keep his HP topped off before he goes to fight the Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord, of course, is broken into 2 phases. The first, his human form, in this version has the sleep spell, and sleep is particularly dangerous. He can also use heal more, which basically drains time and resources away from us. The second phase of the Dragon Lord, his dragon form, behaves on a scripted action pattern, and we have a pattern that we take in response of attack or heal on certain HP lines to guarantee that we can fight him safely. If we get through the first phase in good condition, based on how much max MP we have left, then we have a very high chance of winning. But if the Dragon Lord on phase 1 puts us to sleep a lot or uses the heal spell a lot, then we're in less great condition. Wow, Pop has over 100 hit points and 80 MP, excuse me. I think that unless Pop makes a mistake, which he almost certainly will not, I shouldn't say he won't, but he's very unlikely to make a mistake. If Pop makes no mistakes, he will win. Healing at 99 just to be safe there, yeah. Oh, he dodged an attack. Wow. This should be the easiest. Like I said, as long as Pop remembers what turn he's on in the turn cycle, then I'm pretty sure he can't lose. So like I said, the Dragon Lord has a specific pattern of actions he takes on a 4-turn attack cycle. So as long as Pop stays above certain HP thresholds on those specific turns, then he'll always be sure that he'll have enough time to heal himself before the Dragon Lord can defeat him. Yep. No matter what the turn orders look like. Yep, he had, like I said, tons of MP going out of phase 1. I don't think the Dragon Lord on phase 1 healed himself at all, which, if you didn't fall asleep and he didn't heal himself, you win for sure. All right. Now that the Dragon Lord is defeated, we simply cast the return spell and ship ourselves back to the castle, talk to the king, and collect our first GG. As I mentioned, for Dragon Quest RTA, it's very common in the Japanese community to use the JRTA, Japanese RTA timing rules, which typically begin on console power on and then at the end of the credits. So we will sit through the credits of Dragon Quest 1 before we start Dragon Quest 2. It's part of the rules of the relay. So that was Dragon Quest 1, Dragon Loop category. Looks like Pop's finishing up with a very low 130, 131-ish time. That's really, really fast. It's almost faster than the fastest I've ever played this game myself, so. But like I said at the start when I was introducing Pop, Pop is a world-class Dragon Quest speedrunner, especially these 3 games. I'm pretty sure he has the fastest time in the world for this Dragon Loop category in Dragon Quest 1. He has one of the top times in Dragon Quest 2, this game we're going to play next, which I think is like the 3rd best time. And he has a very competitive Dragon Quest 3 time in a game, Dragon Quest 3 Super Famicom. If you know anything about, you know, is extraordinarily competitive. So to have a time as good as he has is really really goes to show you just how good he is at all 3 of these games. So. Okay. Okay, great. Dragon Quest 1 is all finished. That was a really good run. Pop had like no real setbacks. I don't think he died unexpectedly anyway. So that just, I think everything went really smoothly for him across that whole run. And yeah, really good finish time. So next up, he's going to be resetting the game and getting ready for Dragon Quest 2. So, all right, he's already kicking it off right here in Dragon Quest 2. If you weren't familiar, these are on the same cartridge. It's Dragon Quest 1 and 2, and then a separate cartridge, Dragon Quest 3. So all he needs to do here is just reset the game, pick the Dragon Quest 2 game from the menu, and begin a new game here, and we're off. So, start of Dragon Quest 2 here is, of course, a 5-minute cutscene where we don't have control of our characters. So, good opportunity for our player to take a quick break and get focused for this next run, Dragon Quest 2. This scene here is going to tell the story of Dragon Quest 2. It is 100 years after the events of Dragon Quest 1, and the hero of Dragon Quest 1 and his descendants founded 3 kingdoms across the land. In the Japanese version, Laurasia, or Middenhall in the Western version, Samaratoria, or Cannock, and Moonbrook is actually just called Moonbrook in both versions. So this is Moonbrook Castle here, which is going to have a unfortunate incident at the start, overrun by the vile forces of some evil warlock. I'm sure we'll meet at some point. So yeah, that's why this is also part of the Roto series relay. This is a direct sequel to Dragon Quest 1. This takes place 100 years later and has some of the same areas and things like that you can go to. So our 3 party members here that we're going to meet are all descendants themselves of Roto. So they have they are also, yes, like I said, descendants of Roto. So we've got more of the legendary bloodline continuing here. So this is Dragon Quest 2. Dragon Quest 2 is going to feature a party of 3 characters instead of just one-on-one fighting. So our 3 characters are going to fight oftentimes more than one monster at a time, but sometimes just one monster. Sometimes one really powerful monster. So this has a lot more dynamics in terms of decision making. There's a lot more to contend with. We're not just thinking about the agility of one character versus one monster. We're thinking about agilities of all of my characters versus all of these monsters. And a lot more skills and diversity, where you have these different characters with different spells and abilities and different strengths and weaknesses that you have to play. Go it! Go it! Alas, the king has fallen, and Moonbrook is burning. So Dragon Quest II is a very challenging speedrun game to learn. This version in particular, if you're familiar with the original Dragon Warrior 2, the Western release, or Dragon Quest 2, the Famicom version, that game is, if you know anything about its development, was not had enough time to properly be balanced. It is extraordinarily difficult. This version has been rebalanced significantly. Our party members are generally a little stronger and the monsters are a little bit weaker, but it turns a game that goes from being borderline unfair to being a game that's very challenging, but a little bit more fair. In particular, this run features a lot of high-tension battles where one or two decisions can have a very pivotal effect on the outcome of a particular situation, and then that situation can then have a cascading effect on how a trip through a dungeon might go, for instance. So to do well in this game, you really have to have, like what I say, an encyclopedic knowledge of every single monster, of every single one of your character's stats and abilities at every single level, in order to make the best decisions in every situation you can, because we are going to fling ourselves into very dangerous situations at impossibly low levels. Alright, so with that all said, our speedrun is about to officially begin. The player basically gets control here with our first hero, the Prince of Laurasia. Again, I'll be mostly using the Japanese versions of the names here, so Prince Lore in blue. Prince Laurasia, our first character, is our standard soldier archetype. Has the highest HP, generally speaking, can equip all the best weapons and armor, and does the most damage, but he's the slowest of our three characters, and he learns no magic spells at all. So he's going to be the character who is basically best suited to be in the front of the party, taking hits and dealing damage with his sword as much as possible, or sometimes a hammer. Okay, so Pop's come to the item store with his 50 gold, his copper sword, and he's selling and buying items in a very specific order. When you buy items from these item store merchants, you have a chance, well, it's not a chance, you can earn these things called lottery tickets. And these lottery tickets, we're not actually going to use them to play the lottery minigame. We're actually just going to sell them for gold. But there's a trick to knowing how to get the lottery tickets. After the transaction's complete, the game looks at how much gold you have left and does some fancy math on it and decides, oh, if you have a specific values of gold left over after transactions, that's when you get tickets. So by manipulating that particular sequence, by buying and selling those items in a specific order, we can ensure that we get the lottery tickets. So in this part of the game, we bought a leather shield, which is just going to improve our defense power a little, excuse me, as well as 3 medical herbs, and we've acquired 3 lottery tickets along the way. So we're going to sell those lottery tickets a little bit later as part of the bigger buy or sell thing. In the meantime, we're going to start the adventure by working through the series of events as quickly as possible that we need to in order to recruit our first companion, Prince Sama Notoria, Prince Cannock. So we come here to Cannock Castle to start. There are 3 flags in this version that are required for Prince Sama to show up in Ririza, Left Wing Village, just to the west of where we started the game, the first step there is we need to talk to the king of Samanotoria. Then we're going to need to talk to the old man at the end of the Spring of Bravery, which is a cave to the east. Then we're going to need to talk to our father, the king of Laurasia. So that's what we're doing here in the beginning part of the game. Since we want to recruit Cannock as quickly as possible, we're simply running away from all of the monsters here. There's a bunch of reasons why that's really important, but one important reason is we can't really fight. We sold our copper sword for equipment at the start of the game, so fighting things without a weapon would be very difficult. But also we don't want to earn gold, because earning gold is going to offset how much gold we actually have right now. It's actually important we have a specific amount of gold later on in order to get, like I said, the lottery tickets are based off of how much gold we have at the end of a transaction. And we have, like I said, a very specific amount of gold we have set up here. So if we killed any monsters, we'd be offset on that gold. So we're just going to run away. As I said during Dragon Quest 1, the run rates are the same for this game as they were for Dragon Quest 1. It's a 50-50 chance for the first 2 times you try to run. It's a 75% chance to run successfully the 3rd time you try, and it's a 7/8 chance for the 4th time and beyond. When you fail to run away and there are multiple enemies, all of the monsters on screen, each one of them is guaranteed to take an aggressive action. And generally speaking, because of how powerful the monsters are in Dragon Quest II, failing to run away from monsters as we get later on in the game is absolutely lethal, and is, generally speaking, a last resort. This run is very unique in that sense. A big part of it is not about boss fights or necessarily about overworld progression, although it is about that. A lot of it is really about fighting random monsters. The experience points that we earn throughout the run are very important to helping us progress through areas safer, but also fighting things is just oftentimes works out to be far safer than trying to run away in this game. So we talk to the old man at the end of the Spring of Bravery and then immediately perform a death warp. That sends us back to Laurasia, which is very conveniently our 3rd quest flag for recruiting Prince Sama. So now we can go get him, and we'll have 2 party members instead of 1. Double the party. Not sure it's a party with just 1. Now we're going to make it a party. Alright, so just a little bit further, and Pop will meet up with Prince Sama. The Prince of Samanotoria, Prince Cannock, is a bit of a mid-range character. He's kind of positioned in between our 2 other characters, whereas Prince Lore is very, very good at fighting, and Princess Moonbrook is very, very good at magic. Cannock is a little bit in between. And unfortunately, he has a very infamous reputation as being a little bit useless. Oh, this is actually a different gold route setup than what I'm used to seeing from Pop. He actually has 4 medical or 4 tickets instead of 3. This is a different setup than the one I'm used to. I thought it looked a little different when he was buying and selling items in the beginning. But if you're used to the original NES Dragon Warrior 2, Prince Cannock is much better in this version. He has more powerful weapons that he can equip, and his spells are generally more powerful as well. That's not to say that Prince Cannock is suddenly like an extremely powerful character. He's not. Out of our 3 characters in our party, he, for most of the game, is going to be our weakest character. But that's not to say he's useless. It's actually not true at all. Prince Cannock has a very important job all throughout the run, even if that job is to hide behind his leather shield. Him taking damage in place of somebody else and that damage being reduced because he's defending is still a very important role. Early on, Prince Cannock is going to start here with the heal spell, but he's going to pick up Gira, the Fireball spell, pretty early on at level 3. And he's also going to learn Stop spell pretty early. I'm trying to think of early spells spells early on in the run that Cannock is going to have that are going to be useful and practical. That's pretty much it. He can heal, he can throw fire at things, and Stop spell's pretty good in certain situations. So Pop is buying and selling a bunch of items in a very specific order. This is giving him tons of medical herbs and tons of antidote herbs and tons of Chimera wings, these wings of wyvern. But also, he's buying and selling them in a very specific order to get these lottery tickets. That's how he's getting money to pay for all this stuff, by selling these lottery tickets and then buying things in specific orders to get more lottery tickets, and then selling those tickets. He can essentially manufacture gold until he more or less runs out of inventory space. We don't want to do this forever, but this is actually way faster than trying to earn all of this gold by, let's say, more conventional means, by fighting monsters. Instead, Pop is going to earn probably about 400 to 500 gold doing this. This is going to let him, in addition to being loaded out with tons of supplies, herbs and wings and things like that, he's also going to be able to purchase more powerful weapons and armor here. Specifically, he's going to buy, instead of the starting club that Prince Cannock has, he's going to upgrade that to a copper sword. And he's also going to give Cannock that leather shield I talked about. He's going to be wearing for a while. But he's also going to buy a chain sickle for Prince Laurasia. This is much more powerful than, again, the starting copper sword. So we're loaded up with some actually really quality weapons and armor for this point in the game, even though both our characters are level 1 with 0 experience points earned so far. That's going to change very quickly. Because now we're reaching the point of the run where we're going to start fighting monsters. Oh, we got an ambush to start. Excellent. So, we're going to work our way towards the next town of Moonpeta. But along the way, before we head too much further, we're going to want to make sure we fight some monsters and gain some experience points. As I said earlier, Prince Cannock is going to learn the Gira spell, Fireball, at level 3. And so we want to make sure we reach level 3 before we get to the town of Moonpeta. But also, because the stat gains per level up are fixed in this game, we can actually guarantee that we get certain stat gains at certain levels, and we can actually use that as part of our calculations. Pop is taking a pretty conservative approach here. He's looking to fight monsters outside of this shrine, which is the tunnel to the next town, before progressing through. He's probably going to try and reach Prince Laurasia at level 3. If you're being aggressive, you can go in at level 2, but it can be a lot harder. At level 3, Prince Lore gains, I believe, 5 points of strength. 24 experience in the bubble slime is good. Yeah, 5 points of strength, which is going to greatly help Pop fight the monsters that are in this cave. We bought some antidote herbs in addition to lots of medical herbs as part of our shopping spree, so even though we got poisoned by the babbles there, it's no big deal. We can cure that with the antidote herb and move on. So in this tunnel, however, like I said, the monsters are a lot more powerful, and Pop does not want to take too many risks. He's gone ahead and leveled up to level 3 and then level 2 before progressing in here. That makes things a little bit safer, having the higher strength. Definitely makes fighting things in here easier. Earning experience points is a very important dynamic in this speed run for Dragon Quest II. Because, as I was alluding to earlier, fighting enemies is often a lot safer than running away from them. There aren't a lot of situations where we want to run away from lots of monsters, especially as we progress into the more difficult stretches, which means sometimes when you play this game, you fight more monsters in a certain area than others, which means you get to certain areas of the game at different levels than others times. You generally have a range that you're expecting, but sometimes you're a level higher or a level lower, or sometimes you have more gold or less gold. And so having a specific understanding of what those levels do makes a pretty big important distinction for how to make decisions in any given section. So Pop stopping here to fight a little bit more. Like I said, we want to get to level 3 on our second character, so we're going to get level 4, and then that means we're going to get to level 3. Good. Oh, we got a drop too. Antidote herb. Okay. So now Pop is going to head to Moonpeta. He'll probably start running away from monsters here and in this stretch. He doesn't have a lot of resources left to fight a lot of things, and it's not quite worth it. At this point, we're working through the quest sequence to recruit our third party member, the Princess of Moonbrook. So we've arrived here at the next town. So here in this town, we're going to want to recruit the princess, but in order to free her from her canine form, we need Ra's Mirror. Ra's Mirror is a common recurring quest item in the Dragon Quest series. This is its first appearance in Dragon Quest II. When you hold up Ra's Mirror, it reveals the true form of whatever is on the other side. So in this case, it can be used to break the spell that has transformed Princess Moonbrook into the dog. So we're going to journey to get the mirror, which is hidden in a swamp off to the side here. Now, Pop has saved the game before doing this. There's two important reasons why you want to do that. The first is because this can be quite dangerous, trying to recover the mirror. It's pretty easy to get killed, especially by those mandrills, the baboons we ran away from a second ago. If Pop had failed to run a second time, he would have had to reset the game. But we have the Wings of Wyvern, or the Return spell. In this game, in this version, the game does not give you a list of towns to return to. When you use a wing or the return spell, it automatically sends you to whichever place is the last place you saved the game. So if you do not save the game in Moonpeta, your first trip over there, using the Wing of Wyvern sends you to Laurasia and not to Moonpeta, which is not where you want to go. Ask me how I know. Okay, good. That was pretty smooth. So Pop got the Mirror of Ra, and he earned a little bit of experience in gold there as well. Earning a little gold can help. Staying at the inn again, and now he is going to recruit the princess by using Ra's Mirror on this dog. Okay. Moonbrook is, like I said, our dedicated magic user. She equips very little in terms of like powerful weapons or armor. But she's our fastest character by far, way faster than everybody else, and has very potent magic. Right now, she only knows the Heal More spell, which is really good, but not super helpful at dealing with monsters. So one of our first major goals here, now that we've recruited the princess, is to start earning some XP. Experience points, like, it's really not super efficient to earn a lot of experience before recruiting all 3 of your party members, because that other party members don't get that experience, right? So now that we have all 3 party members, then any experience we get is actually going to, be worth its full value, essentially. So, our very first encounter here are the tasty lizard flies. We would call them tasty because they're pretty easy to defeat. They're not especially dangerous, and at, I believe, 27 experience points apiece, this encounter gives 108. Princess Moonbrook needs 100 XP to reach her 2nd level, so that's going to bump her straight to level 2, which is really lucky. Once she's level 2, she learns Howdy-Ho, the sleep spell. Moonbrook's high agility in conjunction with this sleep spell is the most important thing to this speedrun. Like, I don't think I can stress that enough. Like, Moonbrook being able to go quickly in battle and neutralize groups of enemies by putting them to sleep before they neutralize you by bashing you to death is like basically what makes this run possible. So we'll be seeing a lot of the Howdy-Ho sleep spell here. But yeah, that's why it was very important that we focused on earning enough experience to get her leveled up one time to learn that spell. Princess Moonbrook is going to learn another very important and powerful spell at level 4. It's called Boggy, or the Inferno spell. It's a pretty powerful group attack spell that's going to get pretty good mileage, pretty good usage, all the way up until basically the very end of the game. We're still going to be casting Infernos on green dragons all the way up to level 23, so yeah, it's pretty good. But sleep is almost certainly the most powerful spell that we have, the most useful spell. I mentioned it a little bit during Dragon Quest I, talking about how sometimes casting sleep or an attack magic spell can be more efficient MP-wise than a healing spell. Putting an enemy to sleep for 2 MP and then defeating it is better than defeating it and then healing yourself for 3 in terms of how much MP you spend, right? That fact is 10 times more important in Dragon Quest II. And the case pretty much is true even more broadly. Attack magic and support magic or debuff magic is always cheaper than healing magic in this game. So conserving our resources and being efficient with our MP throughout various sections of the game is one of the key pillars of really making a successful Dragon Quest II run happen. So I would say that understanding that fact and being aggressive with attacking and debuff magic and things like that is one of the most important things to learn when you're building up your encounter efficiency, right? There's a lot of different factors when getting through things, and don't get me wrong, the enemies are so powerful in this game that just defeating them, just surviving, is the most important thing in any given moment, in any given situation in this game. But defeating enemies quickly and efficiently in terms of your resource spending is also another key component in it, turning your good finish times into great finish times. And like I said, Pop is one of the best players in the world at this game. So it's maybe going to be a little bit difficult to tell from time to time, but he is absolutely making very specific decisions in some of these moments based off of not only a lot of information that he has about how to handle all the monsters, but also, years worth of experience fighting these monsters, running this game again and again. So the other thing that I hope that she'll find really impressive is in all of these dangerous situations, just how quickly he makes a decision too. That he's, as soon as the enemies appear, he already knows what he wants to do, and he's already playing things out in a way that's going to give him hopefully the outcomes he's looking for in these battles. So we stopped for a little bit of level grinding here. It's also important that we earn gold in addition to experience points. So we're trying to earn enough gold to purchase a better weapon at the end of this section. But that was an important level there. Prince Lore just reached level 7. He earns 9 points of strength at that level, which is very meaningful, very impactful in early game. It means some of these enemies that he has kind of a chance to kill in one hit, but sometimes he doesn't. Now he's pretty much always going to kill them in one hit. Things like these armored centipedes he can defeat in 2 hits. So this is going to really make things more efficient. The mandrills are, excuse me. The mandrills are also easier to defeat with attack plus fireball. It doesn't always beat them before, and it still doesn't, but it's now much more likely to happen. So he's going to work on earning a little bit more experience as well as gold. The princess should reach level 4 pretty soon, and that's an important benchmark, like I said, to earn a new magic spell on her. Yep, there it is. Boggy is not only more powerful than Gira in terms of how much damage it can do. The low end is the same, but the high end is much higher. But also it hits multiple enemies at once. So here's a good application of what Boggy can do. It's going to hit all 3 of these things at once. It's probably going to kill all 3. Oh, it didn't kill one of them. But left it very wounded and easy to defeat. Notice Pop grabbed a couple of random item drops from some monsters along the way here so far. He got like a leather armor and I think a lottery ticket, so his gold should be pretty good for this section. We've come to the ruins of Moonbrook Castle right now. There isn't anything important quest related that's here, but hidden in the basement are 2 stat seeds. Added in this version of the game, there are some bonus stat seeds that you can give to your party members to permanently increase some of their stats. HP, MP, strength, and agility are and defense are all the different types that we can get. So in the basement, in the back here, are 2 seeds. There's an HP seed and an MP seed. Same as before, the HP seeds add 4, 5, or 6 HP, and the MP seeds add 3, 4, or 5. We're going to be picking up 4 Life Force Nuts, HP seeds, throughout the run. And we're going to give the first 3 of them to Prince Cannock in the middle. And we're going to give the 4th one that we get in the middle part of the run to Princess Moonbrook. At least that's typically how we distribute them. So yeah, that first Life Force Nut to Cannock, roll a 4, and the NPC roll a 4. So again, we're not going to spend a lot of time focused on rolling the HP and MP seeds. We are going to be a little bit picky with the strength seeds, but not really all that picky. And then we're going to be a little bit diligent about the agility seeds for the princess later. But we'll get to that when we get there. For now, it's just really important to grab these bonus stats for Prince Cannock. The HP seeds that we give him in particular are going to be very important as we head towards a battle with a mini-boss that we fight, the Devil Priest. As without the Life Force Nuts, he simply would not have enough HP to survive at all, anything. And so okay. So now that we've got all that stuff and we've leveled up and whatever, we're ready to progress the game. Our next important quest item is actually here in this place called the Tower of Wind. We're walking around in the overworld around this desert path on the outside of the continent. This will get us to the tower. And inside of the Tower of Wind is an item called the Mantle of Wind. We need the Wind Mantle in order to progress to the next town of Leonport. Oh, there's another lottery ticket drop. Oh, yes. Yeah. So for the metal slime thing, yeah. That's... If you have been watching Pop stream this game recently, and you've probably seen him taking a more aggressive early game, that's exactly why he's just hoping to earn his experience by getting lucky and killing a metal slime in Moonbrook Castle. But it's not something we typically aim for, as the encounter rate for metal slime is just not high enough. But for someone like Pop, who is a world-class player, wow, he got another leather armor drop. He's got a lot of items. Who is aiming to compete for a very, very good time. He's willing to take a more aggressive or competitive early game to look for that advantage. Okay, so we're getting close to the tower here. The tower itself isn't terribly exciting. We're not at the point of the game yet where the monsters are like out of control powerful. Like this is pretty reasonable. Monsters are not so strong. In fact, we've probably got another half an hour, 45 minutes or so before the monsters really start cranking up in terms of degree of difficulty. The Tower Wind is pretty straightforward. We're gonna mostly run away from things, but we're gonna stop and fight the ghost rats if we see the red mice. They're pretty strong, so. Treasure chest with a little bit of gold, and then we're also going to follow this path here. This is leading to the quest item, the Wind Mantle. This version has greatly... Yeah, here are the ghost rats. He's going to kill these with Boggy. It should hopefully kill some of them, and then the swords will finish the others. Just like that. In this version, compared to the original release, the contents of treasure is significantly improved. You notice that treasure chest we got earlier had a few hundred gold coins in it, which is about 350, which is pretty nice. But we're also going to backtrack and head towards the top of the tower. At the top of the Tower of Wind is a treasure chest that has an item, Inori no Yubiwa. In Japanese, that means prayer ring. These are wizard's rings. Wizard rings, or prayer rings, if you're familiar with these in Dragon Quest, are very powerful items that can recover a character's missing MP. Under normal circumstances, out in the field, there's no way to recover MP. Normally, to recover MP, you have to stay at an inn. That's kind of the only way to do it. Except with this wizard ring. When you use the wizard ring, either for Prince Sama or Princess Moonbrook, that character will recover between, I believe, 20 and 29 missing magic points. And then when you use the wizard ring, it has a small chance of breaking, which I believe is 10%. If the ring doesn't break, that's great. You can keep using the ring. If the ring breaks, then it turns to dust and disappears forever, permanently. So, the wizard rings are very powerful, but also kind of a gamble to use. We want to, as much as possible, keep these wizard rings for the end of the game, towards the end of the game, as they're much more powerful at that stage of the game than in the early and mid parts of the game. However, if Pop finds himself in the middle of a dungeon and doesn't have enough MP to proceed, it's going to make more sense for him to, under most circumstances, to risk breaking a wizard's ring and use it so that he can continue progressing, rather than simply just dying in the middle of a dungeon because he ran out of resources. That's not going to help anything. So Papa is going to do some shopping here before setting out to the next town. He's got tons of cash right now compared to what he normally had. He did some extra fighting to be a little safer, but he also got lots of item drops, multiple lottery tickets, and 2 suits of leather armor. So he's got lots of cash. That's really good because it means that he should have no problems being able to afford, hopefully, be able to afford the Cloak of Evasion when he gets to the next town. That can be an optional thing. Sometimes you simply don't have enough money. Oh, Spike's and Fairy Water here. I wonder if he knew he would get a ticket or not. Because he did get a ticket to sell back. I think he just has a lot of money, so he figures he can buy it here. I think it's a little more efficient with how the inventory works out as well. Stocking up on a lot of extra wings as well. Interesting. Taking some notes myself too on some things that Papa's doing that are ever so slightly different than the way I do it. I wonder if part of that is based off of how much extra gold he has. Part of that may be being some marathon safety, and maybe part of it's just things he's more comfortable with or things that he's figured out are a little bit more optimal. But yeah, sometimes gold is a little bit tighter at that part of the run, but he's fought a lot and gotten lucky item drops, so plenty of cash. That is not a problem for him right now. Okay, now that we have a more powerful steel sword equipped on Prince Lore, we gave the old chain sickle to Cannock as a hand-me-down there. So we have more powerful weapons. Attack power's gone up. Oh, there's another lottery ticket. Attack power's gone up for our party a good bit, which is going to help us fight some of the monsters here, especially as they get more powerful towards the next town. We've also taken the opportunity to get some extra supplies, some more medical herbs, and wings of the wyvern, and things like that. In order to reach the next town, Papa's going to have to climb up through the Dragonhorn Towers. You see there are two towers here separated by a channel of water. Normally we can't cross this channel on foot since there's no bridge, but in order to cross, we're going to flying squirrel our way across from the south tower all the way to the north tower. And we do that by equipping the wind mantle and jumping off of the edge of the north tower, and that takes us onto the other side. It's kind of what the wind mantle is. It works kind of like a little parachute to take us safely to the other side. And the town of Leonport is on the other end of the water there. Zombie block there. Okay. As Pop climbs up the tower here, the monsters are going to start changing again. One of the monsters in particular he should be on the lookout for are the Medusa balls. I can't really say enough about how powerful Sleep is as a spell in this game. It goes just as much for monsters as well. Monsters that have the Sleep spell are, and especially early on, are extremely dangerous. So the Medusa balls that have Sleep themselves, they can use it on us and devastate our party very quickly. With only 3 party members and our party really not being that strong in terms of, we're certainly not overpowered. We have weapon armor, but our levels are pretty low. giving the monsters additional let's say actions or opportunities to attack us. This is definitely going to deal a lot of damage, and things can get out of control pretty quickly. So, in order to help us deal with sleep, anything that can put us to sleep, we want to deal with them aggressively. We didn't see any of these man-eater plants earlier, but they have the sweet breath ability, which is basically like the sleep spell. It's actually even worse for a couple of reasons, but well, for one specific reason. It can't be blocked by an amulet. So for those man-eater plants, we're going to attack them very aggressively, just to defeat them. But if we encounter the Medusa balls climbing the tower, then Pop is probably going to attack them also pretty aggressively. But if there are big groups of them all at once, he might even also just go ahead and use Stop Spell. The Medusa balls are guaranteed to be hit by Stop Spell. It's 100% if you cast it on them. Although it is possible, so... Oh no, he's just going with an aggressive attack play here. I don't blame him. It's probably faster than using Stop Spell. Okay. Yeah, he just took a more aggressive line to defeat them in 2 turns. I think that makes sense given how his princess is the one who has less MP right now. Okay, so Pop's gone to the top of the tower. He's going to make sure that he's got his... Oh, okay, he's just getting rid of that antidote arm and checking some inventory stuff. Now, back in the North Dragonhorn Tower on the 3rd floor, there's a hidden item. In this version, you have to check that specific spot. You can't just search and search and search until you find it. You need to just check that specific spot. You get an item called the Dew's Yarn. The Dew's Yarn is one of 2 items that you need in order to craft a special piece of armor called the Water Flying Clothes. Fans of the original Dragon Warrior 2 will be disappointed to find out that because the game keeps closer track of the locations and pickups of certain items, the trick that lets us get 2 sets of Water Flying Clothes does not work in this version. We are limited to 1 set of Water Flying Clothes. Similarly, the technique that lets us grab multiple Staffs of Thunder also does not work. We can get 1 Staff of Thunder, and we will, but we can't get as many as we like. Getting a second one might not be too bad, but I digress. As Pop's quite safely arrived here at Leonport, he's going to rest up and probably, probably save the game, but he's buying his Cloak of Evasion for the princess, yeah. Okay, now he's going to do this gremlin battle. The Cloak of Evasion greatly improves the princess's defense power, but also gives her a much higher chance of dodging attacks than normal. So we're going to fight the gremlins here. We need to defeat these 2 gremlins in order to get the boat. Oh, nice damage rolls. All the magic hits. So as long as something hits this thing, it'll be defeated. Good. Alright, Pop had no problem with the gremlins. It's very rare, but sometimes that fight gets a little out of control. Okay, so once you defeat the gremlins and save the girl, her grandfather will let you borrow the boat. But before we set sail, we're going to go ahead and check the corner. There's a string seed buried here. Alright, now it's time to set sail. Now that we've acquired a ship and we can sail around the world, there's a lot of different places that are available to us, and we can approach things in a lot of different ways from here. But one of the important things that's blocking our progress in a lot of areas are the quest keys. There are different kinds of locked doors that block our progression. There are 3 different kinds of keys that open those doors. A silver key, a gold key, and a jailer's key. There's also something called the Watergate key, but we'll worry about that later. That's a little bit more of a special key. It only gets used for one thing. Okay, our first destination when we get the ship is to come here to Zahan. This fishing village, buried right here is the golden key. So just like that, we've got our golden key. That's going to open the gold-bordered wooden doors. Next, when we go through this Traveler's Gate, this takes us back to Laurasia Castle, where the game started. With our gold key in hand, we can actually get into this area here, the treasury, and just take the stuff in there. There's some stat seeds and some money. Medical herb, but also importantly is Roto's seal. It won't be used to make the rainbow drop in this game, but it will be used to show to an old man, and he'll give us something. He won't give us the rainbow drop, but he instead gives us Roto's helmet. So we want to make sure we get Roto's helmet, and to do that we need the seal. Okay, Pop's going to save the game here in Laurasia. This is both so that he can come back here later, but also he's probably going to scum these strength seeds here. I don't think he's going to be picky, but we typically reset the game if both of them roll a 1. So yeah, he got a value of at least 3, so he's like, whatever, that's fine. Okay. Back on the ship, Pop's next destination is going to be to go to the Fire Shrine. There's 2 important things at the Fire Shrine. The first one is there's 3 Traveler's Gates at the Fire Shrine. Oh, smokes. Lucky. There's 3 Traveler's Gates here at this shrine. Papa's going to step on the 3rd one. This takes us to the shrine that has the old man with Roto's helmet. I don't know if he's an old man or not. He doesn't look that old, but it's hard to tell. Okay, so right there we get Roto's helmet. Roto's helmet can only be equipped on the Prince Laurasia, but it's worth 20 defense power, and that's 20 points higher than our current helmet, which is nothing. So it's the best helmet in the game. We're going to equip it and basically never take it off. We also search that spot right there in the corner of the Fire Shrine. That's the other important thing there, and we get something called the Fire Seal. There are 5 elemental seals, or crests, that we need to collect in order to get an important item called Rubus's Charm. So these crests are a little bit special. They don't take up inventory space like regular items do, but rather you can be viewed in your status screen. There are 5 of them. There's the sun, the moon, the star, the water, and the life crests. So right there, that's the sun crest. Don't forget it. Okay, here in this town, we're going to spend 2,000 gold on this mystery item. The mystery item is the Jailer's Key. As I said earlier, that opens the... Well, I don't know if I said it earlier. It's one of these keys. It opens these locked jail cell doors. So now that we have the Jailer's Key, we can come back here and talk to this guy Mr. Fast Fingers is trying to tunnel out of jail. But with the jailer's key, we can talk with him, and he gives us the Teppa's dam key, the Watergate key. We'll need to use this when we get to the town of Teppa later, but for now, we'll just hang on to this. Suimon no Kai. Okay. Our next destination is we're going to go to sail south. This wraps around the world and takes us to Castle Samuratorio. At Castle Sama is the shield of Roto. So Roto's shield is, again, similar to the helmet, can only be equipped on Prince Lore, and it's the best shield in the game, defense power-wise. I think it gives 30 defense power, and our current leather shield, I believe, gives 4. So it's just a little bit better. Between the helmet and the shield that we just got, Prince Lore's defense power has gone up very dramatically. This is really important. For a couple of reasons. Obviously, monsters hit very hard in this game, so anything that improves my defense power and reduces how much damage the party's taking is going to be very important. But it's also very relevant that it's equipped on our lead party member. The party members that I have, Lore, Cannock, and Moonbrook, are more likely to be attacked in that order. So monsters, when they use their basic attacks, are more likely to hit Prince Loresia than they are to hit Prince Cannock or Princess Moonbrook, and they're more likely to hit Prince Cannock than they are to hit Princess Moonbrook, right? So equipping our most likely to be attacked character with extremely good armor obviously has a lot of immediate benefits there. But I was also, as one last important note, talking a little bit earlier in the run about resource efficiency and things like that. When your defense power goes up and you're taking less damage from monster attacks, then you don't need to heal as often. Or the same amount of healing lasts longer, right? Since you're getting more value out of that. So increasing our defense power actually increases our resource efficiency when it comes to healing and using medical herbs or things like that. They're going to be more powerful when my defense power is really good. Okay, our next destination is to come to this cave here. This is the Silver Key Cave. Typically, game balance-wise, the game probably expects you to come to this part of the game at level 5, probably with just Prince Loresia and Prince Cannock, but we come back here at a higher level to get the Silver Key, precisely because now we're at a point at level 9 where we can guarantee running away from all of the monsters on the first try. It doesn't come up too often, but when our party is a high enough level, the Repel or Fairy Water will keep monsters away on the overworld, but also if we get encounters and we're a high enough level, we can always run away from them at 100% rate. So coming here in this cave at level 9 means that if we pick the run command, we will run away automatically. But that's pretty much the But that doesn't come up too often in the run. Traditionally, we're not over-leveled for any part of the speedrun other than like this part right here. Typically, it's the opposite. We're very, very under-leveled and thus not powerful enough, right? We're a typical, a common running theme in the speedrun is our equipment is pretty good, but our levels are embarrassingly low. Like... For some of the parts of the game that we do, if we didn't have such specific strategies or very well planned out lines of attack for certain encounters, then like, we would not be strong enough to defeat some of the enemies. Some of the enemies would be too powerful for us without very intimate understanding of how powerful the enemies really are. So. This is as dangerous a run as NES. Yeah, we've been talking a little bit about that throughout the run. The degree of difficulty is toned down a bit in this version, not a lot. The NES run is much more dangerous in the sense that like there aren't a lot of great options you have for many of the game's more powerful encounters. In this game, you're expected to fight some of those encounters. So it's dangerous in a different sort of way, right? I would say it's less dangerous, but I would say it requires maybe more moment-to-moment understanding, because in Dragon Warrior 2, you get an encounter and it's dangerous and you have no choice but to run away from it because it is literally too dangerous to fight. Whereas in this game, we run into dangerous encounters and they're dangerous because we have to fight them. Well, we don't have to, but it's generally a good idea. Alright, so returning here to Zahan, the fishing village, now that we've collected our keys, Papa's trampling his way through these barrier tiles and healing after specific points. You take 7 damage on all of your party members as for each half tile they move across these damaging barriers. But after staying at an inn, Pop knows he has enough MP to heal his party members at specific spots to make sure they won't die. He's coming back here for these 2 specific treasure chests. One is the magic loom, the second of 2 things we need to get the water flying clothes, and the other one is another prayer ring, wizard's ring. We were talking about how these things worked before. There are actually 4 wizard rings that we're going to get in treasure chests throughout the run, and so as I was talking about how powerful they are, what they do, they recover MP. They're irreplaceable, honestly. So every 3 wizard ring that we can get our hands on, this isn't exactly free what we're doing here. Taking a little bit of time, but absolutely 1000% worth it to take the time to get the wizard's ring. Yeah, like I said, there's 2 more that we're going to acquire in treasure chests. One is in the top of the full moon tower, 2 or 3 dungeons from now, and another one's in a treasure chest hidden in the undersea cave, which is 2 dungeons after that. So we can also very rarely get wizard rings as item drops from certain specific monsters, but monsters that drop wizard rings do so at extraordinarily rare rates. Usually 1 out of 128. The exception would be the Arc Demon, which drops prayer rings at an exciting 1 in 32 chance. No, we don't count on getting wizard ring drops. If you get an extra wizard ring from a drop, it's pretty exciting, but not necessary. Okay, back to Laurasia now that we've gotten the Zahan stuff out of the way. It's time to do battle with this guy here, Akuma Shinkan. This is a devil priest, and he gives us a Staff of Thunder when we defeat him. But in this version, compared to the NES version, this is the upgraded Mace Master version. This is the Devil Priest. This guy is very powerful. And Papa saved the game because something like this might happen. I didn't even get a chance to explain it. So, in this battle, the Devil Priest, he can cast magic spells, and his magic spells, one of them he can cast is Exploded, Ionazun. And that does a tremendous amount of damage. It can do up to 65 damage. It did 61 damage and killed Prince Canok immediately. Our strategy for defeating this guy involves using Stop Spell, which is a spell that Canok knows. If he dies before the priest gets Stop Spelled, silenced, then we cannot win the fight. We're just going to die. So that's why we save the game. There's a pretty decent chance this guy kills us because he's very powerful. Even after we stop spell him, the fight isn't a guarantee. He's going to stop casting magic and start bashing with his maces. And he is very powerful attack power-wise, and he's super fast as well. He's always going to go faster than our party members. So we also want to hit him with the surround spell to lower his accuracy. Now we're in a position where we can start fighting him. But unfortunately, he managed to cast... he didn't cast Explode It, but he cast Increase, which is another obnoxious thing that he can do. This obviously greatly increases his defense power, and basically cuts our damage output from our basic attack in half. Magic can be used to deal damage to the Devil Priest, but the accuracy is only like about 50-50, I believe. So a lot of time the magic misses and does nothing. So with his defense power increased, it's... Ooh, that was unfortunate. Oh, critical hit though. With his defense power increased, magic is even more important when it comes to trying to deal damage to this guy. But we can't rely on the magic because it's not super accurate. So I didn't talk about it earlier. Pop got an item earlier on the overworld called a Leaf of the World Tree. He used it on his princess when she died there to revive her. The Leaf of the World Tree, when it gets used as an item in battle, it consumes the leaf, but it immediately revives the person back to life with full HP. It of course consumes the leaf and it's gone, but Pop can go back to the overworld to that spot, that little tree on that island, and search there again and get another leaf. It's typically something as similar to the wizard rings. We're not trying to use the Leaf of the World Tree too many times, as we can always go get more, but it costs time to go out of our way to go get another one a lot of the time. So we do use it as kind of an emergency situation. It definitely was a good idea to use it there during the Devil Priest fight, both to help supplement with healing and attack magic if he needed to, but also because also because the Devil Priest itself awards over 700 experience points, so making sure that all of his party members earn that XP is better than missing out. With the Devil Priest taken care of, we got our Bolt Staff, and we've come here to Osterfair, or Durkendal. We come behind the counter to get a Gaia armor. That's a big armor upgrade for Prince Laurasia. And now we're going to do the Osterfair challenge. The king here promises us an exciting reward if we can defeat his fearsome pet. And so you do battle with a killer tiger here, and it's not too hard. It's a lot easier than the Devil Priest. And then once you beat it, we're going to get awarded with the Moon Crest. Now we have the sun and the moon. We just got 3 crests to go to get the charm. I believe here is also a good opportunity to try out these agility seeds. +3, that's very good. +1, okay. +4 is a good value there. Okay, so in this section of the game, we are going to want to try and work towards getting our water flying clothes and use the water gate key in Tepa. So we're going to leave Durkendal. This section we can actually divide the route into a couple of different options, depending on how things have gone up to this point. You can certainly attempt to go straight to Tepa from here, but since Pop does not have a World Tree Leaf in his inventory, yeah, I imagine he's going to sail south instead. So what he'll end up doing is he'll sail south to go get another Leaf of the World Tree, and then go stop at Welgarth to purchase some more powerful weapons. Then he's going to save the game in the town of Baran. Then he's going to work towards adventuring towards Tepa. rather than doing it in the other order where you'd go straight to Tepa and then backtrack to buy your more powerful weapons and then save and reset in Baran. Both of those ways are perfectly viable, and they have some definite pros and cons. In this case, like I said, since Pop used his Leaf of the World Tree during the Devil Priest fight, which is quite common, and definitely was a good idea, it oftentimes makes more sense to do it this way, because going to Tepa is very dangerous. I was alluding to it earlier. This is basically the point of the game where the degree of difficulty is going to start ramping up pretty dramatically. Starting off by fighting the Devil Priest himself, yeah, that's a little bit gimmicky of a fight, but he is very strong. But I would say the journey to Tepa, the Full Moon Tower, and then leading into Undersea Cave and the Road to Rhone, those are some of the most brutal parts of this speedrun. And in particular, this section that Pop is at right now is one that I personally frequently struggle with, as journeying to Tepa, the monsters are very powerful. Okay, so Pop's come here, like I said, to Welgarth. He sells the Bolt Staff. We didn't have it for very long, but it sells for nearly 20,000 gold. Pop's going to use this opportunity to purchase 2 new weapons. He's going to buy a light sword for Prince Sama. In the original NES version, the most powerful weapon, attack power-wise, that he could equip was the Iron Spear. This light sword is really good, so this is like a massive difference in terms of like weapon power for Prince Canok in the middle. He can actually fight right now. He's pretty strong. Pop's also gone ahead and purchased some amulets. Oh, I've never seen this. Is he going to go to Tepa from here? That's cool. I've never thought about that. Okay, yeah, so he's also purchased a couple of those amulets for 640 gold. Oops. The amulets are a pretty special item. If a character is holding an amulet in his or her bag, then that character is not immune to, but greatly protected from the sleep spell and the stop spell. Before, those effects worked fairly often, but if a character is holding an amulet, the effect chance, I believe, is 3 out of 64, or roughly 5%. In other words, sleep spell, when monsters use it, used to be extraordinarily dangerous, but 2 of our characters, Prince Lore and Princess Moonbrook, both have these amulets in their inventories. You don't have to equip it. You can equip it or you cannot equip it. It doesn't matter. As long as you're holding it in the inventory, it works. But yeah, as long as you're holding it, it helps protect you from sleep. It almost never hits you. Stop spell almost never hits you. It still occasionally does, and it can be very stressful when you fall asleep out of nowhere to something that really should not be putting you to sleep. But still, the amulets are very vital as we get further along in the game when we fight things like gargoyles and mage vampirus. When they cast sleep and it doesn't do anything, that's terrific. Alright, now we're moving towards Tepa. As I said, the monsters are going to get like exponentially more powerful compared to how they were. This is, as I was alluding to before, this is pretty typical in the run for this particular game. Like, we have really good weapons and armor. We have some of the best weapons and armor we can get our hands on at this point in the game. our levels are atrociously low for what it is we're trying to accomplish here in this part of the game. So it really does require some very smart decisions. To get through some of these battles in the safest way possible. Oh no, this is a pretty straightforward. Pop hasn't seen too many risky or dangerous fights in this region just yet. Sleepy Horks, pretty good. I'd say the biggest dangers in that region are going to be the headhunters. They have very high agility and they attack for very high damage. In particular, they can gang up and attack Princess Moonbrook and kill her very quickly. Now, the headhunters themselves are guaranteed to fall asleep. If you use the sleep spell on them, 100% they will fall asleep. But it's a turn order game. Who goes faster, the princess or the headhunters? And if it's the headhunters that go faster and they decide to kill her before she casts sleep, then you're in a lot of danger. And the other enemy that you really got to be on the lookout for, I would say, is the shaman or the warlock enemy here. The warlock enemy has Firebane spell, Begurama, that does between 25 and 45 points of damage to all 3 party members at once. If you take a close look and you look at Princess Nana, Moonbrook in the back here, her max HP is only 40, meaning even at full health, she might get killed in one hit by that spell. They can show up in pairs, so you can get annihilated, incinerated right where you stand pretty quickly by them too. So, okay, looks like Pop had a very smooth trip through to Tepa. Here I am talking up how dangerous it is, and well, it really wasn't that dangerous. Part of the journey does involve going across that stretch of mountains that actually doesn't have powerful monsters. But I'd say both stretches Pop had to go through dangerous monsters. He really didn't fight anything that dangerous. Now Pop's at Tepa, there's a few important things he wants to do. He wants to drop off the loom and the yarn, and Uncle Waterflying Clothes will get started working on his namesake. And it looks like Pop's gonna buy the 30 amulet here. Yeah, okay. So now all 3 party members have an amulet. Coming back here behind Tepa, we're gonna reach the dam. So using the water gate key here is gonna unlock this. This is an important requirement for reaching our next destination, dungeon-wise, the Full Moon Tower. There is a set of desert tiles that are dried up land, where after you use that Watergate key, they turn into water tiles. This lets you take a different path with your boat up towards Tepa, and not only is it much quicker and safer to get back to Tepa, which is nice because we need to go back there to get our completed water flying clothes, but also it's required to get our boat up that river in order to get to a little island there that has the Full Moon Tower on it. The Full Moon Tower has a required quest item inside of it, so you better believe we've got to do that part of the game as well. So all right. Before the water flying clothes is prepared, there's one more important thing that we need to do. The water flying clothes themselves will not ever finish until we reset the console. So Pop's next goal here is to accomplish that by going to this town a little bit further in this direction. He's going to stop at a town called Baran, and there's a save point in Baran. He's going to save the game in Baran and then immediately reset. That will trigger the flag necessary to complete the water flying clothes, and then he's going to head back and pick it up. The water flying clothes is a very special piece of equipment for a few different reasons. It has very high defense power, and it can be equipped by anybody in your party, including Princess Moonbrook. And that's kind of one of the things that makes it the most significant. It is the highest defense power armor that Moonbrook can wear, and I think it's the highest defense power armor that Prince Cannock can wear too. If only we could get more than one suit of it. Too bad. No, we're only going to get one. Moonbrook's going to wear it for most of the game, but there are going to be parts of the run where we're going to pass it around. In addition to its very high defense power, the water flying clothes also has a very special property that it reduces damage from fire-based attacks by 50%. We're going to see a similar effect on Roto's armor that reduces incoming breath attack and fire damage type attacks by 25%. Not as good, but still pretty potent. And then we're going to see the magic armor is something that can reduce all incoming magic damage by 25%, but it doesn't work for fire breath attacks. So the water flying clothes is not the only spell or breath damage reduction effect, but it is the most powerful at 50%. Given that Princess Moonbrook does not have very high HP and generally serves some pretty important functions in battle, cutting damage down from those kinds of attacks on her is usually very, very important, in addition to the greatly improved defense power. One more agility seed hidden in the corner back here. That's what Papa's come back here for. We're going to give these agility seeds to the princess. The last two only rolled 1, so he ended up with +5, which is a little bit lower than I think he would have liked, but... As I keep emphasizing, one of the princess's best strengths is her high agility, so cranking that agility up even higher with those agility seeds is pretty helpful. And that's definitely why we tried to get at least 4 earlier on the first 2, so that we would get 5 or 6 at a minimum. Because that's pretty important. Okay. Now that we've saved and reset in Baran, like I said, we're going to head straight back to Tepa. Once we reach Tepa, we can get the water flying clothes. But I think that's the only thing left we have to do in Tepa. Yeah. While we're there, of course, we're taking our boat there, and I alluded to earlier. Excuse me. The next dungeon we're going to is the Full Moon Tower, so we're going to need to take our boat to Tepa anyway to get up there. So Papa's going to work on sailing back there. We're starting to get to the point where our weapons, equipment, and levels actually make these regular ocean random encounters a little bit more trivial. I wouldn't say they're completely harmless, so there's definitely still ways to get yourself killed by seemingly harmless monsters. One very important distinction I was talking about earlier with the amulets and how they help protect you from the sleep spell and the stop spell. I worded that very deliberately. They help protect you from the sleep spell. The sweet breath ability is not counted as the sleep spell. The amulets do not help protect against the sweet breath effect. Enemies with sweet breath are still basically like neutralized on sight, like extremely dangerous enemies. So even though the sea slugs aren't really doing very much damage to our party members anymore, they still have sweet breath and we can fall asleep, and that can lead to its own cascading problems. sleepy, so I know. Okay. Fighting through the gold orcs. Very durable enemies. They do obviously award a lot of, well, gold, as their namesake implies, but gold is useful moving forward, but is not going to be Oh, there's a mage staff here. Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't know they sold the mage staff here. Well, that's neat. Oh, any optimize. Oh, that's really. There's a little bit of a menu optimization that I saw there too. That's actually neat. By getting the staff before the close, he doesn't have to heft the close to get the staff on top. That's kind of cool. Okay, yeah, anyway, we've got some equipment upgrades here. Pop has gotten the mage staff and the water flying clothes for the princess. Water flying clothes, we talked about how great those are. The mage staff is something that can be used as an item in battle to fling fireballs at enemies for free. I believe the damage range is 16 to 24, so it's a little bit more powerful than the fireball spell, Gira. It can be very handy to do that, just that little extra oomph you need to finish an enemy off. Especially even as we head towards the end of the game, when Prince Lore hits a dragon really hard but doesn't quite kill it. The mage staff is like the perfect tool for just zapping it really quickly and finishing it off. All right, working our way in Full Moon Tower, Papa's going to want to be particular about how he handles certain encounters, especially as he moves through the dungeon. Different floors have different strength encounters. While not necessarily a long dungeon that is going to tax resources really badly, typically, there are certain encounters that can definitely be a little bit more burdensome on your resources than others. Little detour there for a treasure chest that has a lot of gold in it. And then we're also going to get 2 defense seeds. There's 2 defense seeds in the game, and they're both hidden in treasure chests in this tower. We're going to grab them and immediately give them to Princess Moonbrook. This will increase her defense power by 8 points, and will effectively decrease incoming physical attack damage by 2 points. So after using these before using these defense seeds, if an attack would have done 10 damage, after using the defense seeds, it'll do 8. This is going to be pretty important. As I said earlier, Moonbrook having the fewest maximum hit points compared to the other 2 characters, anything we can do to decrease the damage she takes is going to be meaningful. I'd say in particular, those defense seeds have very, very significant return on later on as we go to fight Killer Machine. If I decrease incoming damage by 2 and they attack twice per turn, then I've decreased incoming damage by 4. And that doesn't seem like much, but she's right on the edge of dying or not dying, so reducing HP or incoming damage by 4 in that case actually decreases her probability of dying very significantly. So it's all of these little details that matter so much in this run. Just these couple of points of additional stats, or not having those stats because you're a lower level than you expect, can just make this huge impact on the decision making we have at any particular moment. Pop, of course, is very seasoned, very experienced, and expert player, knows the subtle intricacies of every situation. Looks like he's forcing him kind of for a good jump. He got some vampires instead. Manusa on vampires. I've never seen that play before. Oh, that makes a lot of sense with the big hammer, because he wants a turn 2 body play. Okay. Like I said, we're starting to get to the point of the run where I'm also watching Pop play, because I too am a bit of a student of running this game, and there's no one better to learn from than this runner right here. So I'm taking in some of the intricacies of the decision making too, knowing what the different options are and things like that. So okay, so Pop required all the stuff that he wanted from the Full Moon Tower, got in and out, no big deal. There's some extra gold. We got the defense seats like we talked about. The quest item we wanted, the Moon Fragment, and then at the top of the tower, our third Wizard Ring. All right, great. Pop cruising along smoothly here. Our next destination, Pop will probably take a very brief stop at the port town, Leonport, just to rest up. I don't imagine that he needs to do anything else. He already has a wizard staff and amulets for his party members, but he is going to need to rest. Okay. Resting up here, recovering HP and MP before heading over to our next dungeon. The next dungeon we need to do is the Great Lighthouse. Hidden in the Great Lighthouse is the Star Seal. So, don't forget we need to get all 5 of the elemental crests or seals in order to get Rubus's charm at some point, so I guess we eventually want to get this lighthouse taken care of. I'd say now is a great opportunity to take care of the lighthouse. Our party is definitely strong enough to handle the ambush. Definitely strong enough to handle the challenges of the lighthouse. Wow, this is happening. All right, it happened. We got away. Okay, the Great Lighthouse is a dungeon that I would say excuse me. I would say that the Great Lighthouse as a dungeon is like the one of the last dungeons. It's actually not really that dangerous. The Great Lighthouse is more about defeating enemies quickly and efficiently. Resource efficiency is less about survival and more about quickly defeating enemies. So, okay, heading into the Great Lighthouse. This first floor is actually pretty long, as we've got to work your way all the way around along the outside before we can get to the inside part on this floor. Like I said, the enemies here in the lighthouse are not too powerful. On the lower levels, however, the few enemies we do want to look out for are the saber-tooth tigers here that we see on screen. they hit a little bit harder than some of the enemies here, but also it's very rare, but they can score critical hits. Tsukon no Ichigeki, monster critical hit, which does a lot of damage. Critical hits in Dragon Quest games have a unique property where, in addition to dealing above average damage as part of the damage formula, the attack also ignores all of the target's defense power. So this is one of those situations where enemies, because of their high defense power, Lore and Princess Moonbrook, thanks to the water flying clothes, are basically impervious to most of the basic attacks. But this errant critical hit will suddenly do a lot of damage, or possibly even kill one of them when they really shouldn't seem like they're in any danger. The other enemy that you kind of want to be on the lookout for on the lower level is the orange ghost, the Shinigami, for basically the same reason. They hit a little bit harder, they can double hit, and while Lore and Moonbrook are going to take basically no damage, Prince Cannock in the middle can be hit for about 10 damage per hit, so a double hit is like 20. It can add up, but they have that desperate attack as well. And then the last thing I would point out are these Gorgon heads here. The Gorgon heads themselves are pretty harmless, but they cast Surround, and that can really slow things down if you're not lucky with that. Okay, as Pop moves up to the upper floors of the lighthouse, the one more enemy we want to be on the lookout for are the pink dragonflies. Especially if they show up in groups. The dragonflies can use a fire breath attack that, again, will do very little damage to Princess Moonbrook. Does actually quite reasonable damage to the boys in the front. About 16 to 20 or something like that. So when they show up in groups, that can actually, if a bunch of them pick the fire breath, that can accumulate damage on your team very quickly. But thanks to the water flying clothes and the fact that Moonbrook frequently just is defending when you encounter dragonflies, she never really takes damage. But keeping everyone else above 50 hit points is a good recipe for keeping yourself a little bit safer against those things. Okay, a slight detour in the lighthouse grabs. This is a life force nut. This is the last one we get. And I didn't catch if he already used it on Princess Moonbrook or not. Like I said, that's typically what I would do with it. Okay. Now we're back on the trail. There's nothing else exciting in this dungeon. Pop passed up an opportunity to get a treasure chest that has a couple of 100 gold coins in it, but at this point that much money is not that exciting. Gold is still very important for the run. Yeah, I hear those dragonflies. They have up to 40 hit points, so you're hoping to see at least 40 damage per hit, yeah. Oh, there's the nuts, yeah, he was waiting for an opportunity to use it in battle. Because it's a little quicker. Just a slight optimization there. It's all of those little things like that that are really going to make a difference between only 37 there, being able to attack it twice, so him only killing one, taking 2 fire breath attacks, yeah. All of those things are really annoying. The second turn played out much better, but typical runtime for this game is, for this run when you're good at it, is just under 4 hours. So getting all of these small optimizations on the edges, it's going to add up over the course of that 4-hour long period of time. So if you save yourself a second or two every time you do some kind of task and you figure out 100 ways of improving by 1 or 2 seconds each of those times, then yeah, you're knocking a couple of minutes off your run. And it's stuff like that that Pop is doing everywhere, that at every opportunity to just optimize in those little margins, that's what makes a difference between a player like me who can get through this game and maybe not get killed too many times, and a player like Pop who's just going to roll through this game and probably make big parts of it look easy, and I can promise you that they are not. This dungeon, you know, okay, not so bad, but pretty much everywhere else in the game, yeah. Following the suspicious old man in the tower just a little bit further, he's going to lead us to our special treasure, our goal of the dungeon. There's actually a very rare glitch that can happen when you open this treasure chest and get this battle here. When we open the treasure, we're going to get an ambushed battle that has 4 gremlins in it. But the gremlins appear in different formations. It's not just 4 gremlins. Well, sometimes it's 4 gremlins. Sometimes it's 3 gremlins and 1 gremlin. Sometimes it's 2 gremlins and 2 gremlins. Sometimes it's 2 gremlins, 1 gremlin, and 1 gremlin. But anyway, there are very rare cases, let's see if it happens here, where there's an empty formation. Oh, we just got 4 gremlins. This is the best. So this gremlin battle is not particularly big deal at this level with this equipment setup. The gremlins are far less harmful than they were back when we needed the boat like an hour ago. And once we defeat the gremlins, we get our star seal. That's 3 down and 2 more to go. We need the water seal and the life seal. As it turns out, we're actually going to get the water crest next. Sweet breath, nice. The water crest is hidden in Moonpeta. To get it, you need both the jailer's key, and you need to do a mini battle with 2 Oswargs. Well, Oswarg and Oswarg. That's the repel spell that Pop just cast there. Now that this is the Moonpeta region, which we were at when we just got Princess Moonbrook at the early part of the run, at this point we're a high enough level where repel simply pushes away all of the monsters in this region. So Tohorosu there is going to protect us from getting more random battles. Okay, Pop's going to stay at the inn. That's probably a good idea. He's pretty hurt from the tower there. Oh, huh. Okay. Sorry, I just noticed something else. This girl here is a bank vault, similar to Dragon Quest I. We're not allowed to simply discard unneeded quest items when we're done with them. We have to store them in this vault. So we put away a few items that we don't need. The Wind Mantle, Roto Seal, and the Silver Key we're actually done with as well as we've stored some gold in... Whoa. We stored some gold in the vault as well. The bevels fall asleep 100% of the time. Oh, I didn't die. Get it. But they are pretty fast and have the Firebane spell, so Prince Cannock took a bunch of damage there on that first turn, but it's very rare for you to get killed in that battle, but it can happen. Especially if you get ambushed. Which, yes, you can get ambushed in forced battles and boss fights. Getting ambushed in a boss fight is pretty bad feeling. Oh, okay, so he just goes ahead and ends twice. I was wondering about that. Personally, when I was trying to optimize it, I was trying to do the end as the very last thing, but he just went ahead and used the end twice. Don't blame him. Okay. Ambush. Our reward, like I said, for beating the Bevels, the Oswargs, is we can search in the corner there and get the water seal. Never forget. Shoutouts to my pal, Star of Violence. Never forget the water seal. Okay, so the next step after doing the Moonpeta thing and getting the water seal, our next destination is the happiest place on Earth. It is the Undersea Cave. And this lava-filled hellhole, frankly, is, yeah, it's awful. It's not an especially long dungeon, but the pound for pound, the encounters are very dangerous, and many of them, in order to handle safely, drain an enormous amount of MP. And I'm not even talking about literally the eyeballs can just do the jig and drain big chunks of your MP, although it is toned down a little bit compared to Dragon Warrior 2. I can't remember who it was, another runner friend of mine who runs Dragon Warrior 2 NES told me how much MP those things can steal, and I was... it's absurd! It's actually silly how much you can be completely drained of all of your MP in about 1.5 encounters. We're gonna hopefully not have that problem in here, but this place definitely is a place that's gonna drain a lot of resources if things don't go your way. So there are some important side treasures we want to make sure that we collect along the way in this cave. There's going to be our 4th Wizard's Ring, as well as a Strength Seed and a suit of magic armor. The magic armor, I'm pretty sure we can just buy that somewhere else too, but just getting a free suit is pretty convenient, especially because we're right at the point where we actually would need a suit of magic armor. So, okay. Is that steel armor? So, Prince Cannock just reached level 13, so that gives me a good idea of where Pop's experience kind of is. As I was sort of talking about early on in this run, there's a degree of flexibility that happens in this as you play this game. Sometimes you have to fight a lot of enemies, and you earn more experience points, and sometimes you don't fight as many enemies and your experience is a little lower. This is one of those situations where if Cannock just reached 13, then... Oh! Are we jump? No, let's go. Oh, you can go around this way. This path is longer, but you spend less time on the 3rd floor with the lava kitties. Okay. A little bit of pain there, but Pop is fine. Pop is going to be running away from some of the slower fights, like those Gold Orc Bloody Hand fights. Those are very slow to clear. It's not strictly safe to run away from them, but he is packing that World Tree Leaf, so if something were to unfortunately happen to Canuck there in that battle, he probably would just revive and keep going. Alright, so I'll use Gira for the extra damage. I like that. So further down now that we're in this part of the cave, the main thing we're on the lookout for are the killer tigers, the pink cats. The pink panthers, they're very powerful. They're quick on their feet, and they deal a lot of damage when they do attack. So one of the things that we usually do when they show up in groups is use the surround spell on them to lower their accuracy. But that's one of those things where if surround doesn't seem like it does its job very well, then you could just end up taking a lot of damage. And those things can to play safely with them, drains a lot of MP. Now, right now, I think Pop's resources and condition, are pretty good. Here's one killer tiger. That's pretty tame. They can show up in sets of 3 or combined with other enemies like gold orcs. The most obnoxious encounter in this part of the game is gold orc, killer tiger. So it's the 2 gold orcs are in separate formations, and then you throw a killer tiger on top of it. It's pretty bad. 3 killer tigers is also just going to, like I said, probably end up draining a lot of MP to handle safely. So there's that magic armor I talked about earlier. Defense power wise, it has the exact same defense as the Cloak of Evasion, but whereas the Cloak of Evasion gives you a bonus to your dodge chance, the magic armor reduces incoming magic damage by 25%. And notably, in this particular version, the magic armor is the only item in the game that reduces incoming damage from Exploded, the Exploded spell. Other spells like Firebane and Fireball are reduced by Roto's armor or the Water Flying Clothes, but Exploded in this version is only damage reduced by the magic armor. That'll become very important as we get a little further and fight more enemies that have that spell. Okay, so Pop's doing some menuing and setup here and then got a random encounter for this this mini boss battle. He's gonna have to fight 2 of these Hell Emissaries. Similar to the Oswald fight, he's going to focus on fighting one. Oh, there's an item drop. He's gonna focus on fighting one while he tries to put the other one to sleep. There are a lot of scenarios that can happen in this battle, and a lot of them look really bad, but actually aren't bad at all. We got defense, and then the other one fell asleep. So this is as free as it gets. He's not going to take any damage in order to win. Yeah, see? Okay, and then finally our ultimate prize here in the Undersea Cave. The Idol of the False God. The Eye of Malroth. This is our required quest item that we need to access the next dungeon, the Road to Roan. Technically, you also need the Eye of Malroth in the final stretch on the first floor of Hargon's castle, but you would need the Eye of Malroth to get that far anyway, so just keep your eye, don't put it in the vault, you need it for later. Okay, so we're done in the Undersea Cave. Pop's doing a little bit of an interesting trip here. He's intentionally killing one of his party members. This is to set up a trick to avoid a cutscene that occurs here when you stay at Baran's Inn. When you stay in the inn in Baran, in this version, Prince Canon gets sick. And in order to help him get over his curse from Hargon's magic, you have to give him a World Tree Leaf. And generally speaking, speedrunners have found that it's faster rather than to give up a World Tree Leaf and go get another one. It's faster to intentionally kill one of your party members before staying at the inn. This causes the cutscene to not happen. If anyone in your party is dead, then the event won't happen at all. So, in this case, Pop is elected to intentionally kill Princess Moonbrook so that he can stay at the inn, and then revive her at the church. This will bring her back to life with full MP, of course. Okay. Alright, so that's how we're going to recover HP and MP for that part of the game. We're probably going to need to do that again at some point. Because next up is the Road to Roan. This is the penultimate dungeon of the run. This is basically the only thing that stands between us and Argon's castle at the end. But getting through this cave is a long and arduous process. In fact, we're probably not going to focus on trying to climb the tower on our first trip in here. Rather, there are some very powerful treasures, some of the best weapons and armor hidden in this cave. And it's going to be very helpful for us to basically make a beeline for some of those pieces of equipment. Coming down here in the Horde Pit is, of course, the Life Crest. So now we've got all 5 of our seals, never forget. And we can trade these things when we want to get Rebus's charm. That's eventually going to be a requirement, but we don't need to do it right this second. We'll get to it eventually. Okay. The Road to Roan is basically a casual player's worst nightmare. If you do not know where to go in this dungeon, you are going to have a bad time. This dungeon, in addition to being significantly longer, I feel, than a lot of other dungeons, is loaded with traps, pitfalls that send you back down, infinitely repeating hallways that seem like you're not going anywhere, and a Lost Woods style maze at the final floor where if you go the wrong way, you end up back at the start of the floor. So if you do not know where to go, you are literally just trial and error until you get through. That would be all bad enough if the dungeon were not also filled with gruesomely powerful monsters. So, like, getting through here is, like I said, for a casual player, like, it's not fair. Like, everything about this place is cruel and not nice. Fortunately, however, we are not quite so clueless. We are speedrunners, and we have perfect information about where to go and what to do in this dungeon, about where the treasures are, about where the pitfalls are, about where to go and where to not go. And that's going to make it, at least that part of it, manageable. Uh-oh. I was just about to say, that's going to make the part of the... Yeah, Pop is dead. Part of the dungeon where you don't know where to go? Oh, we know where to go. That doesn't mean we can fight the monsters. So right there, Pop went up to a detour to get a very important piece of equipment called the Hat of Happiness. The Hat of Happiness is a pretty unique, interesting piece of equipment in this game. It's the only helmet armor that can be equipped by either Prince Canok or Princess Moonbrook. On its own, it's worth 8 defense power, which is not a lot, but it's not nothing. I was explaining earlier how meaningful 8 defense power was for the stat seeds, so it's definitely not nothing. But the important thing with the Hat of Happiness has to do with its other special property. If a character is equipped with the Hat of Happiness, in this case the Princess of Moonbrook is equipped with it, all of the MP costs of spells that she casts in battle are reduced. Specifically reduced by 3/4 of their cost, rounded down. So this means that in battle, to cast the Inferno spell is now 3 MP instead of 4. Casting Heal More is now 3 MP instead of 5. Casting the Sleep spell is now 1 MP instead of 2. So this Hat of Happiness is a huge deal when it comes to like MP and resource efficiency, which is a pretty important part of the rest of the game moving forward. I mean, it's been important for the whole game, but now we have this tool that's going to improve that. But it only actually works in battle, which creates this interesting and really challenging dynamic where you're really kind of rewarded for trying to heal your party members in battle, but also you're still in danger because you're still in a battle. So there's definitely some interesting decision-making dynamics going on now that we have this tool and it works, it working the way that it does. And what ended up happening is that Pop went up to get the Hat of Happiness, but that particular floor of the dungeon is that's the 5th and 6th floor, and the encounters starting on the 5th floor in this place are fearsome, and without the more powerful weapons, the Thunder Sword specifically, fighting those monsters would have been too difficult. Pop elected to try and run away, but it didn't work, and the monsters summarily squashed him. That happens. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if something similar to that happens again at some point in this cave. Now, Pop is a really good player, so he's going to optimize in such a way as to minimize his chances for those kinds of incidents, but it doesn't matter how good you are when the right decision is to pray that running away works and it doesn't work, then, well, yeah, that's only so much you can do. Okay, speaking of that Thunder Sword, that's what Pop is working on getting right now. The floor he was just on has all these invisible pitfalls in it, and Pop is deliberately walking through a series of these pitfalls that leads to the secret room that has the Thunder Sword. Inazuma no Ken. The Thunder Sword is the most powerful sword attack power-wise that we're going to get in the speedrun. Technically, there's another weapon more powerful called the Sword of Destruction, but it's cursed. And as a cursed weapon, its drawbacks are too big of a penalty for us to want to deal with. So, no, this Thunder Sword is the most powerful sword that we're going to use. And it's a huge attack power increase compared to what we were using, the Big Hammer. To the point where Prince Lore's damage output is probably basically doubled. And that's an important thing I want to point out about that menuing. One of the things, if you pay very close attention, that Pop is doing is he's switching armor back and forth between his armor, between the magic armor and the Cloak of Evasion on Prince Canon. But what he did after acquiring the Thunder Sword was an item equipment trick to redraw the order of items in his inventory. When you go to select items in battle, the cursor always starts on the very first item in your inventory, and by equipping the Thunder Sword and nothing else, and then checking his inventory and then re-equipping everything back, his armor, that forces the Thunder Sword to be the very first item in Prince Loreja's bag. So the Thunder Sword, in addition to being basically the most powerful attack power weapon that we're getting our hands on, can also be used as an item in battle to do basically the Bolt Staff effect, which is the Boggy spell, Infernos, which can be pretty powerful. By doing that equipment trick, this means that when we do want to use the Thunder Sword as an item in battle, it's very, very easy and quick to do. And we're going to use it a bunch near the end of the game as we do the level grind. We're going to do the same trick with the Shield of Strength for Prince Canok to have that be his first item so that he can use that over and over and over again really easily without us having to look for it. And the Wizard Staff is the first item in Princess Moonbrook's inventory for the same reason. Other versions, yes, do get this version of this game. Excuse me, do use the Sword of Destruction. NES, the original NES version, typically. Oh, Hagu, hang on. Oh, Hagu-chan runs away. Papa's doing a bit of a frame manipulation technique to guarantee scoring hits on the Metal Babbles, but the frame manipulation does not help the Metal Babble run away or not. We're still just get lucky there. But if a Metal Babble does not run away twice, we're guaranteed to kill it. Metal Babbles make a huge difference, as right now Pop's very, very low level, but gaining 10,000 experience would get him ahead of level. He will try to climb up Roan at this level, but it's really scary. Like, the fact that Prince Canok is still only level 13 is shocking. Like, Moonbrook is level 10. Those are very, very low levels. Alright, so anyway, back to the Sword of Destruction. Yeah, the NES version does use the Sword of Destruction. That's because they use a glitch in that called the Falcon Sword of Destruction that lets him get the attack power of the Sword of Destruction and the double hit property of the Falcon Sword at the same time, while also not having the deficit of the curse. It has to do with the Rubus Charm thing and the fake Middenhall Castle. But yeah, we can't do that glitch in this version. So the Sword of Destruction it's great if we get one because you can sell it for a big pile of money and buy more Shields of Strength, but as an item, no, we're not going to be equipping the Sword of Destruction, unfortunately. Alright, so that detour that we just finished up there, Pop got the Roto's armor. So, unfortunately, it does not have the special healing property that it did in Dragon Quest 1. So we saw there, it recovered HP when we moved around. It doesn't do that in this version. But it does reduce incoming fire damage attacks, whether that be from Fireball, Firebane, or any Fire Breath attacks from monsters by 25%. It also does protect us from, well, it protects Prince Lorasia only from the damaging barrier tiles. If I walk over barrier tiles right now, Prince Canok and Princess Moonbrook will still take damage, but, or I'll have to cast Step Guard. Spoiler alert, we don't have Step Guard yet. I believe Canok earns Step Guard at level 17. So, no, we're going to be suffering from the barrier tiles just a bit longer. Pop grabbed some extra gold there. And I wonder if he's going to make the detour to the left for the Death Shield, or if he's just going to try and climb at this level. This is like the exact square where I don't know which way he's going to go. Okay, Moonbrook reached level 11. Lottery ticket drop, he's throwing that away. Okay, looks like he's climbing up. I mean, he's got a lot of... Pop's gotten a lot of item drops. I'm pretty sure he got an iron helmet earlier, so I don't think he needs the Shinigami no Tate, the Death Shield. You only get that to sell for extra money if your money's been tight. But he should have plenty of gold to get his Shield of Strength. Shields of Strength are 21,500 gold, and it's kind of what we've been putting money away in the vault for. By setting aside our money in the vault, even if we get killed in this dungeon, we'll keep the vault gold. Pop's just looking for some extra encounters there, a little more experience, but he's also kind of, I think, hoping to look for the Metal Babble, Liquid Metal Slime. Killing one of those awards about 10,000 experience. Like I said, killing one it's like 30% chance to kill one, too. It's not bad at all. Okay, so Pop has to walk a very specific route on that floor to avoid stepping in the pitfalls, and he's going to need to go a specific pathway on this floor in order to reach the end of the cave. But the monsters from this point on are, especially at this level, extremely powerful. Nothing worked well for Pop on that first turn, and now he's trying to run away. That didn't work, so now he's going to die. Was that the same encounter? Pound for pound, that's one of the most nefarious battles that you could fight right there. It's even the dragon and not the berserker. Like the berserker, killer machine plus mage vampires plus berserker is bad enough, but swap the berserker for a dragon? That's at this level nearly impossible to kill those monsters. Pop tried to use, I think, Surround on the killer machine, and it didn't work. That's 85%, and that didn't work, so... Not saying, you know, things would have turned out way better if Surround had worked, but at least he would have been able to fight. Surround whiffed, and there was nothing else to do except try and run away. And that didn't work, so... Oh well. The important thing to know here is that even if Pop enters the cave and wipes out, he's still technically making progress. The eventual gatekeeper for the run, for us to finish this run, really is earning experience points. We want to earn more experience points efficiently at different parts of the game, but in order to get to a more dangerous, well, a more lucrative part of the game in terms of experience points, we need to get a little stronger first. Specifically, Prince Cannock in the middle needs to gain 4 more levels and reach level 18. He learns the Firebane spell at level 18. And if you're familiar with the Firebane spell from the original NES version, you might be asking, like, why is Firebane a big deal? That spell, it's not that good. It's way more powerful in this version. In the original NES version, I believe it really is just the Fireball spell, but on everybody at once. In this version, it hits all monsters at once, and the damage is 3 to 4 times higher than that. It does like 50 to 65 or something like that. It does way more damage. Firebane is actually a very good spell in this game. So reaching level 18 and learning it is very important, as it is a linchpin for a lot of strategies we're going to use to earn experience at the end of the game. But we're gonna need to get to that point first. So as Pop works to climb this cave and reach the save point on the other side, each time he fails, he's still defeating monsters and earning experience and getting closer and closer to level 18. Each time he comes in here and levels up a little bit, it gets just that much easier for him to make progress as well. So it's it's in his best interest to, you know, continue to make attempts at this, even though it's not a great chance. He's going to continue to earn experience points and make it a little bit closer every single time. Well, not necessarily make it a little closer every time, but he's going to be getting a little bit closer to his end goal every single time. But this is where it would be very helpful to kill that liquid metal slime, that metal babble that keeps running away. Right now, Princess Moonbrook is level 11. She earns very significant boosts to her agility at level 13, and then again at level 14. I believe she earns 5 agility at 13 and 6 agility at 14. Those particular increases to her agility make her turn order or initiative chance against the monsters around here much better. Right now, she's probably gonna go faster than most enemies in this region, but not a guarantee. Not something you want to wager on too often. But starting at level 13 and especially at level 14, you can actually start counting on her to go faster than those things. Not 100% guaranteed, but we're talking about going from like 60% to like 85%, or like 70% to like 90%, right? Those are big differences when it comes to playing the percentages, right? And ultimately, that's really boils down to what this particular run is all about. It's all about playing these percentages and all of these scenarios. Pop can't really guarantee the outcomes of any particular set of actions, set of decisions that he makes. He's just picking the things that are most likely to work, or the things that are going to work most often, right? Sometimes, things don't work, and there isn't a whole lot you can do about it, but other times, the situation really is won or lost based off of the moment-to-moment decisions you made. So, really understanding these encounters and optimizing the decisions at every different level is definitely really important. Okay, so Moonbrook reached level 12. That's helpful, but not super impactful. Like I said, 13 and 14 are going to be the big impact points for this part of the run in terms of improving safety. So some easier encounters here. One green dragon is not a bad fight at all. Oh, he still managed to catch the strong breath. If Pop is wanting to make progress and save at the shrine, then it's probably better that you get encounters like that are not dangerous, rather than worrying too much about getting encounters that are worth lots of experience points. Does he slow play with defend? Yep. Then he's gonna attack, and he chose heal. Sleep was probably what other thing he was thinking about. The Berserkers, much like the Headhunters, they look exactly the same. This is a little bit darker green one here. They also are guaranteed sleep, 100%. So in that case, with the Killer Machine and the Berserkers combined, Pop can put the Berserkers to sleep and focus on beating the Killer Machine. Killer Machine, we're going to see the Killer Machine a lot. That's one of the most powerful random monsters here. By himself, he's not especially powerful, but he doesn't show up alone. He shows up with friends. And it's his friends that make him especially dangerous. Okay. So, Killer machines are bad enough on their own. Mage Vampirus, well, they don't really do anything on their own. But when you combine the two of them, and the Mage Vampirus starts sapping your defense power before the Killer Machine just starts carving you up, that's when it gets really bad, right? So that's why it's really important to have Moonbrook be leveled up so that she can have high agility and you can have the best chances in those situations, those best decisions that you can want to make. So we made it to the overworld. Pop is getting close to the save shrine that's in Rome. Not there yet though. It's still a dangerous trip from here to there. There's 2 encounter zones, this weaker zone that has things like Cyclops and Silver Devils, the Silver Baboons, and a stronger encounter zone that's going to have things like Gigantus and the Gold Baboons, the Devil Lords. Both regions do have blizzards though. Blizzards are pretty scary. That's lowering the party's defense power. With Surround lowering the accuracy of the Cyclops, that makes the defense power reduction that the Blizzard did a little less dangerous, but still noteworthy. Pop able to clear that fight and get to... Oh. Oh no. Okay, everything's fine. Don't worry, everything's fine. Oh man, like a tile and a half from the shrine. Dying there would have been so sad. But now we made it. Everything's good. So this save point here in Roan is really special. In addition to being a save point, obviously, it's also a free revive in. So every time you talk to that priest there, everyone in your party is healed up to full HP and MP and revived if they were dead. So Pop's saved at the shrine. That's one of the important checkpoints for this section. There's still a couple more things that Pop's going to want to look to do, though. He's going to want to get all of his money together and purchase that Shield of Strength. He's also needing to head back out to the overworld to get Rubus's Charm at some point. He'll probably do those 2 things together. It's convenient to buy your shield on the way as you're passing through Buran and then heading out to the overworld. So he'll probably do that. But as I mentioned before, in order to get experience more efficiently in Hargon's Castle, which is where we want to be grinding, we really need to get we really want to get to level 18 on Prince Canok, our character in the middle. So we've got about level and a half, 2 levels to go. The levels we're going to probably have, ideally we end up being level 20, level 18, and then level 15. Oh, Killer plus Blizzard plus Silver Devil. Pop's fighting it. Wow. Wow, Rukanan went after everything. That was really bad luck. Well, I'll just run away. Fighting his way through some Silver Devils and some more Cyclops here. Pop's probably trying to head back into the cave. The cave is actually a little bit easier to earn experience points at this particular level. The thing that gets a little bit iffy for fighting on the overworld is most of the things are okay. The issue is the killer plus blizzard combo. Killer machines and blizzards are both extremely high priority threats, so there isn't enough time to deal with both of them. Alright, so Pop's gonna focus on gaining a little more XP before he heads back. Oh. He still clears the encounter, but... If he has this leaf, he will use it, right? Ah, yes, good. Okay. Prince Lore was killed in that battle, but he went ahead and used his leaf to revive at that spot, which is fine. That'll help him continue to level grind here rather than having to leave and come back. Basically back. A little bit scary with the Rukanen there, yeah. Unfortunately, Princess died this time. And we don't have access to getting more than one leaf, so reviving is out of the question. It's too bad that we couldn't get more value out of the leaf there, but these things happen. Pop would have gone to the overworld to get Rubus's charm, and would get another leaf conveniently there. So using one to continue grinding there is definitely very smart, but like I said, it's just a kind of unfortunate bad luck that he immediately died in the very next battle too. But it's more just like, oh well, we didn't get good value out of that. It's kind of like no harm. It only could have benefited, and it really didn't much, but looks like Pop's going onto the overworld now. Going back through to Buran. At the shrine, by taking that gate twice, you end up back here in Buran. So, like I said, he should be gearing up to get, yep. So, let's see, with the big hammer that he sell, all the Vault Gold, and I think there's an iron helmet. Yep. Okay. Like I said, it's 21,500 gold, so Pop's on. He's got enough money here for his Shield of Strength. This is a much better defense power shield than the leather shield for Cannock, but also importantly, it can be used as an item in battle to immediately heal the user. It's basically the heal more effect, and it can be used an unlimited number of times for no MP. This is super helpful, and it lets us keep our character's HP topped off very efficiently, but it does have a couple of disadvantages. Notably that if you're going to use the Shield of Strength, you're still putting yourself in some degree of danger sometimes, as you can't guarantee you're using it when you go to use it, like if you're going to be first or second in battle or whatever, right? But also, similar to the Hat of Happiness, it creates a very interesting dynamic where you can only use it as an item in battle to accomplish this effect. So, similar to the Hat of Happiness, where MP is cheaper, or MP spells are cheaper in battle, MP-wise. Healing can be free in battle, but there's still a monster there, like attacking us potentially, right? So there's a fair bit to weigh when it comes to using the shield. It's not just like use it all the time, no matter what kind of thing. It's a little bit more nuanced than that, but I do like that there is this kind of dynamic where trying to heal yourself in the middle of battle is sometimes more efficient. But other times it's like, well, I really just need to kill something, so let's kill something and heal outside of battle. If you've been paying close attention to how the game works, if you think about it, now that I'm going to point this out, it actually takes a fair bit of time to open the field menu and heal a character through there, right? You have to open the menu, you have to select the spell, and then the screen flashes for a few seconds, and then the text scrolls by that says the character recovered. In battle, spells and abilities and things like that are much faster to accomplish as well. So it's more efficient, but it's also faster to heal in the middle of battle as well, from a time perspective. And that's been true the entire run, but now that we're dealing with these tools that are also these efficiency plays in addition to these speed plays, I think it's even more important to understand kind of how helpful those tools really are. Hey there, Live Kid. Doing well. The run's going well so far, I would say. We're at Hagu 0, unfortunately. Beat up a couple of times in Roan, but if we all had a nickel for every time when somebody struggled in Roan, then I think we'd all be very wealthy. That would be a lot of nickels. So yeah, before we head into the final section here, we're just gonna get a little bit more experience. So it's probably about a level and a half out. Pop's taking care of everything else that he wants to do, though. He's got his Shield of Strength. He's got Rubus's Charm. He went and grabbed another World Leaf while he was out there. And I think he timed the sequence those things really carefully too. He went to do grinding until he used his leaf, then he went to go through Baran and get his shield so he could use the shield for the grind. It's like, well, if I'm not going to have a leaf, then let's go get a shield. I mean, he went and got his leaf while he was sailing on the ocean, of course, but he won't use the leaf again in this grind. At least I wouldn't expect him to. Ideally, he won't need it, as he gets a little bit stronger here. Just a little bit more fighting, and Princess Moonbrook's level will go up one more time, and that'll make things a lot easier. Okay, Green Dragons award a lot of experience, but this is a particularly strong battle that, yeah, could put him in a little bit of danger. Yeah, and as I predicted, he's not using World Leaf this time. Yeah, struggling a little bit here, but like I said, that is pretty common. The enemies are particularly powerful, and just completing a couple more encounters will definitely make it a lot easier for for Pop moving forward. Yeah, welcome in. This is getting near the end of Dragon Quest II. We're at the actual physical end of the game, but our party members are not yet strong enough to defeat Hargon. We're going to need to spend quite a bit of time making ourselves more powerful. In this version, our quest to level up really is about reaching the end of the game as quickly as possible and earning our experience points there. So, just a little bit stronger, like I said, and we'll get what we need. Then we can go to the more advanced level grind and really kind of kick off the final stretch of the game. All in all, I'd say there's about an hour left of this particular run, even though we're at the end of the game. Like I said, physically, our party members are not strong enough to defeat Hargon. Typically speaking, the route that we play for Dragon Quest II Super Famicom version is to defeat Hargon and Shido with Prince Cannock reaching level 25. At level 25, Prince Cannock learns the revive spell, Zauriku, and in this version, it's actually is legit Kazing. It's a full revive, always works, revives the target with 100 HP, 100% HP, excuse me, and can be used in the middle of battle. So, it's basically like unlimited World Tree leaves, but tied to my MP instead, tied to Cannock's MP instead, right? So, what's going to end up happening, especially for the final battle against Shido, is everyone else in the party's probably going to die a bunch of times, especially Princess Moonbrook. She's going to die, like, I don't know, 10, 15 times in that battle. If things are going a little slow, she dies a lot. But as long as Prince Cannock in the middle is alive and kicking, then you're winning. Everyone else can die a bunch of times. It's actually, you know, as I was thinking about, one of the things I find kind of interesting or kind of cute, hey, nice guy, about this run is that Prince Cannock actually becomes a legit hero for the speedrun. He becomes the most important character at the very end of the game. Not only because like defeat is super powerful and helping us finish our level grind, but then the actual battle with the final bosses, Cannock is the most useful, most important part. Ooh, that miss. Dragons are surprisingly nimble. Ow, double sleep miss. This fight is getting a little out of hand. Pop thinking carefully about what he wants to do here. You can tell this situation is really complicated. Pop has to pause and think about what he wants to do. He's so good at this game that he makes decisions so quickly that even I'm having trouble following some of them sometimes. But when he has to, you know, give himself a couple of beats to think about what to do, like that was a very dangerous situation. There were probably 2 or 3 things that happened there that if he had done anything differently, it would have not worked out. But instead, Green Dragons award tons of experience for this part, and we're definitely trying to earn those points. So, coming on top of that battle. This is also getting a little dangerous, but going for the aggressive play will get rid of the dragons at least. Sleep. Wow. Wow, another tense battle there where I'm kind of holding my breath a little bit. Dragon Quest II is definitely not giving Pop the easy way out for this part of the game. The easy way out is to simply kill a Metal Babble or two, and you never even really have to do this part of the game at all. We're already level 18. But not only is Pop having to do this level grind here to get Firebane, which can be very hard, he's having some very tough fights too. Both in terms of the degree of difficulty from the encounter mix, but also what's been happening in these individual battles has not been making it easy. Okay, great. There we go. We got our new Firebane spell at level 18. Pop is probably going to aim to earn about 3,000 to 4,000 more experience points. This will kick Prince Lore up to level 20 and Princess Moonbrook up to level 15. Both characters get a pretty significant increase to their max HP pool from their respective levels. And while those are not strictly required to move forward from here, it can be actually pretty helpful. Just those few extra hit points on Lore can make it quite the difference in the white ground, because that's typically what happens. You very quickly level up, so if you are wandering around towards Hargon's castle at level 19 Lore, it's A, not going to be for a sustained period of time, and B, well, you'll probably feel it. The Gigantus in particular, just having those few hit points extra, yeah. Kind of important. Hugachan? Nope. Even though he's accompanied by the healer slimes, there's still a way for us to manipulate killing the liquid metal slime in that encounter. It has to do with the AI of the heal slime not healing the liquid metal slime unless it has exactly one hit point left. Basically, if you manipulate 2 hits on the first turn, then you can guarantee that the liquid metal slime has either 2 or 3 remaining hit points. So they spawn with either 4 or 5 hit points. Oh, ambushed. Terrible. That's gonna be a kick back to the shrine. I think Pop will go from here. He's probably had enough grinding over there, and he's ready to move on. 999. Yeah, he needs about 1,000 XP to level up, which is not very many monsters. 2 or 3 maybe. But 1 Arc Demon gives more than that, right? Okay, now we've officially entered into what we'll call like the final stretch of the game. This is the true end game of Dragon Quest II. And as I said, we're going to need to reach level 25 on Prince Cannock in order to win the game. And that's 7 levels from now. So we're going to aim to earn about 6.5 of those experience levels before we progress forward. And we're going to get that last half level that we need along the way, fighting some of the bosses. So the best way to earn experience points in this game, especially once, well, particularly once we reach this level here, the best place to earn experience in this game is going to be on the 2nd floor of Hargon's castle. the monsters have a very good balance of manageable and good experience value, right? So we could fight monsters here on the overworld, but they're actually quite powerful. Blizzards especially have Zaraki, which is the defeat spell, and there's no avoiding the possibility that one or more of my characters might just instantly drop dead to that. In addition, Gigantus are quite powerful. Archdemons plus friends, those encounters, they're just not very reliable to fight. They award tons of experience, sure, but we can't beat them consistently. They kill us more often than we kill them, pretty much. So rather than fight stuff on the overworld, we fight stuff inside of Hargon's castle instead. So rather than blizzards, there are flames, which are a lot weaker in terms of like being able to handle because they go to sleep, because they die in one hit. The strong breath hurts, sure, but it's not Zaraki. It doesn't instantly kill you. We can find Archdemons there, but they only ever show up alone, so much more manageable. And the green dragons that show up and ambushed by Archdemon. That's rude. Oh, we're going back. Oh, rough. The green dragons in particular award a lot of experience for how easy they are to beat at this point. Firebane and attack magic in general hits dragons 100% of the time, and Firebane does a lot of damage. Firebane combined with the Thunder Swords on use effect, that'll do a lot of damage, and sometimes even just kill dragons outright. So our goal really is to get into the castle and learn our experience there. But this actually creates a very, very unique and interesting dynamic to what happens to earn this experience. This really is one of the most complicated experience grinds that you really could have. If we're grinding on the second floor of Hargon's castle, the biggest obstacle for that is what we're doing right here. The overworld in between here and Hargon's castle is filled with extremely deadly monsters. There's a reason we don't level grind out here, because the monsters here are too powerful. So just getting to the castle is, in and of itself, not trivial. It's actually quite challenging to do that. This means, however, that we want to go to the castle and we want to stay in the castle. We don't want to go back to the shrine, because then we have to walk through this overworld again, and the monsters are just way too strong. So we want to get to the castle and we want to stay in the castle. But that means we really can't afford to have any of our party members die. Because if somebody dies, that means we've got to leave the castle and then revive them and come back. That's not good. And we also don't want to run out of MP. Because if we run out of MP and we can't fight monsters anymore, then same thing, we have to leave and come back. This is what our resources really are for, these things that we've been collecting and bringing to the end of the game so far. We do have a World Tree Leaf, and we will use that if we need to, if we get into a bad situation, in order to revive and keep fighting. That's going to, in most cases, be a lot better than leaving and coming back. But the other thing is about our MP. Rather than leave and recover MP at the shrine, we can use our wizard rings, and that's really what these things are actually secretly for, is to facilitate earning experience faster. The more time we spend inside the castle grinding monsters in the castle, the more experience points we're going to earn, the faster we're going to get that experience earned, and the sooner we can finish this game up. That's the goal of speedrunning, right? I think so. Okay, great. When we get here to Hargon's castle, it looks like Laurasia Castle, and it's actually not. It's an illusion with Hargon's magic. He's made it look like that, but it's not that at all. Rubus's charm helps break the illusion, and then using the Eye of Malroth lets us get up here to the second floor. This is going to be our hangout spot. The monsters will come in a bunch of different combinations and formations, but there are 5 different possible enemies that can appear here. We'll go over all these monsters really quickly since we're going to fight them for a while. First up is Killer Machine. We've been seeing lots of Killer Machine, but to go over really quickly, Killer Machine has max HP of 72 to 90 hit points. Is immune to almost all types of magic, except for the defense spell will always lower his defense power, and the surround spell frequently works, but not all the time. Killer Machine will frequently choose double attack, and I think 75% his AI selects double attack. And any monster that selects double attack as part of their AI always hits the same character twice with both hits. So that's pretty dangerous. So 75% of the time the Killer Machine does a double attack, 24% of the time the Killer Machine does a single attack, and 1% of the time the Killer Machine does a critical hit, a brutal hit that does approximately 100 points of damage that ignores defense power. It's basically a one-shot kill unless that character happens to be defending. As we level up, there are HP thresholds where Prince Laurasia can actually survive, but it doesn't leave you in a good place. It's very rare that the Killer Machine will do that, but when he does, yeah, it's not nice. Next up is the Green Dragons. Green Dragons are probably the best thing that we want to see. They get 480 experience points apiece and are generally pretty easy to defeat. They're 100% susceptible to damage magic, especially Fire Bane, which does a lot of damage. But that includes things like the Thunder Sword and the Boggy spell. Dragons, if you use the sleep spell on them, go to sleep 60% of the time. Otherwise, the dragons are not particularly fast, and starting from a couple levels from now, our party members are actually probably going to go faster than dragons. The main thing we want to watch out for, in addition to dragons having a particularly powerful physical attack, they can do 2 types of breath attacks, a weak breath attack and a strong breath attack. The strong breath attack does about 45 damage before reduction effects. Of course, it's being reduced 25% on Prince Laurasia thanks to Roto's armor, and it's being reduced by 50% on Princess Moonbrook courtesy of the Water Flying. Prince Cannock, however, takes full damage from that fire breath, all the fire breaths. So that's something to watch out for. We're taking a lot of damage, but getting healed just in time. Okay, the Flame is the next monster that I'll talk about. The Flame is similar to the Dragon in the sense that its main thing that it does that's dangerous is the strong breath attack. But unlike the Dragon, which goes to sleep 60% of the time, Flame is the easiest monster in this area to put to sleep at 85%. Flame's basic attack does basically nothing, but they can also use their turn to try and summon help, which will call more flames to the battle. This isn't even all that bad. Killing more flames just means we get more XP. So flames are generally easy to neutralize with sleep early. They also die in 1 hit, so they're pretty easy to brush aside. Devil Lord, the Gold Baboon, is one of the most diverse and interesting enemies in this region. The Gold Baboon has the Firebane spell and fire breath attacks, but also a pretty powerful physical attack and can double attack. For people who are familiar with the NES this version. Gold Baboon can use the sacrifice spell, but in this version the AI only selects sacrifice if the monster is below 1/8 of its max HP. So in this case, only a critically wounded Gold Baboon will even have a chance at casting sacrifice. The Devil Lords, the Gold Baboons, they are 85% vulnerable to stop spell and 60% vulnerable to sleep. So in this case, we can generally avoid sacrifice with stop spell. Once they're stop spell, even if they do cast sacrifice, it won't work. It'll just be blocked. And they also have the poison breath, but that really just drains MP after a battle. It doesn't really do anything. In fact, in some situations, it can be pretty nice to see if poison breath instead of a double physical. And the last enemy that we can potentially encounter here is the Archdemon. The Archdemon, when he shows up here in Hargon's Castle, only ever shows up alone. He's a very powerful enemy with the exploded spell, strong fire breath, and high damage output on his physical attacks. And as an interesting property, Archdemon always spawns with 100% of his maximum HP in this version, which is 230 hit points. So they're definitely tanky too. They go to sleep at about 60% rate. Stop spell also works about 60% rate. And that's kind of the monsters here of Hargon's Castle. Conan is level 20. That's pretty good. One important thing that's going to happen is the next time Prince Lore gains a level, his 22nd level, he gets a very big boost of agility, and this causes some of our battle tactics to change a little bit. Once Lore is a little bit faster, we can not guarantee, but we can kind of try and count on him to go a little faster against dragons and playing a more aggressive line against them. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna spend about, I would say 15 to 20 minutes getting Prince Sama from level 20 to level 23. While it's going to mostly be focused on just this particular area, fighting the same 5 enemies or so. Like I said, they come in so many different combinations, and all of these battles really are, I have to stress this, like, pretty dangerous. One misstep or a few things breaking in the wrong way really do mean that party members start dying, and then that means we get ejected out of here. The more time we can spend in here focused on level grinding, killing dragons and stuff like that, the faster we level up, and the more times we die in here and have to come back, the worse it is, just because of how easy it is to die in overworld trying to get here. So there are a bunch of different variables that go into every single decision in each different moment. You really are trying to balance. Well, the most obvious thing is you don't want to die. You don't want to have any of your characters die, because that is really hard to recover from that. You have one world tree leaf, and using your leaf and having to go get another one is a very big time commitment. So, having characters die is a very big problem. But as you start to, I think, develop your skills in this section a little bit more, I feel like, at least this was my experience, I felt like I stopped dying so often, but I was wasting a lot of resources and time. I just wasn't doing anything very quickly, right? To really optimize this section means being more efficient with your MP, so you don't need to use the prayer rings as much. Pop's starting to use his wizard rings now to recover MP. Remember what I said, is each time you use it, it has a small chance of breaking. And once they break, then we can't use them anymore, and we're we're stuck recovering our MP by leaving the old-fashioned way, which we don't want to do, right? So, on one hand, you can just, you know, think about it in terms of your luck and be like, oh, well, my rings were just not lucky or something like that. But if you're more efficient with your resources, then you won't have to use the ring as often. That same number of uses will last you longer because you've been more efficient. But you don't want to be too efficient, because if you try and cut some corner and then somebody dies, well, it's worse. So maybe I'm not explaining that point quite as clearly as maybe it is in my head. I guess there are three things that we're trying to balance in order to optimize this section of the game. One, our party's survival. Two, our resource efficiency. And three, the encounter clear speed itself. We want to kill monsters quickly, but we want to kill them safely, but we want to kill them efficiently. And sometimes killing something quickly means taking a little bit of a risk. Sometimes doing something a little bit faster means being a little less efficient. Sometimes being a little bit more efficient means taking a small risk. Yeah, there's layers, and you get to make, as the runner, a lot of decisions about how to approach those situations. And you learn a lot about precisely where those lines are. What's a safe decision and what's not a safe decision, because you really do feel rewarded for cutting all those little well, I don't want to say cutting corners, but like, you know, trying to capture all of those little optimizations in each encounter. But when you go a little too far, the punishments can be pretty severe. So here we got the 3 devil fight. This is where it's going to get really scary. Turn orders did not play out super well there. Okay. Pop responding quickly while they're asleep to heal himself back up. Nice. This should be a clear. He's just working on optimizing. His HP and MP at the end of the fight. The same thing is true with the healing items, like the prayer rings. It's faster to use a prayer ring from your inventory in the middle of a battle than it is to open the field menu and use a prayer ring. So that's just one more layer of this whole endgame onion that we've got. It's like, well, I want to make sure I have enough MP to clear the next battle safely, but I don't want to use the ring too early because, well, if I'm not going to get value out of it, I risk breaking it for nothing. But I want to use it in the middle of battle, but I don't want to wait too long, so it's almost as though, I guess, like, for me, I have 2 different MP thresholds that I want to maintain. One's in the middle of battle and one's outside of battle, I think. So if I get the opportunity to restore MP in the middle of battle when I have 15 MP, then I might take that opportunity. But if I have 15 MP and I finish a battle, I probably won't heal. But if I was down to 10, then I probably would. You're trying to be a little proactive, but not too proactive. So this is a pretty choreographed routine there that Pop has for dealing with the Arc Demon there. he preemptively casts Heal More onto Princess Moonbrook, even though she's at full health, under the anticipation that the Archdemon is going to hit her, and that'll give you an opportunity to try again the following turn. But it's pretty common that what happened in the first fight happens is where Explode It weakens your party a lot, and then it falls asleep. So from there, he can heal a little bit, lower its defense power, and then finish healing, and then everything is kind of optimized. Both in terms of how quickly he can defeat it, but also ending the encounter with optimal, HP and MP. Okay, another level up. This time for Prince Loreja. So our first major milestone here on this grind from here on is going to be Prince Canok reaches level 23. So we've got about like a level and a half to go to get there. Once Canok reaches level 23, he learns a new spell, Zaraki. This is the defeat spell. And defeat is actually pretty effective at a couple of the enemies in this area. Most notably, it is 60% effective on flames, and it is 85% effective on green dragons. Wow, this thing is... There it goes. Oh, right, it got stop spelled. Okay. Okay. Probably just 2 or 3 more encounters for the next level up on. It's Conan here in the middle. Oh, the dragons didn't even see. Oh, that's interesting. He played no boggy. I actually like that. That costs 3 MP and animates the slowest. He can see how many he kills and then probably pivot to the wizard staff or the thunder sword again. That's a nice little optimization. A reverse situation here. He'll focus on putting the flames to sleep as they have a high probability of going to sleep, while he focuses on killing the dragon. Okay. Still cruising along here. Three Flame is an interesting encounter where we can see some of the rules behind targeting that our characters do. It's kind of a subtle way of how it's working, but there's some specific rules when, let's say, for instance, like a group of three flames like that, when you tell Lore to attack a group of three flames, which one does he attack and why? Well, in this case, because Prince Loresia is very, very strong, when he's fighting a group of flames, he looks at flames and goes, I'm really strong and I can kill a flame in one hit. So he evaluates all three of the flames in the formation, and he picks the one that has the most remaining hit points. He can actually tell. Like, I don't have that information as the player, but he knows which one has more HP left. And he deliberately picks the one that has more HP because he's very strong. Most of the time, your party members actually pick the target with the fewest remaining hit points. And that's kind of how the game works to get everybody cooperating on the same enemy. But with the three flame formation, it becomes interesting because Laura's really strong and says, I can kill a flame in one hit, and he goes after the stronger flames. But Prince Canok, with his light sword, is a little weaker and says, I can't kill a flame in one hit, and he starts attacking one that has fewer hit points. So you can actually guarantee that Lore will kill two flames while on his own, while Prince Canok focuses on beating one flame on his own. So they actually like split up a little bit, and it ends up working out perfectly for us. That we can defeat three flames guaranteed in 2 turns by telling both of them to attack twice. They'll never attack the same targets. Well, I guess unless Prince Canok were to crit his and kill it in one hit, but you wouldn't need him to attack on the second turn. And I guess that's another tiny point I can also bring up too, is that it's oftentimes the case where defending is a faster play than attacking is. When Prince Thama attacks something and you get the little flashing animation. A monster flashes for about 2 seconds before damage is actually applied. So every time your character swings a weapon and you didn't actually need to, you lose a little bit of time. Sometimes you don't know if you're going to need that damage or not. So sometimes you swing just to be safe, and other times, well, you don't. Hope it just works. Hoping things just work in this game is a dangerous proposition, though. Okay. Excellent. 4 dead dragons is a big pile of XP. And we must be getting very close to our next level up on Conan, which is Crinkle time. Oh, there's another one. Okay, so as we get a little bit closer to our goal here, remember that goal actually technically is going to be the specific experience threshold we want is we want Prince Canoc's total experience earned to be 128,150. What this will mean is that after we defeat the first 2 bosses in the boss rush, Atlas and Pazuzu, if we've earned at least 128,150 XP, then defeating those 2 enemies will award us with enough XP to make sure that Prince Canoc reaches level 25 after defeating Pazuzu. He'll reach level 25 and he'll learn the revive spell right then, just in time for when we need it, those final 3 battles. We'll of course cover those battles with Hargon's lieutenants once we get ready to make that climb. We still got another 5 to 10 minutes worth of grinding to get all the XP, and Pop might also elect to save the game and recover his resources. He might do part of the rush and then come back. A good benefit, I guess, in this game as we get to the end of the game, once we defeat the bosses inside of Hargon's castle, they do not respawn. So we can, for instance, defeat some of the bosses, leave, save our game, and then come back, and they'll still be gone. So that can be a really helpful way to set things up as well. Depending on what happens as Pop starts to do the boss rush, if things are going well, he might just go and try and wrap it all up in one go. If things aren't going well, or if he has to leave because things have gone really poorly, then he can come finish what he's working on and then come back and pick up pretty much right where he left off. Stop spell, that's good. Sleep not working, but okay, yep. So we've got Zauriku, or excuse me, we have Zaraki. We don't have Zauriku yet. That's revived. Zaraki, we have defeat. So we can see we just instant killed one of the dragons. It makes that fun little crinkly sound, which is why we affectionately refer to it as crinkle time. The other really powerful thing about defeat, which, by the way, as a reminder, is 85% effective on those green dragons, is that I was just talking about the attack animation for basic attacks. There is no animation for defeat. The monster disappears, we get the little crinkle crinkle sound, and then we get experience. That's it. There's no time in between. So that's really what makes defeat so powerful. While we still have 2 levels to go, or a level and a half to go on our level grind. Excuse me. While we still have like a level and a half or so to go on our level grind, it's going to go way faster than the other levels did. Its encounter quality really has a big say in it, sure, but every time we see green dragons, especially big groups of green dragons, oh yeah, we're firing Zaraki at them, and we're trying to collect that XP quickly. Let's go. Let's get it done. There we go. That's what we're talking about. more. Tasty. All right, more random item drops that we don't need at this point. If we do collect a big pile of gold, we can purchase more shields of strength. While we can't equip one on Princess Moonbrook, she can still use one as an item in battle for free healing, or we can give it to Prince Laurasia as well, and he can use it for free healing. He can equip it, sure, but the Roto shield is better, so there would be no reason to equip it. Dangerous fight here. Okay. All right. Excellent. Nice Kaishin. Just as a heads up, for everybody watching and following along with the show so far, my name is Sumdiener. I've been commentary for the Roto Relay for Popson up to this point, but I am unfortunately not going to be able to stay all the way through the rest of this run and through the next part of it. So I'm going to be hanging out for just a few more minutes, but I've got my very good friend Lavkian is going to come in. He's going to also help provide commentary both for the conclusion of this run as well as for Dragon Quest III, which is the next game. So Lavkian is an experienced Dragon Quest III runner and absolutely leaving you in good hands. So, yeah. So, question in the chat about the balance. Yes, we've been talking about it throughout the run, but yes, this version is quite a bit rebalanced. As a general rule of thumb, our characters are a little bit more powerful, monsters are a little less powerful, spells and abilities are a little bit more powerful, just across the board on both sides, I feel. The turn order in battle is much more reliable, and when it comes to, having high agility actually means you're more likely to go first, instead of it just being like, whatever, a suggestion. I mean, it's always a little bit of a suggestion. It's Dragon Quest, so turn order. Right? But, okay. Alright, so Pop's moved over to this part of the, Oh, no, not at all. It's definitely like an ongoing thing throughout the whole run about the differences. A big notable difference is our final boss rush here. None of our bosses know heal all. I take that back. One of them knows heal all. How could I forget?
One of them definitely knows heal all.
One of them definitely knows heal all. But it's not Hargon, and it's surely not Shido. It's not Malroth. They took away Malroth's heal all, and they just gave him 7 times as much HP. Okay. It looks like Pop is wrapping up the grind here. He's probably just got a little bit more XP to go, maybe a couple more encounters, and then he's going to move on to the final bosses. Or he might also save the game and recover his resources at some point. I imagine he probably just progresses, at least to start. If I can go over just the bosses really quickly, as we get prepared for them. The first boss, there's 3 mini bosses that we've got to fight before we can get to Hargon. The first one, Atlas, is a pure physical attacker who does double attacks every single turn. Once we buff our defense power, it's usually a pretty straightforward battle, but those first 2 or 3 turns are really scary. The second guy is Bazuzu. Mostly has some spells, like status effect magic and some attack magic stuff, but usually what happens is Bazuzu falls asleep or gets killed by defeat, because both of those things can happen. And then the third mini-boss is Belial. Belial casts Explode It and has a strong fire breath, and he uses them over and over again. But once his HP falls below half, he's the one who might cast Heal All. And that really just kind of drags the fight forever. Well, not forever. Eventually he will die. And then after those 3, that'll leave just Hargon and Shido after that. So should just be a little bit more fighting, and Pop will be ready to start advancing up. One last time, I hope everybody is having a great time watching Dragon Quest RTA Marathon 2024. And I look forward to catching more of the event when I can, as well as being on the event on Sunday. So, but it is time for me to go. I'm going to go ahead and sign out myself here. So, one last time, I appreciate everybody watching, and enjoy more of the show.
Yo, Diener, man, thanks for putting in so much work doing commentary for people watching this Japanese speedrun. Go get some rest,
sure.
man.
I wish I could go get rest, and I didn't have other responsibilities that I had to do. That's why I'm leaving, right? If it was just going to sleep, no, I'd stay up and watch DQ3. I think you know how much I like that run.
Just a bit, just a little bit.
But no, I do have to sign out. So, like I said, yeah, I appreciate being on and providing commentary, and continue enjoying the show. Thanks, Liveken.
Thank you, Diener. Take care, man. All right, guys. Yeah, as Diener said, I'm very excited for the Dragon Quest 3 portion of this run. It looks like we just got... Okay. Are we getting... Yeah, it looks like we're going to hold on to that. Pop just got... right as we're transitioning over here, Pop just got a Sword of Destruction drop. Diener at one point earlier mentioned that Pop might be looking to get another Shield of Strength. I'm not sure if he's already done that or not, but if he hasn't, he should definitely have the money to do so now that he's gotten that second sword drop. I also just want to say now for anyone in chat who's listening, especially for this next run, Dragon Quest 3, since all these games are in Japanese, please don't be afraid to ask any questions at all about what's going on, because obviously with this game being in Japanese, it's very hard to tell what's going on. You know, Diener and I can read a little bit of Japanese. Pop himself obviously is Japanese, so we're here to like help you understand what's going on. So please feel free to ask any questions as we're going. But it looks like Pop has hit the amount of experience that he wants in order to start this boss rush. So we did get one fairly nasty encounter on that floor, but now starting from this floor, we will not be getting any more random encounters. The only encounters that we'll be getting from here to the end of the game are those mini bosses. What's up, Billy? Oh, Billy Bones, I am doing fantastic. I just woke up, been having some coffee, and once again, just very excited to be here with you guys and to do some commentary for these Dragon Quest runs. So yeah, first up here is going to be Atlas. Diener had briefly mentioned that this guy hits really, really hard. He hits twice. What we really hope is that he doesn't hit Conan in the middle twice before we can get increase off. But everything kind of worked out. We got increase off. We got Conan healed up. I think we should be okay from this point. Okay, good. Yeah, like I said, not the biggest Dragon Quest II runner, but that fight looked about as clean as you could expect. The second fight, Pazuzu, I did hear Diener talking about it a little bit. This usually ends up turning into a defeat war. You're gonna see here. First try we did it. Okay. So Prince Conan here in the middle slot getting Zaraki, which we've been spamming all through this grind. Zaraki or defeat actually does work on Pazuzu. Pazuzu himself also casts defeat, so you kind of get to these silly looking defeat wars from time to time. And now that the prince knows revive, we just revive the princess after that fight is over, and now we are fighting Belial, who I believe does know heal all. Hopefully we don't see that here. It looks like he's got his like strong physical attack. He's got Explodette, which he just used there for a pretty nasty amount of damage. But for the most part, this is pretty much... Oh, there's that heal all, so reset any damage counters up to this point. Now, in this fight and in the next couple of fights, you're probably going to see... You're going to see Nana on the right side of the party menu. You're going to see her die a lot. That's pretty much expected. And that's, you know, someone was asking, Kid Icarus was asking about the balancing between the remakes and the NES versions. Probably, I mean, you could point at any one difference and say it's like the biggest difference in the remake, but to me, like, the biggest difference in the remake is the fact that Revive actually works in combat, which it did not work in combat in the NES version. And so we rely on that. We lean on that heavily in this boss rush. I mean, you can see right now, we're not reviving the princess right now because there's really not a whole lot of reason to. There will be more reason to revive her in the final boss fight. And so basically, as long as Conan in the second slot is still alive, then we've still got a chance to win. So even if it looks like Pop is about to die, as long as Conan is still alive, then things haven't gone completely off the rails. And as Sundiner said before, even though Belial does have that heal all spell, I saw him use it once. I didn't see him use it twice, but we did eventually get through the fight. And now we are going to fight Hargon himself. Hargon can be pretty nasty. Bio-Billy Bones, I believe in every version of Dragon Warrior 2, Dragon Quest 2, what have you, I believe in every version the party member names are based on the name that you enter. So, for example, Pop's name here for the hero is She, and that generates the name Conan and Nana. You will always get the names Conan and Nana as long as you put in the name She for the main character. So there is a list of names. Yes, that is true. Linda is a name that sometimes comes up for the princess in Dragon Quest II. Here it looks like I believe we have Hargon's stop spell here, and so I think the only two options he has are attacking and Sweet Breath, or either that or he's just going really hard on the physicals, and that was a pretty clean fight as it goes. So we're going to get a little bit of a dying speech here from Hargon as he summons the Demon Lord Shido from the world beyond, or whatever. Actually, I have a quick question. Do we know if Pop's gonna sing for the credits? As we go, I'm curious if anybody knows if we're planning on having that happen. But now we're going into the final fight here with Shido. And yeah, this is gonna be a potentially really nasty fight. We've got this nasty flame breath here that he just did. He can cast increase, he can cast defense to lower our defense, and he can also punch really, really hard. The nasty, yeah. So there, he just did a double physical attack on Conan, which is the thing that we really, really don't want to see because again, so here the princess is dead, but that's okay. I do believe we got a surround up, and now, yeah, you're gonna see the princess dying a lot. You're gonna see the main character defending a lot, as really we need to be in a very specific setup before we can actually try to fight this boss. Done a little bit of damage already, but this fight can be a little bit touch and go here. Even the very experienced Pop here taking just about a second's hesitation to decide exactly how he wants to play this situation. But again, we do have plenty of MP here on both Conan and Nana. I do believe they both still have prayer rings as well, so no, shouldn't be any worries of them suddenly running out of MP. As again, we continue to spam all these spells in our setup here. Looks like Surround hasn't landed just... Oh, there we go. Now Surround has landed, so we do want Shido's physical attacks to hopefully miss every now and then. I believe at this point, if we get into a really solid situation, we could potentially be seeing Sleep or Explodette out of Nana to try to pile on that damage and really clean up this fight. It may be a minute before we stabilize to a point where Pop feels comfortable doing that. Right now, Shido's just been going really, really, really hard with these physical and flame breath attacks. He hasn't really been casting increase or decrease at all. Wind Bliss, this looks not good, but I promise that this is a situation that Pop's been in before. He does have those prayer rings. He's got ways of getting his MP back. In fact, he's going to have Conan use one of those prayer rings right now, just to make sure that he's able to keep up this revive chain. And yeah, so anytime you see those like blue circles around Shido on his turn, he's casting increase, which is actually pretty good for us, because he's anytime he's casting increase, he's not trying to actually kill us. Yeah, he's done a couple of defenses in a row here, which is fine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly what Countess said. As long as Conan in the middle slot here is still alive, then we haven't gone completely off the rails. I believe that Shido does not have any sort of regen, so every little bit of damage that we're managing to get out of Shi here, out of Prince of Maidenhall, it's all stacking up. And see here, Pop feels pretty comfortable about his spot in the fight, so he's casting Explodette for that little bit of extra damage here. And we did it, boys! Shido is dead. The luminaries of the legendary line have fulfilled their mission to defeat the evil Lord Hargon. And as it is tradition, there are lyrics that go with the credits to this song. So I suspect that Pop will be singing, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'll be keeping an ear out with the credits audio for him singing. And if not, then I'll talk a little bit about Dragon Quest III while those credits play out. But for the most part, for those of you who are around for Dragon Quest I, may have seen this. If you were not around for Dragon Quest I, one thing you may not know, if you're not familiar with the Japanese speedrunning community, is that Japanese speedruns always include the ending. They always go... The timing starts as soon as you turn on the console, and the timing stops as soon as you reach the end. And I want to say the ending for Dragon Quest II is something like 7 minutes long. So we still have a bit of time left before we start Dragon Quest III. But yeah, now we're just trying to take the shortest path back to Maidenhall Castle, because we do need to go talk to the king to actually trigger the end credits. In a lot of speedruns, this is where you would call time, as this would be the last input. But again, Japanese speedrun, we are going to watch the credits. Yeah, exactly, Deviant.
少年時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる今朝焼けの空を見上げてしきりにこの胸うずかせる The number of shoes that we want now is the same number as my dreams. Sometimes I lose them then search them and finally catch up my road, my journey continues endlessly as we repeat our meetings and partings now as my dreams burn furiously towards tomorrow, towards tomorrow I walk on 少年時代の見果てぬあの夢今でも心に抱き続けてる Now stop for a moment beneath the starry sky and embrace distant emotion traveling along with the still warm dreams, and all my shadow as companions, rain and wind, sunshine and the storms. All were my friends, my Lord, my journey continues endlessly as we repeat our meetings and partings. Now, as my dreams bound fearlessly towards tomorrow, towards tomorrow, I walk towards tomorrow, towards tomorrow. I walk on. GG ドラゴンクエスト2 Thank you.
That is, by the way, required under Japanese RTA rules. Just in case anyone was curious. All right, now, once Pop switches out his carts, I imagine any moment now we're going to be seeing Dragon Quest III popping up on our screen. Alrighty, so Dragon Quest III. This is a fantastic game. It is a fantastic speedrun. Anyone who has played the Game Boy Color version of this game will recognize this kind of waterfall sequence. What's happening right here is the Dragon Quest III remakes introduce this personality system which has a very slight effect on your starting stats as well as a large effect on your stat growth over time. And so this sort of waterfall spirit is asking some questions of the hero. And based on the way that you answer those questions, you get assigned a personality. We have, there is a sequence of yeses and nos that we can use to get this screen here with this old man and this boulder. This is what we want. We want a very specific personality for the hero known as the lazy personality. That lazy personality is going to give us the most optimal strength and HP growth over the course of the speedrun. Which is what those are the stats that we want the hero to have. We want the hero to survive, and we want the hero to hit really hard. So we are going to guarantee that the hero gets that lazy personality for those stats. We're also going to be looking for specific stats for the party members that we're going to be recruiting here in a couple of minutes. Story-wise, though, the hero, laying in bed here, has woken up from the dream of speaking to the waterfall spirit, and today happens to be the hero's 16th birthday. And so on the 16th birthday of the hero, we are going to go visit the king. Anyone who played the NES version of this game may remember the really, really cool intro that was added into that version of the game, where you get to see Ortega fighting a dragon on the lip of a volcano. And basically, the hero's father, Ortega, went on a quest some years ago and has never been heard from, so the hero asks permission from the king to go on a quest to find his father. And so that's what we're kind of doing now. the king's talking about, there's this guy out there, the evil King Baramos, and your father Ortega's out there too. Like, go find Ortega and go find go kill Baramos. And he gives us 50 gold, a little bit of weaponry, and now we are going to go recruit our party members for this speed run. So as I said before, the remakes added this kind of personality system, which we are going to be abusing here a lot for HP growth for our other 3 party members. Now, right here, Pop is making a merchant that we're going to need for story purposes. That merchant is not actually going into our party, so we don't care about the stats, but this character right now that we're working on, this is our wizard. And so all of these characters right now, we get to kind of add to their stats. Like they're going to have this like base set of stats, and then we get to add to their stats. Like we get these kind of 5 free stat seeds. And what Pop is doing here is he is putting all of the bonus stat seeds into stamina for 2 reasons. One, tough guy, excellent. Yes, that's exactly what we wanted to see. So pumping stamina is going to give us the personalities that we want. It is going to give us the personalities that we want, and it is going to give us just a lot of HP, which is going to be required for the early segment of this run. Looks like Pop settled on Gourmet for the Thief. Not the most ideal, but we'll take it. The Warrior here that Pop is rolling last, we do need to see that stamina get to 19 at minimum. And then we need to see that tough guy personality. We got it. We got tough guy personality. Okay, great. So now we have finished creating our party characters, our party members. We're going to go ahead and recruit those members here from Ruida's friend bank here. And everything that's been done up to this point, I mean, everything is there's so much intention put into every little thing that has happened here. Like, I cannot stress enough that this run has been wildly optimized over many, many, many years. Many, many, many people have run this game, and it's just the routing and the planning is just incredible. So now we are finally going out on our adventure. The first thing that we need to do is we're going to head up to Reeve to pick up some items. And we are going to be optionally fighting a few things along the way. We do want the Soldier, Thief, and Mage to hit level 2. And once they hit level 2, they are going to get a whole lot of MP all at once. Or a whole lot of HP, sorry, all at once. And again, that was the reason for giving them so much stamina early on. Was to make it so when they level up, the game is going to look at their stamina, and it's going to look at their HP, and it's going to go, wow, your stamina is really high and your HP is really low. Let's raise your HP to make up for that. And so you're going to see like plus 25, plus 30. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I think this game is second only to Mario 64 in terms of the number of speedrun entries on the leaderboards and stuff like that. Yeah, MDI is absolutely correct. Like, this game is incredibly popular in Japan. And so yeah, so we're going to be looking for fights here. Pop's going to go ahead and take this fight, as these anteaters do give a pretty solid amount of experience. Ideally, I want to say this should get our Soldier, Mage, and Thief to level 2. And then from that point, we likely won't be fighting very much. It just kind of depends on what we see. It's always nice to get the hero to level 2, but that's not a hard requirement. Really, the only thing we need is to get... So here is Warrior level 2, and there's plus 28 hit points. Thief level 2, plus 21 hit points. And the Mage level 2, plus 25 hit points. So there you go. Yeah, Disjunction, the Game Boy Color version of this game is honestly incredible. It's the one that I'm the most familiar with. The Super Famicom version is, you know, obviously on a more powerful system, it looks better. And I think this is probably one of the best remakes that I've personally ever seen, just in terms of just how much polish they put on this game. It's honestly, like, fantastic. Pop's calling a little bit of an audible here. There is an inn at the bottom of this tower. You don't always visit it, but if you do happen to level up right as you're taking those stairs, it is really nice to go take that inn to get all of your characters' MP back, or HP back. Pop's going to go ahead and fight these bubble slimes. These bubble slimes are worth a decent bit of experience, and they actually don't have that much HP. They're obviously the most dangerous thing they can do is potentially poison somebody. Yeah, low HP, low defense power, they're taken out pretty quickly. Honestly, quicker than trying to run away and failing. Although, okay, to be honest, I'm a little surprised that Pop's taking this fight, but he may want to try to get, I think he might actually get Warrior level 3 off of this. And any little bit of HP that you can get going into the next section is definitely going to be of use. And honestly, Pop cleaned that fight up really, really fast. Yeah, there's Warrior 3, and there's Hero 2. So we've gotten ourselves a little bit more of an HP buffer here. And now that we're at the top of the tower, we're going to pick up this book. This book is just going to be sold to buy some safety equipment. There is an optional bit of equipment that you can buy to increase your character's defense to somewhat increase the stability of this next section. Because the thing is that we talked to this old man, and we picked up this item called the Thief's Key. The Thief's Key is going to be the first of many keys that we would normally be picking up in this run. It'll open a few doors. For example, this red door right here would not open if we didn't have the Thief's Key. Right here, Pop's picking up an intelligence seed, which I believe he will use on the mage in a moment. We talked to this old man who hands you this thing called a magic ball. It is actually a bomb, which you're going to use to blow up a wall here in a second. That was an antidote herb that he picked up. There is a chance that we will see more bubble slimes on the way to this cave, and they might poison us, and that's really annoying, so we go ahead and pick up that free antidote herb just in case we do get poisoned. From this point, Pop may continue to optionally take fights, as again, for this, what we're going to be doing right now is basically we're going to be going from here straight to Isis and the pyramid, because we want to get the golden key as fast as possible. And anyone who has played this game casually knows you aren't supposed to go to the pyramid at level 3. One of the early gatekeepers of this run is just surviving the pyramid. And so right now, normally Pop would have stopped fighting things a long time ago. But again, every single hit point absolutely matters when you are walking to the pyramid. So like, he's got level 3 across the board on everybody. His party members that are level 3 probably gained about 5 HP on their last level up, which doesn't sound like a lot, but again, every little bit of HP is gonna count here. So for story purposes, in order to get off our kind of starting island, we had to get the Thief's Key, we had to pick up the magic ball. We're gonna use the magic ball to blow up this wall. We're gonna take this little underground passage to the castle of Romilly. And the Castle of Romilly is going to be, we're going to be going there a lot in the early part of the speedrun, but for now, we're just going to be trying to avoid some of the nastier monsters here in this particular cave, the Cave of Temptation. These gray anteater looking things, are one of the really nasty enemies that we can see here for two reasons. One, they hit really hard. They hit harder than a lot of other enemies do at this point in the game. And two, they do something that very few enemies in the Dragon Quest series do. Those gray anteater looking things, as soon as the fight starts, they pick a target and they will continue to attack that same target until it dies. Only when it dies do they choose a new target. And so if you fail to run more than once against a pack of those gray anteaters, it's a very high chance that someone in your party is going to die. So we really don't want to see those. And then these purple bunnies on the left. Oh wow, really good that he got away from that first try. Those purple bunnies that you saw in that last fight, they have the sleep spell. And sleep is a very, 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 very awful side effect, a status effect of this game. Because if you're put to sleep, you just can't do anything. You can get punched. People can cast magic on you. They can do whatever they want. It's just a random chance as to whether or not you wake up. And so, like, those 4 purple bunnies right there, one of them did try the sleep spell. I think 2 party members went to sleep. And if everybody happens to go to sleep in a fight, you can have a really bad time where you just sit there and watch your character slowly die. But fortunately, that did not happen. We have made it through the Cave of Temptation, and now we are in the castle town of Romilly. So here in Romilly, we take an inn. That inn is not optional. We do have to take that inn for the purposes of the day-night cycle in this game. However, the 2 items that Pop is grabbing out of this church and this shopping segment that Pop is doing, this is optional. This is we're purchasing some safety gear here. Pop's going to be selling some items that he picked up. Some personality books, random pieces of equipment, and he's going to buy, I believe that was leather armor for the thief, and it looks like he is also taking this time now to buy some extra herbs as well. Again, just in case he ends up having to reset. Herbs are going to be the only way that we have a healing for a very long time. So as you can see, we have no priest. And I believe the hero does know the heal spell, but the hero has like 12 MP. So that is not going to be sufficient for healing along this walk. Because now, from this tile, that one grass tile, the enemy encounter zone has now changed. And this is an area that we have absolutely no business being in right now. We have no business being here. We're walking to Ashlam right now, and we can just get completely flattened at any time. We are pretty much at the mercy of RNG. So this is a good time to talk about run rates and run chances in this game. Oh, a critical hit. Oh, that's so rough. The first time you try to run from an encounter in Dragon Quest III on Super Famicom, you have a 30% chance of running away. The second time you try to run, you have a 50% chance of running away. The third time you try to run, you have a 70% chance of running away. And then the fourth time you try to run, you have a 100% chance of running away. So anytime you see a first try flee, we've gotten pretty lucky. And anytime you see like a third or fourth try, we've gotten pretty unlucky. And I can tell you that we will not be getting very many third or fourth try runs in this particular segment. If we fail to run the first or second time, we're probably just going to be dead. Especially once we leave Ashlam. The city we're in now is called Ashlam. Once we leave this town, and head west towards the desert, we're going to start seeing like mummies and crabs and butterflies and caterpillars, and they can just, any one fight can just completely wipe Pop out. It'll be interesting to see if Pop does the same thing that Cleartonic did in his RPG Limit Break run from a few years ago. Cleartonic actually went to Isis first before the Pyramid, which normally you don't do in order to take a safety save. Not sure if Pop's going to do that or not. We'll have to see. But for the meantime, yeah. So here's the encounter transition. So these crabs hit really hard. These caterpillars, as you can see, have this like fire breath attack, which is really annoying because we have to heal up all this damage after the fight's over. Oh, the mage is gonna die. That really sucks. And this is where, yeah, I told you, one or two run fails, and you know, we walked into that fight with 4 people alive, and now we're down to 2. It looks like Pop is just going to head straight for the pyramid. These mummies are also pretty nasty and could ruin us. Fortunately, they did not. Okay, so with only 2 party members alive, it looks like Pop is going to head down to Isis first to go revive, as well as save his game. These catflies generally like to cast stop spell before they do anything else. All right, cool. Okay, so this is not this is definitely a marathon safe kind of route. Normally we would go to the Pyramid North before coming to Isis. But yeah, we want to actually more or less guarantee that we can get through this section. So we're going to go ahead and pop in here and revive all of our characters and then head back up to that pyramid to get the golden key. So again, the reason why we do this, I mean, this looks like really brutal RNG-wise, right? And it totally is. But the reason why we do this is because once we get that golden key out of the pyramid, we're going to have access to a lot of really, really good items. We're going to be getting items that we're going to sell for better equipment. We're going to get accessories and armor that we're going to equip right away. We're going to get a lot of like stat seeds and even like a little bit of loose change. Yeah, there's a reason why we go through this RNG nightmare in order to get this golden key. It's 100% because if we do this now, it's just going to make the mid game is going to be so much easier, and it's going to allow us to kind of be on cruise control as we do some. We're going to be doing some very basic required things. We're of course going to have a metal slime grind. And then we'll eventually get to the second half of the game, which is even more fun. Pop is going to go ahead and... normally this would be done... This would be one of the last things you do about 20 minutes from now, is picking up this Meteorite armband or Starry armband. Anyone who's played the Dragon Quest series will be familiar with this item, as this popped up in pretty much every single one of them since 3. The Meteorite armband doubles the wearer's agility, making them much more likely to go first in combat. The side effect is that because Dragon Quest calculates your defense based on your agility, doubling your agility also massively increases your defense. And so Pop got the Meteorite armband and gave it to the thief. And so again, normally we would not be getting the Meteorite armband this early. Pop has done this for safety reasons. And so now here we are in the pyramid, and we are going to try to get that magic key. Fortunately, this is where you're going to see some immediate differences between the Super Famicom and the regular Nintendo version of this game. The encounter rate in the pyramid is massively, massively lower than it is, because you can see we didn't get any encounters on those first 2 floors. That's perfectly normal. It is very, very rare to get an encounter on those first 2 floors. This is a little bit early of an encounter on this floor, which is a little bit unfortunate. Ideally, you get only 1 or 2 encounters here. Oh man, 2 run fails. This is rough. But if we can, oh my, and everything. Wow, that was honestly pretty unlucky. Everything took an action there, and Pop failed to run 3 times. Hopefully we only get one more encounter here, and it's a quick one. Pop's got to hit a few switches here. There's a little mini game puzzle here. We got to press these buttons in a certain order to open a door, and we cannot, if we go down the stairs, that will reset the switches. So that's why Pop's avoiding the staircases. Oh, those enemies didn't see us. That's great. So we're able to get away from that. We should be clear to get our key now. Pop's going to go ahead and take these stairs. He's going to come back up, and the door that was closed is now open. And we can go and... Oh, wow! Oh, my goodness. Oh, please. Okay, good. It's very rare, actually, to get an encounter on that walk. But we did it. We got our magic key. And we got our stamina seed. And, yeah, empty eye, yeah, metal slime grinds and metal bobble grinds are a huge part of Famicom, for sure. Green Sea Saber, is Roto the name of the world? Roto is the Japanese name of Airdrick, the hero who sort of acts as the common factor between Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3. So that's why this is called the Roto Relay, because he's playing Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 all in a row. So now we did get that magic key out of the pyramid, and so that is going to again allow us to. We're going to get a lot of really good gear really, really quickly, and it is going to really trivialize. I want to say the next 30 minutes or so of this run. So like this door right here would not open without the magic key. Here we just picked up the Princess Tiara. We're going to sell that for a ton of money. Here is the first of many HP seeds we're going to be picking up over the course of the run. And that was a little bit of gold. Here's a little more gold. This chest has a magic robe. That's a ruby bracelet. And this last one is an intelligence seed. The robe is going to go to the mage. It's a pretty great piece of armor for her. She's going to be wearing that for quite a while. The ruby tiara and the princess tiara and the ruby bracelet are going to be sold for a ton of money to finance some gear purchases for us. That last item that we picked up near the Queen of Isis bed is a prayer ring. Now, prayer rings are incredibly valuable items because they restore your MP, but this one we're actually going to be selling in order to buy some gear. And so now Pop's going to be doing a little bit of shop menuing here. Like I said, he's going to be selling a bunch of that stuff that we picked up in order to buy some really powerful armor here. Specifically, we are buying 2 iron helmets. We're going to buy an iron helmet for the warrior and the hero. We're going to buy iron armor for the warrior and the hero. It looks like Pop skipped the iron shield, which is interesting. Normally you get an iron shield for your hero, but it looks like Pop decided to skip that. Here we are also going to buy. We're gonna be buying a lot of the items that we're gonna need for the rest of the run. So we bought a whole bunch of Wings of the Wyvern for warping around, any town that we've been to. We can use Wings of the Wyvern to get around the world faster. He bought some fairy water that we're going to use later to reduce our encounter rate. And then he bought a whole bunch of herbs because, as I mentioned before, we have no priest. We are not going to have a priest. The thief is eventually going to become a sage later and will be our main healer once that happens. But until that happens, we really are reliant on herbs for healing. Pop picked up a speed seed on the ground that is going to be used later, and this book is going to be used to change the thief's personality. If the thief had gotten the tough guy personality at the beginning of the game, we wouldn't be picking this book up. But the book gives her a personality that is going to give her better agility and HP than she might otherwise have. So we do like to pick that book up in case that happens. This chest has a rune staff, which we're going to give to the mage. Here is a strength seed, which we'll probably use on the hero. Here's a speed seed. That's 128 gold, 336 gold, and then this last chest is the heroic armband, which increases the attack damage of the person who is wearing it. So that heroic armband is going to be swapped around a lot over the next few minutes of the run, based on the specific situation that we find ourselves in. At this point, now, one thing you're going to be seeing a lot of is like this kind of menuing here, as we just picked up a whole bunch of items and we want to make sure those items go to the right people. And a big part of getting your time lowered in this game is making it so that when you are passing items around to people, like Pop just did, you want that to be muscle memory. You don't even want to be thinking about it. As long as you do the same things in the same order, your items are going to mostly stay in the same spots every time, and you really can just do it based on muscle memory. It's one of my favorite parts of the speed run, is how things line up like that. Kid Icarus, when one class promotes to another, to keep skills or stats. You keep all your skills, you keep all your spells. But yeah, as Raiska said, your level resets to 1 and all your stats are halved. That is one of the biggest reasons. Like, there are multiple reasons why we take this thief at the beginning of this run. Oh, this could be nasty. We really don't want to see an encounter on this walk, and we really don't want to see druids. These guys cast the Infernos spell, or Boggy, as it's known in Japanese, and it can do a lot of damage. And this does not happen. This is rough. This does not often happen. This is what we in the English-speaking community like to refer to as getting lumped. Yeah, Kid Icarus, yeah, I'll talk about that here for a little bit. So that death was not supposed to happen at all. That was very unfortunate. But Pop is going to go ahead and revive his characters and head back to Portoga. We have some very important things we need to purchase in Portoga. But while Pop is doing that, Kid Icarus makes a very great point. We are picking up a thief and we're going to turn it into a sage. And yes, the sage's agility is one of the reasons for that. We want the sage to be as fast as possible. The other, there are 2 other reasons we pick a thief. One of which is that thieves can use whips, and whips are incredibly powerful. Ideally we would be in Portoga right now buying 2 whips, one for the hero and one for the thief. So the fact that the thief can use whips is one thing. The other really big thing about thieves is that they get an ability called Tiptoe, or Shinobi no Ashi, and basically what that spell does, it's 0 MP, you can cast it as many times as you want in the overworld, and it cuts the encounter rate in half. It's amazing. And so, again, as Kid Icarus asked, yes, all the thief-related skills and spells that the thief learns before becoming a sage, you keep all of those skills and spells. And so, holding on to that Tiptoe is probably the biggest reason by far as to why we picked the thief. But here we have made it to Portoga. We are going to be selling a little bit of equipment here, and we're going to be picking up here a steel sword for the warrior, and now we're going to be picking up 2 steel whips, one for the hero and one for the thief. This is also a very interesting bit of routing here, as Pop has actually... I noted before that he skipped the Iron Shield, which normally you would buy. It looks like he did that in order to hold on to his prayer ring. Pop is using some marathon safe strats that I've never seen before, but I find this is really interesting to me. You would almost always sell that prayer ring because you're not going to use it much in the very beginning of the run, but as prayer rings do have a random chance of breaking, I'm a big fan of the way Pop's routed this out in order to save his prayer ring that normally you would just sell. Pop did go into that house real briefly. He picked up a strength seed. There are a number of strength seeds that you can go just a little bit out of your way away for to give to the hero. Every bit of strength the hero has means he does more damage. He does more damage. You kill bosses faster, right? It's not rocket surgery. So we may see Pop detour from time to time to go pick up those strength seeds. Here we talked to the King of Portoga, as we do need to talk to the King of Portoga we need to get a letter from him that we're going to be reading out to a character later in order to get past a certain NPC. But now we have purchased all of our gear that we needed from getting that golden key. And we are super, super, super strong for this area of the game, just because of the gear that we have. We are massively over-geared for this portion of the game, but we are still level 2, and we would ideally like to be around level 5 before our next boss fight, which is going to be Kandar. If you played the NES version of this game, you may remember, or if you've seen NES speedruns of this game, you may know that the first Kandar fight is actually optional. However, in the Super Famicom version, it is not. We are required to do that fight. Here, Pop's he's gonna head into the town of Reeve. We would be entering this town regardless for the return point, the Wing of the Wyvern point. However, Pop also wants to pick up a couple of items here. He just picked up a fur hood to give to the mage for a little bit of extra defense. And he also picked up a life nut, which we're going to be using at the very, 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 very end of the run. And from here, it is just a matter of getting to Champagne Tower. Kandar is waiting at the top of Champagne Tower. We're gonna go beat him up, and along the way, we are going to fight things for experience. Metal Bubble King, I'm sorry if I said the word rocket. I don't remember exactly what it is that I said. If you could clarify, I'm more than happy to answer your question or repeat something if you misheard it. But unfortunately, I'm not sure what it was that I might have said that you missed. And yeah, anyone in chat, anyone who's listening, this game's in Japanese. It's really hard to follow what's going on. Please, 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 please feel free to ask questions. I'm more than happy to explain anything that's going on the screen, anything that's happening on the with regards to the game. My goal here is to make this as enjoyable and as interesting as for you guys as possible. So please don't hesitate to ask any questions that you may have. Oh yeah, rocket surgery. Yeah, this it's one of my favorite Malaphors. You say instead of rocket science or brain surgery, you say rocket surgery. Yeah, rocket science and brain surgery. It's a combination of the two. It's called a Malaphor. And so I say it so much I don't even think about it anymore. So when you said rocket what, I didn't Green Sea Saber, how's the Switch collection of this as a speedrun? I'm honestly not sure. I have not played the Switch versions myself. There are people who have routed the Switch versions. I've seen people chatting about the Switch versions in our Discord. So if you were to join our Discord, you could ask there. Yeah. Getting back to the run here, Pop's Mage hit level 4, and that's actually an important point for this part in the run, because at level 4, the Mage has a chance of learning the upper spell, which increases one character's defense, and I saw that she did learn it, which is really nice for this next boss fight. It's really useful for her to have that spell. If Pop can get his mage to level 5, she will have a chance of learning the Ice Bolt spell. And if she does learn Ice Bolt, that's going to be incredibly useful. It actually does a lot of damage for this portion of the game. And so it can be really, really useful if we can get that spell. I think we're going to be looking for Hero level 4 next, and then Mage level 5. There's Hero level 4. And then maybe 1 or 2 more fights we'll get that Mage level 5, and hopefully we'll get Shadow or Ice Bolts before this Kandar fight. Again, with all the gear that we bought, the steel armor, the steel whips, all the stuff that we picked up along the way, these enemies really do not pose much of a threat to us at all. There's Mage level 5, and she did in fact learn Hyado. So this should be a pretty comfortable Kandar fight. There are small chances for this fight to go south, but really you expect this fight to go pretty cleanly. You're going to see Pop do a little bit of inventory management here. What he's doing is he's going to give the Starry Armband to the Thief, because we want the Thief to act fast. We want her to go first. She's got a whole bunch of herbs, and the herbs are going to be tossed at anyone who needs any healing, and the hero's going to get the Heroic Armband because we want him to do as much damage as possible. So here we're going to fight Kandar, we're going to fight his henchmen, and we're going to have all the party members attack the same henchman to try to kill it in this first round. And the mage is going to go around increasing everybody's defense here. Pop is playing this fight a little... Oh, huge dodge out of the Thief. Pop is playing this fight, again, a little bit safer than you otherwise might, but we do want... Wow. Oh. Wow. Kandar just killed the hero in the first spot with an exact damage roll. That is incredibly unlucky. I actually cannot overstate how unlucky that is. We're not going to lose this fight, especially now that all the henchmen are dead. We're not at all at a risk of losing this fight. However, this fight will take longer as a result, and the hero is going to miss out on this experience, which is a bit unfortunate. I mentioned before that in the NES version of this game, the first Kandar fight is optional. It is not optional in the Super Famicom version, and also we would want to fight Kandar anyway, because Kandar is actually worth quite a bit of experience, given the fact that we're level 5, right? Everybody's going to be getting up to about level 8 or 9 once this fight concludes, and that would normally have included the hero. With the hero being dead, everyone else is going to get a little bit more experience. So it kind of balances out, you don't love seeing the hero dead, missing out on this experience, but it's not a huge deal, right? It's not game ending by any sense of the imagination. Here, while the mage goes through her level up, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on what, if any, spells she learns. At level 7, she has a chance to learn Gira, which she did. So Pop's bad luck in combat is being balanced out by having really good luck with his mage learning spells when she needs them. Gira, or Fireball, is the first party hitting spell that we have. So we have these whips, right? These whips can hit a whole group of enemies. And now we have the Fireball spell, which can also hit a whole group of enemies. And so everyone except for the warrior has some sort of combat option to hit all enemies, which is really going to help out as we make our way to Baharata, is the next town we're going to be going to. And then the second Kandar boss fight is what we're going to be making our way towards to next. And the Fireball spell is very, very, very useful. So again, Hero is dead for the Kandar 1 fight. It's a shame that she missed out on that experience, but everyone else got a little more experience as a result. And we will be getting experience on the way to Baharata, so it'll even out by the time we get to Kandar 2 for the most part. Guard Trigger, yes, emulator runs are allowed. I have run this game extensively myself, and I've only ever run it on an emulator. So I mentioned before, we went to Portoga and talked to the king there briefly. The king has asked us to, he's heard of this weird substance called black pepper, and he would like to try some, but you can only get it from the far east. And so he sends you on a quest to go to the east to get him some of this black pepper stuff. And there's this that dwarf. His name is Norid, and this is Norid's cave, and he kind of serves as a story checkpoint. You need to read this king's letter to him in order to gain passage to the other side. Oh. Pop mismenued a bit here because he was expecting that a spell that he doesn't have. That's why I was laughing. But yeah, we have to read the king's letter to the dwarf Norid in order to gain passage to the east side of this cave. And now we are walking towards the town of Baharata, our next goal. But as I said, we are going to be fighting pretty much anything we see along the way. Really, the only things that we would be avoiding are if we see any crabs, we'll probably avoid those because they have high defense and spells don't work very well against them. But pretty much anything else we're going to fight. These death jackals, these kind of undead wolf-looking things, normally we would be using Expel to try to get rid of them. But unfortunately, one consequence of the hero dying in the Kandar 1 fight is that she didn't gain enough experience to learn Expel. Not a huge deal. The Death Jackals can be annoying, but again, we shouldn't be in any real danger in this on this walk. In that particular encounter, we got a message that the enemies didn't see us, so we get a free chance to run, so we're just going to go ahead and take that. Experience is important, but going fast is more important. These ant bears, okay, one of them survived. These ant bears can actually be pretty nasty. This encounter in general can actually be pretty nasty just because these mushrooms know the Ice Bolt spell, which can do a lot of damage at this early point in the game, and the ant bears they just punch really hard for this point in the game. So Pop's taking this fight just a little bit safe. Oh yeah, K-Fizzle. Yeah, if you can read Japanese, the names are hilariously silly. However, everyone has their own very specific naming convention, and people use like basically the shortest names that are also the easiest to menu. And then for inventory management, people tend to settle on specific names and then always use those specific names. Because it just makes your life a lot easier when you name your character something every time. Yep, K-Fizzle is correct. Here in the town of Baharata, we sold the mage's rune staff, and we bought 3 magic shields. One for the hero, one for the thief, and one for the mage. And those magic shields are going to increase our defense by a bit, and they're also going to reduce magic damage by a bit, which is going to be very important following this next Kandar segment. We have a required story trigger here. We have to go talk to this old man who talks about how this young woman named Tanya has been captured by bandits, and Tanya's boyfriend Gupta is like, "Oh, Tanya's been captured by bandits? I'll go save her," and he wanders off to go save her. Spoilers: he's not going to save her. He's going to get captured himself, and we're going to have to rescue him. So we take this in, and we are now going to head up to this cave to the north, which is where Kandar is hiding. We're going to go beat him up a second time. We may take a fight or two along the way, again, just for a little bit of extra experience. K-Fizzle, you're correct. The last one is ah, but it's a small ah. Like here, I can type it in chat for you too. So Japanese has both normal and small-sized hiragana and katakana characters, and so the mage's name is the small a, and the hero's name is the big A. It just so happens that the way the menuing works out when you're creating characters and naming characters, these just happen to be the names that are the easiest to get to. Here, Pop's taking a small detour for a stamina seed. That's probably going to go to the hero. To increase her HP. And there also just happen to be a bunch more stat seeds hiding in some chests over here. So here we're going to pick up a speed seed. This is an intelligence seed. This last one, I believe, is a strength seed. And then we are going to pick up another life nuts. Life force nuts. And again, all of those life force nuts are going to be saved until the very, 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 very end of the game. Here we're going to swap accessories once again. We're going to give the heroic armband to the hero to maximize his damage, and we're going to give the starry armband to the thief to maximize her agility. We're going to give all those stat seeds we picked up to the hero to increase the hero's stats as much as possible. And now these bandits here are guarding Kandar's hideout, and they ask if you're part of the crew, and if you say yes, they're like, well, you're lying, and then they fight you. And so this fight, again, like a lot of other fights, usually goes the same every single time, but sometimes it can go a little bit off the rails. These goons here, these Kandar goons, is literally what they're called. They can cast the defense spell, lowering your defense, and they can also cast heal more to heal themselves, which is, we really, really don't want that to happen if at all possible. So far I've seen 2 defense casts out of them. And fortunately, right now, Pop is taking a little bit of extra time here. There is a glitch in the Super Famicom version of Dragon Quest III where if you re-equip a piece of equipment, if you change equipment in battle, it recalculates your stats. And so if you change your stats at all, if your attack has been increased or decreased, if your defense has been increased or decreased, that resets. And so we abuse that here. Basically, if an enemy uses decrease to lower our defense, we can just remove that by using a bug. And that is allowed in this speed run. So Pop was doing that to make sure that the defense spell didn't get him killed there. So now we've beaten up Kandar's goons. We've saved Gupta and Tanya. They're very happy about that. And they are ready to leave, and we're ready to leave, and then, oh no, it's Kandar! And Kandar Kandar is as shocked to see us as we are to see him, and so we're going to go ahead and beat him up again. His goons are a little bit stronger than they were the first time around. Kandar himself is a little bit stronger than he was the first time around. But for the most part, this fight should go more or less the same as before. We are going to try to get rid of these goons as quickly as possible. We didn't get a heal bar out of either of these goons. That's really nice to see. They should both die this turn. All right, good. That goon just didn't quite die just yet, but the hero will take him out. And now all we have left is Kandar. And so now what Pop's going to do is he's going to use upper on the mage to increase everybody's defense, and then basically we're just going to be holding down that turbo X button until Kandar dies. Kandar does have the Kandar 2, as we call him, because this is the second Kandar fight. He does have a lot of HP, so this fight can take a while. There is also one thing that I have not explained yet in this game. One of the first things you probably noticed if you've never seen this game before is the animations are high quality. They're gorgeous animations, but they also can give you a little bit of information. whenever Kandar is doing his one-handed axe swing, he's doing a normal attack. If you ever see Kandar do a two-handed overheaded swing, that means he is actually trying to crit. His AI script has a 1 in 8 chance to attempt to critically strike. And if you see him do that overhead swing, it means he has a 1 in 8 chance to actually crit. As long as we never see that overhead swing, we are completely safe in this fight. The only way anyone is going to die in this position is if Kandar actually crits. Now, of course, that I said that, he's probably going to try to crit here in a moment. But as long as he doesn't, we should just be completely fine. This fight should be on just complete cruise control from here on out. And that is more or less how the Kandar 1 fight should have gone, if the hero didn't get perfect bitted. And so, yeah, that little bit of experience that the hero missed out on, that's pretty much completely moot now. Everybody else is going to be getting about 2 or 3 levels here from that second Kandar fight. And now we are done with boss fights and traditional story progression for a bit. We are going to be from here. We are going to be doing a little bit of a world tour because we're going to go back to Bharata because we've saved Gupta and Tanya. And again, we came here to get, a mysterious substance that no one's ever heard of. It's called black pepper. Because we saved Gupta and Tanya, Gupta agrees to give us some black pepper just completely for free. He's like, dude, you saved my life. Here, please, have all the pepper you want. And so we're going to take this black pepper, we're going to give it to the King of Portoga, and he, in return, is going to give us a ship. We're going to go ahead and take this in here to restore our HP and MP from that Kandar 2 fight. And yeah, we're going to give the king the black pepper, and we're going to get a ship. And in a lot of Dragon Quest speedruns, once you get the ship, you kind of go on a world tour so that you can hit up a bunch of different towns to have return points later. We are also, one sec here. Oh yeah, I can hear a little bit of, I'm not sure if Countess is doing the restream. I'm not sure if he's still awake. It sounds like there's a little bit of delay in the audio. Or there's a little bit of static. That I'm not sure if that's on the restream end or on Pop's end. I was able to hear it a little bit just now. That should balance out pretty soon here. Anyway, so we're going to take this boat. We're going to go on, like I said, a little bit of a world tour. We're going to pick up some useful items, some required items, and also some very useful return points. The first place we're going to go to is the town of Su. Oh yeah, they were talking about the delay a little bit earlier. Yeah, that's something that Countess would have to, yeah, the delay is something that I know that Countess was trying to troubleshoot earlier. Unfortunately, it seems like they weren't able to really figure it out. And Countess did a Dragon Warrior 7 run earlier, so I'm pretty sure he's just asleep on his couch right now. So my apologies for that. Yeah, we are going to head into this is the town of Su. Here, Pop's going to pick up another speed seed. That is eventually going to go to the Thief Kum Sage. And then we're going to pick up an incredibly useful item on the ground here called the Ikazuchi no Tse. Or disjunction, he meant the static and the sound, like the sound skipping. The static on the screen is from Pop's capture card because he's playing on console. Yeah, exactly, disjunction. But yeah, Pop picked up the Ikazuchi no Tsue, or the Thunder Staff, in Sue. That is free Begirama, or Firebane, in battle, and that is going to be incredibly useful in the next section of the game. He also bought an Invisibility Herb, which is required for getting into Edinburgh, the castle that we are headed to right now, actually. So this guard at the entrance of Edinburgh Castle, he will not let you in. He'll move back and forth to block you from letting you in, so you need an invisibility herb in order to sneak past him. Here we're going to be picking up, this is the party dress, which is going to go to the thief for a while, and this is the fancy suit, or flashy suit, and we're going to be selling that for a ton of money. An absurd amount of money. And we're also going to pick up a required item. We're going to do this little boulder pushing puzzle, this Sokoban puzzle. The Japanese are a huge fan of Sokoban. And so the Japanese devs decided to just stick this random Sokoban puzzle in here. And once we push these boulders onto the blue tiles, we'll be able to pick up an item called the Kawaki no Tsubo, or the Thirsty Pitcher. Which again is a required item, required to beat the game. We will be using that. I want to say about 45 minutes from now, we should be using that to pick up the final key. From here, we're going to go to Eliahan. And from Eliahan, we're going to do a bit of sailing. We're going to go to a place called the Pirates Cove. And we're going to be picking up the red orb, the first of 6 orbs that are required in order to beat the game. Pop may choose to pick up the... there's an item called the loose socks he might choose to pick up. I'll keep an eye out for that. It's an item that you don't normally pick up in a speed run, but for safety purposes, you can buy it for a little bit of extra, or you can pick it up for a little bit of extra money. So let's see if he does that or not. Okay, looks like Pop is going to skip the loose socks. He's just going to go straight down. He's going to find this little secret passage here under this boulder, and we're going to pick up a couple items here. So this is the heavy metal ring, which will go to the mage. That's a strength seed, which will go to the hero. And then this is, as I said before, the red orb, a required item. Yeah, Dragon Quest VIII's orb hunt was very much a callback to Dragon Quest III. So yeah, from here we're going to go to Reeve, and Reeve, we're warping, or we're returning to Reeve in order to pick up the Japan return point. So we're going to sail a bit north here and then a little bit west. We're going to get to Japan, which will be an important location later, but we don't need to go there now, but it will be an important location later. And then finally, we're going to go to Dharma. Dharma is, of course, where you go to change classes in Dragon Quest III. And it also happens to be close to... a place called the Tower of Nakajima. And at the top of the Tower of Nakajima is a place where we can find your favorite enemy, the Metal Slime. Yeah, Disjunction, I said it at the top of when Pop started playing this, I mentioned it, but in case anybody missed it, this is, without a doubt, the most popular RPG speedrun in Japan, and it is one of the most popular speedruns in Japan, period. And so, this run has been optimized over and over and rerouted over and over and over again. I mean, hundreds, tens of thousands of hours have been put into this game by a lot of different people to get to produce the route that you're seeing now. And Disjunction, I mean, as much as I've personally run this game, I'm just as flabbergasted as you. And, you know, in terms of the optimization and all the different things that are done in this route to make things work out the way that it does, it's absolutely incredible. This run is beautiful. I love watching it. I love playing it. Yeah, and speedrun.com doesn't include half the entries because there's a Japanese, Nico is the Japanese speedrunning board, and it has like 450 entries or something like that. So yeah, this game has an absurd amount of entries. Pop took a pit stop. He went back to Sue briefly to pick up a couple of things. One thing he bought poison needles for the thief and the mage. That the poison needle is going to do two things. One, it's going to give us a chance. It's a 1 in 8 chance to instantly kill an enemy. But the more important thing that the poison needle does, it is guaranteed to do 1 damage to a metal slime. You cannot miss with the poison needle. Well, maybe you can miss, but you will almost always do 1 damage to a metal slime, and you do have a chance of instantly killing a metal slime. The other thing that Pop bought was poison moth powder. Poison moth powder can be used in combat to confuse an enemy. Poison moth powder has 100% chance to work on certain enemies and about a 30% chance to work on others. It's about I believe it's about a 30% chance to work on a metal slime. And so we're going to be using this poison moth powder for 2 things. One, we're going to, if we can make metal slimes confused, they will not run away. And if we can make other enemies confused, they could potentially one-shot metal slimes. And as this is a tactic that's not really used in other Dragon Quest speedruns, this may be something you're not used to seeing. But once we get to the top of this tower, you're going to be seeing all kinds of crazy metal slime killing strategies employed. This section of the run, the metal slime grind is going to be split up into 2 parts. For the first part, our goal here is to get the thief to level 20, because we have to get the level 20 in order to class change. So we're going to try to get the thief to level 20. We're going to pick up the Book of Satori, and we're going to turn her into a sage. Then we're going to come back, and we're going to get the mage up to level 21, so that she can learn By-Kill. And all of that will probably take about 30 minutes or so. So yeah, get cozy, because we're going to be watching Pop kill metal slimes for quite a while. There is a lot of strategy and tactics to talk about, but yeah, we're going to be seeing the same thing for a while now. I may give my voice a bit of a break here, because I've been talking a lot for the last 45 minutes. But do feel free to ask any questions that you have in chat. Again, I'm more than happy to explain whatever's going on in this game if anything is unclear. This chest has a silver beret, which is a pretty decent helmet for female characters. We bought one for the mage in Sue, and then we picked one up for free here for the thief in this tower. So that's what was picked up out of that chest. This flame, anytime you see these flames on screen, that's Pop's mage using the Thunder Staff for a free cast of Firebane. So the Thunder Staff is just so incredibly useful here. You're going to be seeing Pop using it a lot. Hopefully here we'll be seeing some metal slime soon. One of the things when you're learning this run for the first time, does this version use character personalities? Yes, it does. And in fact, so not only does the Super Famicom version use personalities, personalities are a huge factor into the speed run. So I'll use the warrior in the front of the party. Oh no! Oh, this is the most dangerous encounter in this tower, and Pop got back attack. Oh dear. There's a chance that Pop could wipe here. I'm curious to see how he's going to play this out. This dragon on the left side of your screen here can use like fire breath attacks, and these two birds. Oh wow. Okay, I'm very glad that Pop did not wipe there. Wiping is tragic. Yeah. So fortunately, the Sky Dragon enemy that you can encounter here, it's a 100% chance for them to be expelled. Oh, hey, we got middle slimes here. Okay, so you're going to see a little golden ball animation here. That little golden ball animation, that is Pop using a poison moth powder in order to try to confuse an enemy. Now, this middle slime is confused, so it's going to attack its friend. It just killed its friends, and then Pop just killed it. And these are the strategies that we're going to be seeing employed over the next, again, 20 to 30 minutes or so to try to kill metal slimes and get levels as quickly as possible. Now that Pop's warrior in that first slot just hit level 13, we are probably here in the near future going to see Pop kill off the warrior in that first slot. So if you see that warrior die, don't worry. That's completely intentional. The warrior does not actually need experience anymore. All the experience that the warrior needs is going to be coming from bosses. And so we want to get the thief to level 20 as quickly as possible. And so in order to do so, we are eventually going to kill off that warrior in order to put more experience into the characters that we really wanted on. But yeah, here's that flame breath attack again from these sky dragons. They are, yeah, don't mess around too much in this tower because they will kill you if you let them. Okay, so now that we're not being back attacked by this encounter, it's crazy that Pop's already seen this encounter twice. This is the most dangerous encounter in this tower by far. This is the only, and it's really the only encounter that really has a chance of killing you. Because again, those sky dragons have really nasty flame breath, and the birds have the Firebane spell. So that's just a lot of potential party-wide damage. That can, again, potentially kill you if you're caught off guard. Here we see Pop using a poison moth powder on the metal slime. The metal slime did successfully get confused, and what that means is that we have a moth and a metal slime on the screen. As long as there is any other enemy on the screen and the metal slime is confused, the metal slime will never run away. This metal, we are guaranteed to kill this metal slime, and you'll see that Pop's soldier is dead. He had some of his party members attack the soldier because again, we want that soldier dead because the soldier doesn't need experience anymore, and we can give our other party members more experience by killing off the soldier. So that was intentional. The soldier will remain dead for the rest of this grind, as well as the next metal slime grind. Because yeah, again, we're trying to get the sage. So now the sage is in the first slot. So she is now level 14. So we are looking for the thief to get to level 20. This, by the way, this is the second best encounter that you can see in the Tower of Nakajima. because this Sky Dragon is, we're going to make this Sky Dragon go away here in a moment with the Expel spell. And then all we'll be left with is a bunch of confused metal slimes who are going to try to, you know, the metal slimes are going to try to fight each other, and we're going to try to kill them, and you know, it's going to be a little bit chaotic, but hopefully we can kill quite a few of these here. Looks like 3 of them have run away so far. What's up, Nacho? How you doing, man? Good morning. Yeah, Kid Icarus, this is why we come to Nakajima Tower, because you can get large formations of metal slimes like this. And it looks like Pop should be able to kill 4 of these. There's no guarantee he'll kill this one, but he did get it. That's really, really big. His Thief's going to go to level 16. Hero should gain a level or 2. The Mage should gain a level or 2. And the thing is that, you know, as you've seen, you can see a lot of metal slimes. You can also just not see metal slimes at all. You can see a lot of encounters that don't have metal slimes in them, and they can waste a lot of your time. However, when you see a lot of metal slimes early on, it also speeds things up in the sense that this fight right here that does not have a metal slime in it, Pop's going to clear it a lot faster than he would have before because he's a lot stronger than he was before. And so even if you go a while without seeing metal slimes, if you saw metal slimes earlier, you're going to be clearing out all your fights that much faster. And knowing exactly what commands to input, knowing how to handle every fight and handling every fight as efficiently as possible, that's the key to getting good times in Dragon Quest III. Obviously, RNG is always a factor, but there are there's a lot of game sense and knowledge and mechanics that are also a huge factor. And again, this is one of the reasons why this is I love this speedrun so much. It's just an awesome speedrun. What's up, Medio? Thanks for the good luck. Pop appreciates it on your behalf. I will appreciate it on Pop's behalf. Let me put it that way. These formations that only have metal slimes are obviously the most ideal to see. Again, anytime that we manage to confuse a metal slime successfully, and if that metal slime is you know, not the only enemy on the field, then it will not run away. Unfortunately, we did not get any metal slime kills in that encounter, and sometimes that's just how it goes. That metal slime on the left was confused, but because his friend ran away, then he does gain the chance to run away if he is the only enemy on the screen. So a little bit unfortunate there. Yeah, Michael Castaldo. I definitely learned a lot about the Dragon Quest series through these speedruns. In this version of Dragon Quest III, I don't think that you can confuse liquid metal slimes, but liquid metal slimes can appear with other enemies who can be confused. In this run, there is a small chance that in the Dark World we might see liquid metal slimes alongside Darth Bears. And if we can confuse the Darth Bear might kill the liquid metal slime, but the odds of that happening are pretty small. However, if Pop has any spare moth powder in his bag, when he gets to the Dark World, he will put a couple of moth powders in the Sage's inventory, just to have that small chance. It's a small chance, but it's enough of a chance that it's worth putting some moth powder in your inventory when you do go to the Dark World. So we will most likely see Pop do that. I am going to take a few minutes here to just kind of, oh, yeah, fair enough, Michael. I am also on my second cup of coffee. While Pop finishes up, so again, for anyone who's new here, Dragon Quest III, Super Famicom Speedrun, my name's Lafke, and I'm the one who's going to be doing the commentary here. Pop is a very talented, very well-known Japanese speedrunner. And our current goal right now is to get the Thief to level 20 for the class change purpose. And I am going to take the next few minutes to just kind of rest my voice, because there's going to be a lot to talk about in the second half of the speedrun. But again, if you have any questions about Dragon Quest, about the speedrun, feel free to ask. But yeah, I'm going to rest my voice here for a little bit while Pop grinds his way to level 20. The Thief is chosen for Sage promotion. The MP is potentially a factor that honestly I'd never thought about. She does have quite a bit of MP. The Thief is chosen for several reasons. So the Thief is naturally very fast, and we, with no priest, one of the benefits of having the Thief is that once we pick up the Meteorite Armband and give it to the Thief, she's going to go faster than pretty much every other enemy in the game. So, like, when we were fighting Kandar earlier, the Thief is always going to outspeed Kandar and his henchmen, so she can throw herbs at any party members that need them. The Thief can also use whips, so it makes her very strong in this portion of the game. She can also use the Poison Needle, which we have seen the Mage and the Thief use a lot to help kill these metal slimes. The Thief has naturally high agility. She does have naturally high MP, so that is one definitely a benefit. But the biggest benefit, by far the biggest benefit of getting a Thief is for the Tiptoe ability. It's either at level 19 or 20 that the Thief learns Tiptoe, and Tiptoe, it costs 0 MP. You can use it as much as you want, and it just straight up cuts the encounter rate in half. That's exactly what it does. It just cuts the encounter rate in half. And so we will be getting relatively few random encounters for the rest of this run. We're doing in terms of random battles, we're getting all the experience we're going to get from random battles right here. And then we're largely going to be avoiding random battles for the rest of the game and getting the bulk of our experience from bosses. So to summarize, we choose the Thief because she can, 1, she can use the Poison Needle, 2, she can use whips, 3, she has high agility, and 4, she gets the Tiptoe ability. That's why Thieves are chosen. I'm not sure if this is the first time we've seen it or not, but you may have noticed that that moth attacked a metal slime and did 2 damage. I'm not sure exactly how it worked. Oh, Pop chose to kill his hero off here. I wasn't sure if it's going to do that or not. Okay. So we should be hitting level 20 here. Oh, we're like just shy. Oh, okay. Pop's probably going to go. Okay. Pop's going to call a bit of an audible here. I like this little bit of routing. Pop's Thief is really close to, but not quite level 20. You could just kill another metal slime here if you wanted, but there's a little bit of optimal routing you can choose to do. Pop's going to go to Japang. Japang is the closest return point to where we pick up the final key, which is what we're going to go do now. We're going to take a stop off in a town called Moor, where Pop might do a couple of things. But here, we're going to take a quick couple of fights here to try to get that remaining bit of experience that the Thief needs in order to get to level 20 as we make our way to Moor and eventually to getting that final key. We would be doing this right after we did our Sage class change anyway. But we can do this now as just a bit of an optimization. Yeah, Nacho, if you've never seen this before, the first time I saw this, I think I actually do this in my, when I finally got my sub 3 a couple years ago, I actually did this. It's a really nice optional routing thing that you can do. You can also optionally go to Lancel early and try to get your level that way. Here, Pop took an in to get his HP and MP back, and he picked up yet another Life Force nut in that church. Again, those Life Force nuts, they're all going to be saved until the very, very end of the run. And now we are sailing north. And I mentioned before we picked up this item that was required called a Kawaki no Tsubo, or the Thirsty Pitcher. And we are going to get that now. Oh yeah, Pop needed a little bit more experience, so he actually grinded out an encounter. This is... Oh my goodness. That crab actually just tried to crit. That was spicy. This could be actually a really annoying fight. This is a place where you don't normally try to grind out fights. But Pop is kind of trying to be a little bit optimal here with his routing. This is kind of funny. These are fights that you don't normally see, but he did manage to clear it out. Now our thief is level 20. We can class change, and we're gonna go ahead and use that thirsty pitcher to kind of raise an island up from the depths of the sea. And inside of this little shrine here is going to be that final key that we need to unlock all of the other doors to get to the places we need to go for the rest of the game. I noted right before Pop left the tower, I was going to kind of keep an eye out as to whether or not Pop was going to kill off the hero or leave his hero alive. It's kind of optional. It's really up to you how you want to play it. You can leave the hero alive for safety, or you can kill the hero for speed. Because obviously with the hero dead, the thief, the sage now. The sage and the mage are going to be getting a lot more experience. However, there is a tiny amount of risk involved here, as the sage is level 1 and is a bit weak, and the mage doesn't really have, the mage has a lot of spells, but she doesn't really have a lot of survivability, so to speak. So there is a small chance that, things go south here. But for the most part, what we are looking for is we're looking to get our mage to level 21 or as close to level 21 as possible. And at level 21, the mage has a chance to learn the by-kill spell. Anyone familiar with the Dragon Warrior series will know that the by-kill spell doubles the attack power of its target and is, it's required to beat the game. We cannot beat the game without that spell. One problem is that the by-kill spell has a 50% chance to be learned at level 21. It has a 50% chance to be learned at level 22, level 23, level 24, so on and so forth. There is no guarantee that your mage will ever learn the by-kill spell. Now, odds are you will learn it eventually, but it is never guaranteed. And so, likely what Pop is going to do here is he's going to grind right until, he's just a few hundred experience points away from level 21, and then he's going to go save, and he's just going to, save and reload until he learns by-kill. That's most likely what he's going to do here. If he goes a little bit over level 21, it's probably not a big deal. You can try to go to level 22 and do the same thing there. It really just depends on how this early grind shakes out. But yeah, the sage right now is currently level 2. The sage, we're going to be looking for the sage to get to level 14. Oh yeah, disjunction. Yeah, we did a class change. So yeah, so we finished the first part of the grind, and the thief became a sage, and so now we're on the second part of the grind where we are trying to get the mage to learn by kill. Is the next goal here. You know, I never thought about turning someone into a fool or a jester. I think it's fairly common knowledge that jesters can be turned into sage without the Book of Satori. One of the ways that you can get yourself multiple sages. But not particularly relevant to this run. I had to step away for a moment, so I didn't see one thing that can potentially be nice here. If the mage learns Hyaruko or Snowstorm at level 20, it can open up some different grind options if Pop wants to leave the tower. Fashion Frame is love. Right now, we are grinding for the mage, the second alive character in the party. We want the mage to learn the spell By Kill, and the mage has the first chance for the mage to learn the By Kill spell is at level 21. So that's what we're going for right now. We're also trying to get some experience for the sage because, of course, we just did the class change, so the sage is level 1. The sage should be getting to level 14 either just before or just as the mage is getting level 21. Level 14 is, wow, that's a lot of metal slimes. I wonder, I'm guessing, yeah, it looks like Pop's is going to kill all these. And Pop might actually straight up just go to level 22 right here. This is definitely enough metal slimes so we can see a lot of levels at once here. So let's have to see what happens. Our grind could be over right here, potentially, depending on what happens. Oh, this is really unfortunate. Pop had done like 3 damage to a slime that wasn't confused but couldn't quite get the kill on it. It looks like he's actually... Okay, he's killed one middle slime and he's waiting for this one to run away. I suspect that he's going to be just short of getting level 21 on his mage. He wants this metal slime to run away, and of course it's refusing to run away. It ran out of MP! Oh, goodness. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. All right. He should be just shy of mage. Yeah, okay, he's just shy of mage 21. Okay. So yeah, so Pop's going to go ahead and save. And then we are going to... the mage probably needs like less than 1,000 experience to the next level. Pop knows exactly how much experience he needs because he's run this game a gajillion times. Yeah, so ideally what you do is you save at a point where you only have one fight left to get the mage to level 21, and then you just keep trying that until you get By Kill, because again, there is absolutely no guarantee whatsoever that the mage will learn By Kill. However, the mage only needs 262 experience points to the next level, so it's going to be pretty easy to get that experience. And once we pick up By Kill, we get to move on to the so-called second half of the speedrun. We kind of call it the second half because, generally speaking, is Merchant not a popular class, or is not very... The Merchant was never really meant to be used as a combat party member. We did make a Merchant, because you have to have a merchant to finish the game. But yeah, merchants are never used in the party. We did get by kill, got by kill first try. So now we are done with our metal slime grind. We are officially starting the second half and the much more interesting half of the speed run. So as I said before, I was kind of not talking as much during the metal slime grind, because there's going to be a lot to talk about. There's going to be a lot that's going to happen here. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go to Eliahan. And exactly, K-Fizzle. Yeah, so now we're basically going to be trying to pick up all of the orbs that we need. We have one. We have the red orb. Now we need the other 5. And so the first one we're going to go pick up is the blue orb from Lancel. Lancel is home to the Navel of the Earth, which is a cave that only one person can enter. Fortunately for us, we have the perfect party member to send into the Navel of the Earth, namely the Sage. This is where we're going to see the benefits of, again, as was asked in chat, why do we take a thief and turn her into a sage? I talked about the tiptoe ability. Pop just used the tiptoe ability right there. That's going to cut the encounter rate in half. And ideally, through this entire dungeon, the sage is going to be going through this, and that was a very early encounter. Ideally, we're going to see like maybe 3 or 4 encounters in this whole dungeon tops. I think you can get through this dungeon with only 1 encounter, but it's pretty likely you're going to get about 2 or 3. Now, the sage having the tiptoe ability to reduce encounters is one good reason to send her here. The other is that she has really high defense power. Just because of the fact that she has naturally high agility, because she used to be a thief, and she has the meteorite armband, which is increasing her agility. She has high agility. She's not going to be taking a lot of damage from random encounters. Yeah, so we're going to make our way through this cave. We're going to make a slight pit stop here. We're going to pick up the Gaia armor from a chest here. That armor is going to go on the warrior for a little bit, and then we're going to sell it for money later. So yeah, this is the Terra armor, or Gaia armor, whatever you want to call it. And then here in this big giant room, these masks are going to tell us, turn back. Turn back. Go away. Turn back. And at the very end, we are going to find a blue orb. That other chest contains a small medal or a tiny medal, but we don't pick those up in this speedrun. We are only interested in the orbs, so now we have the blue orb. We're gonna warp to Portoga, and we're gonna sail south. We are heading now to the town of Tidanki, where we are going to pick up the green orb. However, along the way, you may notice that we still have 2 dead characters in our party, and we probably should do something about that. So fortunately, it just so happens that halfway between Portoga and Tidanki, there's a little church in the middle of nowhere, and it just an incredibly convenient location. So we're gonna go ahead and revive our hero, and we're gonna revive our warrior. We're gonna give that Terra armor to our warrior for a little bit of extra defense power, and then we're just gonna keep sailing on to Tidanki. And yes, K-Fizzle, we don't play Pachisi. However, there is a category of Dragon Quest III Famicom called Pachisi Domination, where you have to win. I believe there are 3 Pachisi boards, and then I think you actually have to kill Shenlong to unlock a 4th Pachisi board. So it's an insane speedrun. I've never actually seen it, but I do know it exists. So if you're a huge fan of Pachisi, there is a route out there for you if you want to learn enough Japanese to do it. The original version of Dragon Quest III does not have Pachisi, but the remakes do. Oh, I actually did not know the fourth one was in Cole. A quick explanation of what just happened. Here in Tadanki, Tadanki is a town of kind of undead souls. There's like a guy in a prison there who talks about a green orb, and when you search that spot in the later, you pick up the green orb from the prisoner. We also picked up the Lamp of Darkness, which is going to be a very useful item here. One thing I have not talked about much this run is the concept of encounter canceling. So I'll talk about that a little bit here. So as Pop is moving around the world map, like as he's sailing right now, there is a number in the background that is ticking down with every step that he takes. Depending on what kind of tiles he's stepping on, it may decrease by a larger or smaller value. But once that number hits 0, he's going to get an encounter. Now, that number is reset by a few different things. Entering or exiting a town, for example, entering or exiting a cave, that resets the number. Another thing that resets the number is using the Lamp of Darkness. So you're going to see Pop use the Lamp of Darkness right here, and he's using that to change it from day to night. And again, that resets that number to the next encounter. And so it basically, this is routed out such that 99 times out of 100, you get to make this walk to Samanosa without getting any encounters, which is really nice because, I mean, we can kill the enemies in this area, but they are also kind of nasty and they can waste a lot of your time. So if we can get through this section without seeing any encounters, that is the ideal scenario here. So yeah, every time you see Pop use the Lamp of Darkness, he's doing it to reset that encounter countdown to again make it so that ideally he just doesn't get any encounters on the overworld. Oh yeah, the second warrior is in the party. Yeah, so once the mage learns Bykill, we don't need the warrior, or we don't need the mage to learn any other spells. So we turn her into a warrior to have access to better gear and higher defense power. For the rest of the game, you may, if you hear me say warrior, I mean the male warrior in the front of the party, and then we refer to the female warrior. We call her the mage warrior because she started out as a mage and now she's a warrior. And of course, you know, as it is, you know, she keeps all her spells. Here Pop is picking up an agility seed. He's gonna also go ahead and pick up a strength seed. And then we're going to do a little bit of shopping here. We're going to sell some of the gear that we were using before. And we're going to buy... we're going to buy a zombie killer, which is a pretty powerful sword for the warrior. And then we're going to buy 3 dragon shields. Dragon shields are incredibly, incredibly useful as they cut breath attack damage in half, and that is going to be incredibly, incredibly useful for the rest of this run, as we are going to be fighting quite a bit of bosses that have breath attacks of one kind or another. It does look like Pop also opted to buy magic armor here for the hero. I know that's an option you could do. I've never actually seen it done before, though. So Pop taking some very interesting kind of marathon safe strats here, just trying to make the run a little bit more stable than it otherwise might be. But after we're done shopping, we use the Lamp of Darkness, which does a couple of things. It conveniently takes us back to the entrance of town, but it also makes it night, which we need to do in order to gain access to this castle. Because the king of Samanosa has, unbeknownst to the townspeople, been replaced by a boss troll in disguise. And so we went to that cave to pick up the Mirror of Ra, which of course dispels illusions. Here, Pop's going to search the ground for yet another Life Force nut. Again, those are going to be used at the very, very end of the speed run. Silver, hey, welcome in. This run's going pretty good for Pop so far. There have been a few bumps along the way, but for the most part, things have been going pretty smoothly. And then here, we're going to go ahead and use that Mirror of Ra to reveal that the king is in fact a boss troll. And this is going to be the first of what is essentially a boss rush. The second half of the speedrun is pretty much boss rush. We're just going to be fighting bosses as quickly as possible. This boss is a little bit special in that whenever you see him do that really large swing, like this short swing here is just a normal attack, but whenever you see him do that kind of wind-up swing, he has a chance of critically striking, and so we're using a specific setup strategy here. We're having the hero and the warrior defend, because if they happen to get crit, they won't die if they're defending. And we're raising our defense as high as we possibly can. And then what we're going to do is we're going to cast By Kill on the boss troll himself. And you're like, well, wait a second, doesn't By Kill double the enemy's attack power? Why would we increase the enemy's attack power? Well, the reason that we do that is because once boss troll has been By Killed, he can no longer critically strike. Now, he can still do quite a bit of damage here. As you saw, the warrior there just took about 50 damage. But it's going to be a lot more reduced on average than you would normally see it. And then, of course, we can't get crits. We also hit the sap spell first try, which is really, really nice. It's only a 30% chance to hit that here. So we should clear this fight pretty quickly with no problems. And Silver, I didn't realize that you were the next person up. This, yes, at the point that we're at now, I would expect this to be done as long as we don't die to Baramos or Zoma. I would expect this to be wrapped up in about an hour and 20 minutes. I'd say an hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, I would say this is going to be well under the 9-hour estimate, unless things go really, really badly with either Baramos or Zoma. Yeah, I would say, honestly, from this point, I would say worst case scenario, this should be about 30 minutes under estimate. Yeah, that boss troll fight, that was a really, 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 really nice boss troll fight. Now that we've killed boss troll, we picked up the Staff of Change, which we're going to do a couple of different things with. First, we are going to pop into the town of Noannuals here. There is an optional strength seed that Pop is going to pick up. We are going to go ahead and give that to the hero, because again, every extra bit of strength that we can give to the hero means the hero does more damage and we kill bosses faster. It's great. West of the town of Noannuals is an elf village, and elves will not talk to humans and they will not talk to monsters. They won't talk to humans and they won't talk to demons. But they will talk to monsters, dwarves, and other elves. So we're going to use the Staff of Change to try to change our party into either elves or monsters. Not those monsters. Nope, not merchants either. It's about a 2 in 7 chance to fail this. Pop's getting some really bad luck here. This is really funny. We want like slimes or dwarves. And we're getting like every other possible thing. This is absurdly bad luck. Oh. Okay, finally. Okay, so now we finally got our dwarves, and now the elves will talk to us. And this elf shop is incredible. This elf shop sells things that you cannot get anywhere else. It also sells things that are not in any other version of this game. The two things we're going to be buying here is we're going to buy 2 prayer rings, which of course restore MP, and we're going to buy 2 sleep staves, which can be used in battle to get a free sleep cast, and that's going to be extremely important. Extremely, extremely important. for the next couple of boss fights. Question in chat: how much different are the remasters of Dragon Quest 1 and 3 in terms of gameplay, quality of life, etc.? So I need some context from you. What versions of these games have you played? Have you only played the NES versions? Have you played the Game Boy Color versions? What versions have you played? Because to best answer that question, I would need to know what your experience is with the series. Yeah, Ninier. I think you can. I think there's like the pink-haired girl, the old man, the fire-breathing demon, the classic horn helmet character, dwarves, and then there are also like slimes. And the dwarves and the blue slimes are what you can talk to the elf people as. So now that we're done with the Staff of Change, so we're gonna talk to this old man here, and we're gonna trade the Staff of Change for the Sailor's Bone. The Sailor's Bone, if we use the Sailor's Bone, it would give us some coordinates, and those coordinates are going to be for the ghost ship. But the ghost ship always spawns off the coast of Romilly. It's always going to be here, but it does not actually spawn until we get that Sailor's Bone. So even though we didn't actually use the Sailor's Bone, it is required to make this ship appear. Pop is going to pick up an optional strength seed here, and then we're going to pick up the lovely memories. And this is kind of part of this kind of fetch quest item trading quest where we killed Boss Troll and we picked up the Staff of Change, and then we got the Sailor's Bone. Now we have the lovely memories, and the lovely memories we're going to use to dispel a curse in order to get into a small shrine to pick up yet another item that we're going to be using to gain access to yet another location. Okay, you played the remasters on Switch. Yeah. As K Fizzle pointed out, I personally, Dragon Warrior 4 on the NES is fairly accessible. But yeah, and Raiska is correct. Yeah, there are changes to Switch and mobile DQ2 that make it more balanced than any other version. Yeah, if you try to go back and play the NES versions, you're gonna have a hard time. People vary in their opinions of the NES versions of the Dragon Warrior series. I personally am of the opinion that in my personal opinion, the NES versions of the Dragon Quest games are basically unplayable, because they were the first RPGs that were ever developed, and the devs didn't really know how to balance things at the time. They have admitted as much with regards to Dragon Quest II. Dragon Quest II is just not a very well balanced game. So yeah, if your only familiarity with Dragon Quest is the Switch, that's fine. You've played a properly balanced version of the Dragon Quest games if you've only ever played the Switch. But here, Pop used the lovely memories to dispel the Switch, to dispel the curse. And, these two dead lovers have had their souls reunited, and now we can get to the shrine, and we just picked up the Gaia Sword. And the Gaia Sword is a pretty decent sword. I mean, we could equip it if we wanted to, but it's got another more important purpose. We are going to now head to the town of... We just warped to the town of Ashlam, and we're going to sail a bit south here. And here's a little friendly little volcano. And there's this river that we can't quite cross. And we're going to throw this Gaia Sword into this volcano, and it's going to trigger an eruption. And we're going to see it's a lot of Doritos in the air suddenly. This run brought to you by Doritos Chips. Yeah, Verdi, I'm not saying like don't play the NES version. You know, and oh yeah, don't try to buy the NES versions. They're disgustingly expensive because everybody wants to collect stuff now and speedrunners and blah blah blah. Um, you know, if you have some spare time, check out the NES versions. If only to appreciate how much that things have changed. Um, and yes, Bean, 100% agree. The beauty of the combat animations means I am very excited to see the 2D HD version of Dragon Quest 3. But until it comes out, the Super Famicom version is by far the best version. By far, by far. And for anyone out there who's curious, there is an English patch for the Super Famicom version of this game. So if you do want to play this, there is an English patch available. I do highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun casually. But anyway, to get back to the actual speedrun and the commentary and such, we are now in the cave of Necrogond. So everything that we have done, so, you know, we killed the boss troll and we did all that sailing and all that item collecting and blah, blah, blah. And that's all been to get into this cave. Pop just picked up the Thunder Sword, which is a very powerful sword for the hero. And here we're going to pick up the Blade Armor, which is a very powerful piece of armor that's going to go to the warrior. The Blade Armor is going to make it so that anytime that the warrior is attacked, if the warrior gets physically attacked, a quarter of that damage will be reflected back to the attacker, and that's going to be very useful in upcoming boss fights where we can get a little bit of extra damage done in that way. But from here, we're just going to be walking to the end of the Necrogond, hopefully getting as few encounters as possible. Yeah, Disjunction, the dev cycles for the first 4 Dragon Quest games always blow my mind. It's crazy to me how quickly those games were developed. They're absolutely bananas. But yeah, anyone familiar with the NES version of this game is going to see right here on this floor in particular is where you're going to see the absurd power of Tiptoe. Because it is possible to get through this floor. This is a very long floor. This is the final floor of the Necrogond. It is possible to get out if you're with only 1 encounter. It's likely you're going to get 2 or 3, but it is possible to get out if you're with only 1 encounter. But if you've played the NES version of this game, it's likely that you got like 30 encounters on this floor. And so that's one instance where having that Tiptoe spell it's so powerful. Pop may choose to fight 1 or 2 encounters here if he gets like a favorable formation, but for the most part we're just going to run straight through. Once we get to the other side of this cave, we're going to talk to an old man and we're going to get the silver orb, which is going to wrap up this section. Disjunction, I 100% agree. I am very much a big fan of how JRPGs have shied away from the random encounter system. I just recently finished the Persona 3 remake, and I love how that game handles random encounters. So yeah, it's nice to see quality of life changes over time as we continue to develop the Japanese RPG genre. But now that we have the Silver Orb, it is time to go beat up Orochi. Orochi is a dragon that has been terrorizing the town of Japan. Ooh, we got our rare 8 metal slime encounter. This is what anyone familiar with the NES speedrun of Dragon Quest 3 may have seen this before. You can get an 8 metal slime pack encounter in the Orochi cave. It's pretty rare when it happens. In a PB attempt, you would not stop to fight this, but in a marathon run, I mean, why not? He's done 2 damage to the metal slime on the right. Okay, just killed the metal slime on the right, so there you go. There's a little bit of extra experience for you. This metal slime is still here, so he's got a chance of killing it. It's so rare to see this fight. He just needs 1 more damage. He killed 2 metal slimes on the way to Orochi. How about that? Yeah, that's really nice. It's going to give us a little bit more HP and a little bit more power for... Oh, did he kill 3? Oh, I thought he only killed 2. Wow. That's hilarious. So yeah, that's going to give us a lot of nice stability, and yeah, that was a lot of HP that the 2 warriors just gained from those levels. So yeah, we're going to go into the Orochi fight. This is a 2-phase fight. The first phase of Orochi, we are going to start off this fight by casting Surround on Orochi. We're going to have the hero and the warrior attack, and the mage warrior is going to cast By-Kill to increase the attack power of the hero and the warrior, so that we can try to kill Orochi as quickly as possible. So we got the surround off, so ideally Orochi will be missing any physical attacks. We also cast Sap to lower Orochi's defense, and then this is the first time that you're going to see Pop potentially, yeah, Pop's going to use those sleep staves that he bought in Elf Town. Orochi 1 has about a 30% chance to go to sleep. It's not a very high chance, but because that chance does exist, you know, you use the sleep staff because you might as well, because you know, if you do get that 1 or 2 turns of sleep, that can make the fight go by that much faster. But right now, Pop's got his full setup, and usually the Orochi 1 fight goes pretty smoothly, just as it did there. Once we kill Orochi 1, we get the Kusanagi sword. That sword is going to go to the mage warrior, and then that way the warrior, the hero, and the mage warrior now all have decent weapons to fight bosses with. And so now we took this little portal, and wow, look, we're back in Japan, and there's a wounded woman laying on the ground. I wonder, could this also be the dragon? So Himiko asks whether or not you'll keep her secrets, and of course we say no. And she says, well, fine, then I'll take you to the grave with me, and she turns into Orochi in front of everybody. This second version of Orochi hits a little bit harder and has a little bit more HP, is completely sleep resistant, so we will not be seeing sleep cast here. But for the most part, this fight is going to play out the same way. We're going to lower his defense, or lower Orochi's defense. We're going to increase our attack power. And one important thing is that the Sage knows Heal More, which is going to be the main way that we're going to be healing in boss fights for the time being. So now it looks like Pop has his setup here pretty much completed. His Sage is going to heal off the hero here, and we should be in a pretty comfortable position to finish off this second phase of the Orochi fight. Alrighty, so now with Orochi dead, we are going to pick up the purple orb. And so now we only have 1 more orb left to get, and we are going to get that. We're going to go back to Eliahan, and we're going to go pick up that merchant that we made in... We made a merchant at the beginning of the game because we need it for... it's required for story purposes.
So we're going to go ahead and pick up that stage now. We're going to deposit our warrior briefly into the friend bank, so to speak. And then we're going to get the the merchant out, and we're going to head to Newtown. There is a small chance that the merchant can die while sailing to Newtown. Hopefully that does not happen. I would say 99 times out of 100, you just don't get any encounters. Again, thanks to Tiptoe, cutting the encounter rate in half. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We made it to Newtown with no problems. So we're gonna go ahead and drop off this merchant here. We've already done a bunch of story-related triggers that cause Newtown to grow. And so basically we're just going to be entering and exiting Newtown a bunch of times until we kind of finish this little plot quest. And then eventually we're going to get the yellow orb. And at that point, we'll be ready to turn in those orbs to get Ramia, or the god bird Ramia, which is essentially our airship. And then from there, we're going to be on our way to Baramos. And the Baramos boss fight is incredibly complicated, and it can go south incredibly fast. Once Pop starts picking up Ramia and starts hitting with Baramos' castle, I'll talk about that fight a little bit more. Yeah, the lore here is more or less as Michael was talking about. The merchant who joins Merchant Town becomes a bit of a tyrant, and all the villagers in the town decide to build a prison and lock her up. You can actually see her in prison in the final form or final stage of Newtown. You can actually see that she's sitting in prison because again, she was being a bit of a tyrant. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We were only interested in the yellow orb, and now that we have all the orbs, we can go place them on pedestals and, like I said, pick up the Godbird Ramia. This, by the way, once you put all these orbs down and talk to these two twin girls, there is a cutscene that lasts about 45 to 50 seconds. That's pretty much your only break in the speedrun. This is the point in time at which, if I've been drinking a lot of water in the middle of a speedrun, this is where your one chance to get up and go use the bathroom. Or stretch your legs or whatever. This is your opportunity right here. All right, so Pop's going to be doing a little bit of menuing once he gets out of this shrine, just to shuffle a few items around. But I am going to talk about the Baramos boss fight, because again, the Baramos boss fight is incredibly complex, because the thing is, our characters are a weird mishmash of levels because of class changes. Like the hero's probably about level 20, level 18 or 19. The mage warrior's like level 11. Regardless, we are massively underleveled for the Baramos boss fight. The only reason the Baramos boss fight is possible at all at this level is because Baramos does have a very small chance to be stop spelled and a very small chance to go to sleep. And consequentially, we have set ourselves up so that everyone in the party has the ability to cast sleep. The hero and the sage have the sleep spell, and the warrior and the mage warrior will have sleep staves. So everyone in the party has a way of trying to put Baramos to sleep. The mage warrior also has the Mafuji no Tsue, or the mist staff, which has a chance, which can cast stop spell. And so we have 3 characters that can cast stop spell and 4 characters that can cast sleep. And so one of the first things you're going to see Pop do is try to stop spell Baramos and put Baramos to sleep. And we're also going to see the Ironize spell used a little bit here, because Baramos is on a predictable turn order. Baramos has 8 actions that he will always do in the same order every time. However, Baramos can take 1 or 2 turns, actions per turn. And yes, the bird flies very, very slowly. Thank you, Mode 7. And because of Mode 7 and the way it lags out the Super Famicom, the bird can actually be kind of hard to land sometimes. The game doesn't always want to accept your inputs because of how laggy Mode 7 is. Yeah. And yeah, Pop picked up a Tree of the World Leaf, which is your only revive option. And also, we had to come talk to this Dragon Queen in order to get the Ball of Light, which we're going to be using later. But anyway, so now Pop is flying to Baramos' castle, and as I said before, Baramos is on a predictable 8-turn rotation. And one of those attacks in his 8-turn rotation is a devastating Fire Breath attack. We want to avoid that Fire Breath attack at all costs. And so you're going to see Pop using Ironize a little bit. But ideally, we really just want Baramos to go to sleep and stay asleep. We're going to be looking to cast By-Kill, and sap, upper, increase, all these kinds of things. There's going to be a bit of a setup phase to the Baramos fight. And then once we've got Baramos stop spelled, once we've got him asleep, once we've got all of our stats as high as they're going to go, only then will you see Pop actually try to fight Baramos. Because also, for those unfamiliar with the Dragon Quest series, Baramos has HP regen. Baramos regens 100 HP per turn. So until we have our setup, until we've completed our setup, where we've increased our attack power and lowered his defense power, there's really no point to doing any damage because he's just going to regen it over the course of the fight. Pop is picking up 3 items here. He's picked up the Unlucky Helmet, which is going to go to the hero. He's picked up a Prayer Ring, which of course is going to restore MP. And here, finally, he's picking up the Genie Axe, which is a weapon that is going to go to the warrior. The Genie Axe, I believe, has a 1 in 3 chance to miss, a 1 in 3 chance to hit, and a 1 in 3 chance to critically strike. So it has a much higher chance of critically striking than any other weapon, but it also has a pretty high miss chance too. So now that we have all of our items picked up, our setup, we're ready to go fight Baramos. Pop may take an encounter here for a little bit of experience depending on what he sees, but for the most part, we're going to be running away from everything. Pop's going to do a little bit of menuing here to make sure that all the items are in the places that he wants them. Actually putting some herbs in the warrior's inventory. That's interesting. I have never seen anyone use herbs in the Baramos boss fight, but maybe we'll see that today. Yeah. Once we get through this floor... Oh, wow, a random encounter there. Okay, I was like, maybe we're done with random encounters, but no, we're not quite done with them just yet. Fortunately, the evil mage is pretty easy to expel, and these moving statues are pretty easy to put to sleep. I was curious if we were just going to see Pop run away. So far he isn't. He might try to clear this fight out. Okay, yeah, it looks like he's going to clear this fight out. He might as well take the experience at this point. You've done a little bit of damage to the moving statues. Alrighty, so now we are going to make sure to top off all of the MP on our... Oh, we broke a ring. That's unfortunate. Prayer rings do have a 1 in 10 chance of breaking, so the hero just broke a ring, which is a little unfortunate, but anyway. Alrighty, so Baramos boss fight. Here we go. We are going to start this fight out by casting Iron Eyes, because again, we have to get on the other side of the Flame Breath attack. That is the attack that we do not want to see if we can. So we are on the other side of the Fire Breath attack, and so now we're going to try to put Baramos to sleep. Pop did use Surround, which hit, so we've hit Surround already, so he's got a chance of missing attacks. Stop Spell failed there. He did go to sleep, however. So we want to keep an eye out for whether or not Baramos is going to wake up. Baramos is still asleep. This is great for us. And Stop Spell just landed, so this is going about as well as the setup phase can go. Baramos did just wake up, and then he just went right back to sleep. This is as clean as you'll ever see a setup phase go. He's still asleep. We're casting Increase to increase our defense power. Pop's going to cast Sap now to lower Baramos' defense. Baramos did just wake up and right back to bed, and we're going to start casting By-Kill now. Pop's going to have the Sage cast Speed Up to increase our agility. Baramos did wake up. If he goes to sleep one more time, this fight is almost certainly going to be in the bag. This may be one of the cleanest Baramos fights I've ever seen, although I might be speaking a little bit too soon. He does have a chance to do Flame Breath here. Okay, Baramos is asleep. Flame Breath is the attack he's going to do next. He did just wake up, so let's see how Pop's... Okay, Pop's just going to take this Flame Breath because he's far enough now into the fight that he knows he can heal up all of this damage with the Sage, likely before Baramos is going to get to this Flame Breath again. You have like kind of safe HP values where you can just kind of go quote-unquote all in on this Baramos boss fight if you really want to. Ideally, we would not see this Flame Breath here again, but we should be okay here. Pop's done a lot of damage. His character's stats are all maxed out. He's got his damage as high as it can go. Baramos' defense has been lowered. This fight should be over here momentarily. Oh, that was a little bit scary there. He could have done a Flame Breath again, but that Baramos boss fight was as smooth as you will ever see. My goodness, that boss fight was amazing. He stayed asleep for the entire setup phase. He pretty much stayed asleep for most of the damage phase. And I promise you that Pop just made that look a lot easier than it actually is. A lot easier than it actually is. Which is good. Pop's had a bit of bad luck Pop's had a little bit of bad luck in this run up to this point, but that was basically a perfect Baramos, a perfect Baramos. I'm not sure if Silwer's still around. Silwer was asking, because I think Silwer's run is coming up next. This run should be concluding, I want to say about 30 minutes from now, as long as we don't have any major setbacks. The Spirit of Rubus is talking to us right now. We're going to get kind of a post-fight cutscene heal. And yeah, sorry, one thing I didn't explain, Baramos gives more XP than any other monster in the game. That's not true in the NES version, but in the remakes, Baramos gives a ton of experience. And so you really... You really don't want anyone to be dead for the Baramos boss fight, because you get a lot of levels at the end of the Baramos fight. So yeah, you really don't want anyone to be dead for that portion. So we're gonna go talk to the king, and at the what was it, like 2 hours ago, about an hour and a half or so ago, I said that we were gonna go try to kill the evil King Baramos. Well, we did it. We killed the evil King Baramos, and we got revenge for our dad, and now we talked to the king, and we did it. And oh no, the sky turned black, and all these trumpeters are dying. What the heck is going on? Wahahaha. So, while we get this really cool Mode 7 dialogue from Zoma, one thing that I have to point out, and when the first time I noticed this, I laughed, and I laugh every single time. Zoma has either 8 or 9 text boxes in that sequence. In the second text box, he says Waganawa Zoma, which he says, "My name is Zoma." And in the very last text box before he disappears, he says, "My name is Zoma" again. In the span of like a minute, he tells you his name is Zoma twice. He really wants you to know that his name is Zoma. That's something that I just find like very amusing. But yes, the Dragon Quest devs are very, very, very fond of their fake out endings. And so now with Baramos dead, this weird hole is opened up in the ground, and we fall in this hole, and wow, we found ourselves in Alifgard, or Tantagel, as it is known. Now we are going to make a bit of a pit stop here. Just like in Dragon Quest 1, there are some items that we need to pick up. We need to pick up the Stones of Sunlight, which we are going to get here out of Tantagel Castle. Or Laudatorm is what this is called in the Japanese version. And yeah, we're going to be doing a bit of a series of fetch quests. Pop may or may not, it may choose to fight some encounters or may not, depending on what they are. There are some moderately dangerous encounters, some completely trivial encounters. There is one encounter in particular that can make things go south very, very quickly if Pop sees it. But this section of the world, the Dark World, this is kind of one of the most fun parts, and one of the most kind of, how do I want to say it? It's more complicated than it looks, only because you can optimize when you're trying to go fast. Playing the Dark World a lot is really, really key in order to getting a good time in this game. And one of the reasons for that is because by this point in the speedrun, you have a lot of tools at your disposal. You have a lot of abilities. You have a lot of choices to make in battle. Do I try to stop spell something with the Mist Wand? Do I try to put it to sleep with the Sleep Staff? Do I try to expel it? Do I just try to kill it? You have so many different options, and for every possible encounter formation in the Dark World, there is an optimal sequence of actions to take in the first round. And the more times you do this, the more automatic your inputs are going to be. Like, I guarantee you, like in those couple of encounters that Pop just saw, Pop wasn't even thinking about what he wanted to do. His fingers were just doing it automatically because he's played this game so much. Here in this cave, we're picking up a couple of items. That was the Sword of Destruction and the Hades armor. Those are cursed items. We're not going to be equipping them. We are just going to be selling them to pick up the King's Sword eventually. Those ghosts are kind of annoying. They have the sweet breath attack that can put your party to sleep. So Pop did choose to just run from that encounter. Here in the town of wow, I actually can't remember the Japanese name of this town off the top of my head. Cantlin is what it's called in the English version. Here we're going to pick up the Orichalcum, which also sells for a lot of money and is required to get the King's Sword. If you've played Dragon Quest 1, you'll remember Mercado. Thank you. You'll remember that Mercado was destroyed in Dragon Quest 1, but in Dragon Quest 3 that hasn't quite happened yet. Another thing that hasn't quite happened yet is the town of Garinham hasn't actually been founded yet, because Garin is still very much alive. His name is Garai. Yeah, Hawksness, yeah. Hawksness in the English version, Mercado in the Japanese version. And yeah, this is where Garinham or Garai would be in Dragon Quest 1. But you briefly, if you saw him, there are two people in that little house, and one of them is in fact Garai himself, who would later found the town of Garinham. This is the encounter that I was talking about a moment ago. This is potentially the second most dangerous random encounter in the entire game. These Kragons can attack up to 3 times in a single round, and they can crit. Which means that they could potentially crit. Each one of those Kragons could crit 3 times in a single round. They can do a lot of damage very, very quickly, and unfortunately there's no real easy way to get rid of them. But they do go to sleep very easily. Oh, no, empty, yeah, you're good. Oh, yes, you're right. Hawksness is Domdora. That's what it is. Yeah. Cantlin is Mercado, and Hawksness is Domdora. Domdora is where we went to before. That's it. Thank you. Anyway, so now we've made it to the town of Cole. There is this swordsmith from Japan who I can't remember if she went to the Dark World on purpose or if she wound up here by accident. But regardless, she is a very famous Japanese swordsmith. And so we sell her the Orichalcum, and she uses it to make the King's Sword. We have a little bit more money than we need to buy the King's Sword because we're going to be buying some other pieces of extremely useful gear. There's a lot of really, really, really useful stuff here in the town of Cole. And so here is the last little bit of shopping we're going to do. The first thing we're buying is the Kenja no Tsue, or the Sage's Staff. That is a free cast of Heal More. We're going to buy the Water Flying Cloth, which is exactly what it is in Dragon Quest II. We could just buy it here. And we're going to buy another Blade Armor for the Mage Warrior. And so now we've got some very, very powerful armor on all of our characters. And now we're going to go get that King's Sword for the hero, so that the hero can do a whole bunch of damage. And then we're going to shuffle some equipment around a little bit, because the hero was using the Thunder Sword, which she no longer needs. And so the hero's going to give the Thunder Sword to the Sage, and the Kusanagi Sword should be going to the Mage. This fight can be a little bit nasty. These mud hands here like to call for help, and anyone familiar with Dragon Quest III knows that sometimes when they call for help, they call living statues, which are pretty nasty. And so ideally we don't want to see those. But fortunately, mud hands do like to go to sleep, so Pop put them all to sleep, and then killed them all, and it was great. But now, in terms of the actual speed run, we did pick up the Fairy Flute out of Cole, which is a required item. We're going to go up to the top of Rubis Tower. There's a couple of things we're going to pick up here in Rubis Tower. The first thing we're going to pick up is the Holy Talisman, which is later going to become Erdrick's token. And we're also going to pick up the Armor of Light, which is later going to become Erdrick's armor. So two very, very important items are going to be picked up here. This tower is also the first place we can potentially see metal babbles. It is not very likely. Not very likely at all that we're going to see metal babbles, but it is possible that we might see some metal babbles at the very top of this tower. And if we do, I imagine we're going to see Pop use some tactics to try to gain that experience. We don't want to stop for experience necessarily at this point in the game. However, a metal babble is basically going to give all of our characters one extra level, and that extra level is going to give them extra HP, and every single point of HP that we can get from here to the end, we want. We want all the HP we can get for the final boss rush in Zoma's castle. So, if we have a chance to kill a metal babble, we're definitely going to be going for it. But for now, we're just going to try to get to the top of the tower. We already picked up the Armor of Light, so just need to get to the top of the tower to play the flute, to awaken the spirit of Rubus, and to get that holy talisman. And then we will be off to the town of Domdora after that. Oh, are there issues with my? That might be issues with my push to talk. Sorry. Yeah, if there are any mic issues, I sound like a robot. Uh-oh. I hope that doesn't persist. Oh, I turned the audio clock on, and that gave my voice is sing. I hope that does not. Oh boy. See if that fixed anything. Okay, maybe it fixed anything. Mic check. I'm gonna wait till I hear myself. It sounds like it's a bit clearer, but not perfectly stable. That is unfortunate. I wish I knew how to resolve that. Alright, so continuing on, here we go. Again, the triple Kragon fight, the second nastiest fight in this game. But again, these Kragons do like to go to sleep. If I haven't actually seen one of these try to critical strike yet. There's the crit. So anytime they kind of swing two of their tentacles at once, that's them trying to critically strike. Yeah. So Pop's taking an interesting route here. This is not the standard route that you would take. I wonder if he's going to actually go to Mercado to pick up the extra prayer ring, or if he's just taking an alternate route. Because one thing we do need to turn in, we need to go pick up the Staff of Rain in order to make the rainbow drop, just as we do in Dragon Quest 1. We do have to do those kind of series of fetch quests. We do need to... what happened in the tower? Who is the statue? Thanks for asking that question. So that tower is Rubus's tower. Rubus is a kind of spirit in Dragon Quest 2, Rubus is the spirit that allows you to break the illusion in Hargon's castle. And in Dragon Quest 3, you awaken the spirit of Rubus. And you get Rubus's charm. So this elf mentions Rubus. You need to get Rubus's charm in order to talk to this elf and to get the Staff of Rain. And then once you awaken Rubus, the spirit of Rubus, and you get Rubus's charm, you get the Staff of Rain, you get the Stones of Sunlight. Then you come to this shrine here, and this priest here will offer up all these items to the gods, and you will get the rainbow drop in exchange, which is going to give us access to Zoma's castle, aka the final dungeon. So we are very quickly approaching the end of the game. The chronological order of the trilogy is Dragon Quest III, then Dragon Quest I, then Dragon Quest II. That is the chronological order of the trilogy. Dragon Quest 4, 5, and 6 are loosely connected by the fact that that like heaven, the castle of heaven, the kingdom of heaven exists in all three games, but they are not linked in any other way, and none of the other games. Dragon Quest 11 does kind of have a link back to the Legend of Erdrick, but I personally feel like that link was kind of shoehorned in. For the most part, after Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, the games don't really have much of a relationship to each other. But you know, that's neither here nor there. We have finished all of our fetch questing, and we are now ready to enter Zoma's castle and try to wrap the game up. So we are going to make this walk here, and again, all of the sailing around the Dark World that we did and picking up of items that we did were to get the rainbow drop so that we could make this bridge right here. These archmages, if I remember correctly, have a very small chance of dropping a World Tree leaf, which is really the only way that you have of getting multiple leaves. I've never actually seen it, but Disjunction, that's an interesting way of looking at it. I saw some chatter about the recycled music tracks. Oh, there's a Hagure. And wow, it stayed. And it attacked the mage warrior. So it did some damage to itself, and he killed it. I've never seen that before. He confused the gold man, and the gold man killed the metal babble. That's awesome. This is huge. Everyone in the party is going to get a level now, and that's going to just make the rest of this section that much safer. It's so huge getting that metal babble kill. But seeing a gold man kill a metal babble, I have never seen that. I've never seen that before. That's incredible. Alrighty. So now we're in Zoma's castle. We are I would say about 15 to 20 minutes away from the end of the game, if everything goes according to plan. This Balrog, by the way, on the left side of the screen, this is a potentially incredibly dangerous enemy, because it does have the defeat spell, which is party-wide instant death. If anybody dies from this point onward, it can be pretty bad. But fortunately, Balrogs are pretty susceptible to stop spell, and we still have that Mist Staff for free stop spell. And so we can stop spell Balrogs and make them completely harmless. This portion, we're gonna have some forced fights here with some living statues. The nice thing about these living statues is that they're very susceptible to sleep, and because again we still have our sleep stabs, we're gonna use our sleep stabs to put them to sleep. We're gonna kill the hero so that he does a whole crap ton of damage, and that's gonna be the basic pattern that we use for these two fights. We just basically want to keep these living statues asleep, and then we just want to beat them up. The living statues do have a decent chance to critically strike, and they can potentially kill someone if they crit. But ideally, they just go to sleep and we just kill them and it's fine. But there are 3 forced encounters that we do need to get through before we can move on. And then we, of course, we have the random encounters here, and this is an example of like you know, when you see a set of encounters, do you know what decisions to make? Right there, Pop put those 2 trolls to sleep, killed the dragon, and the 2 trolls were still asleep, so he just ran away from the trolls. And so that was the fastest way of dealing with that encounter. I mean, killing everything isn't necessarily the fastest way of dealing with an encounter. But here is the second of 3 living statue fights. Once again, we're just going to put them all to sleep. We're going to hope that they stay asleep, and then we're just gonna pummel them to death. Yeah, Zytoriak, that was my feeling with regards to Dragon Quest XI as well. I was a fan. I liked the remastered, recycled songs. I was not a big fan of pretty much any of the unique Dragon Quest XI songs, so it is what it is. I do hope that Dragon Quest 2 Dragon Quest 2D HD comes out, you know, soon, but we'll see. Poor Yurik, that will... I am very, very interested to see that as well. I'm very interested to see that as well, Yorick. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that 2D HD will be popular enough that it'll get a lot of speedruns and a lot of optimization. It would be nice too to just get an accessible game for English speakers, because unfortunately, with no official English releases of these Super Famicom versions of Dragon Quest games, it does make these speedruns a bit inaccessible to most Western speedrunners. And yeah, disjunction, that is also true. We'll have to see, yeah, how much the non-linearity of Dragon Quest III remains. I mean, you can see that a lot of non-linearity was left in the Super Famicom version, and I imagine most of the non-linearity is there in the Switch version as well, so... Here on this second to last floor of Zoma's Castle, we are in fact going to run into... Hey, it's a guy fighting a dragon. I wonder who that guy could be. So unlike the NES version of this game, this is a cutscene and it's completely scripted. And so everything happens in the same order. Ortega is casting Raidane here. And he's gonna try to cast Heal All a couple of times, and it's gonna say that he's out of MP. Fashion Frame is love. What is Roto Relay? Roto is the Japanese name for Erdrick. And Erdrick is what links Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3. Dragon Quest 1, Dragon Quest 1 and 2, you're the descendant of Erdrick, and then Dragon Quest 3, you actually are Erdrick. But in Japanese, he is called Loto. And so when you play Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 all at once, they call it the Roto Relay. So yeah. So now, unfortunately, the hero has come this far to try to find his father, and he gets to the bottom of Zoma's castle just in time to watch his father die, because the Dragon Quest games are nothing if not incredibly sad. But now that that's out of the way, we are going to pick up, these are the last few treasure chests we're going to open for the rest of the game. That is a World Tree Leaf, that is a Prayer Ring, and then finally, the most important item of them all is the Sage's Stone. K-Fizzle, there is a there is a Shenlong percent, but as far as I know, there is no Revive Ortega percent. So if you wanted to make it your goal to just revive Ortega, I'm sure you could make that a category by just extending the Shenlong category a little bit. But yeah, so we picked up a World Tree Leaf. So we do have 2 World Tree Leaves for this boss rush. We picked up a Prayer Ring again to restore our MP, and we picked up the incredibly important Sage's Stone. So the Sage's Stone is basically free party-wide healing. And that Sage's Stone is going to go to the Warrior in the 2nd slot, and that's basically more or less the only thing the Warrior is going to be doing for the rest of the speed run. Pop's doing a little bit of item management here. We do want specific items on specific characters, and we do want to know where all those items are located, just to maximize our efficiency going into this boss rush. We're going to see Zoma walk up here and say some ominous words, and then we're going to start the boss rush with King Hydra. In the King Hydra fights, again, the King Hydra fight is usually a pretty stable fight. You can try to put King Hydra to sleep to save yourself a little bit of healing afterwards, but for the most part, we're going to be doing the same thing we do in a lot of boss fights, which is buffing our own attack power, buffing our defense power a little bit, and then lowering King Hydra's defense power in return, again, just to maximize that damage. And of course, the Warrior is going to be using the Sage's Stone. Wow! Sap actually missed. That's pretty rare. It's going to drag out this fight a little bit more than we would otherwise want. But again, it's pretty rare for anybody to die during the King Hydra fights. If anyone's going to die during the King Hydra fight, it's really going to happen in the first round before you get your first increases off. At this point, no one's going to die. It just might take a little bit longer than Pop might want. However, the next boss that Pop is going to fight, Baramos Gaunus, there are no guarantees in this next boss fight. Baramos Gaunus, this is a fight that can go really far south really fast. Baramos can take up to 3 actions. He can physically strike, he can cast Exploded, or he can do Flame Breath. And we want to see as few actions as possible. Seeing a physical attack is nice. Seeing 3 attacks, all 3 attacks at once, this is not ideal. However, we did get our sap off. It looks like... Oh, we only got 1 attack in the 2nd round. Okay, this is perfect. Great. Okay. Now, we're going to go ahead and see the Warrior and the Hero are going to attack this round after our setup is complete. And Baramos... Oh, wow, we only got 1 action that turn too, and Baramos bonus is now dead. That fight went a lot cleaner than it could have. I promise you. Both of those boss fights went a lot... Both of those Baramos fights, the Baramos fight we saw about half an hour ago, and that Baramos fight just now, those could have gone much worse. Now we're fighting Baramos Zombie. And the kind of gimmick to Baramos Zombie is that Baramos Zombie has 0 agility, so we're not going to cast Sap because there's no point. But Baramos Zombie hits really hard. And so we're going to cast Increase like 10 times or something like that to absolutely max out our defense. We're going to use Bykill We're going to use Bykill to maximize our attack power, and then we're just going to pummel Baramos Zombie to death. I want to say he has like 3,000 hit points or something like that, so he is a bit of an HP sponge, or a bit of a damage sponge, so to speak. But once we get all of our increases off, once we get into that, once we get that setup phase complete, this is pretty much a hold down your turbo button affair. So after we get out of this boss fight, Pop's going to be doing a little bit of menuing. He's going to be rearranging some items. We're going to be using those prayer rings to make sure that we top off our MP. And then all of those life force nuts that we've been collecting over the last like 2 hours and change, all of those life force nuts are going to go straight to the pure warrior. You see he's using those life force nuts on that second party member. He's using a few on the sage in the back as well. Yeah, wizard rings because of censorship, blah blah blah. I can't talk about religion, blah blah blah. It's dumb 80s Nintendo logic. The Japanese name is Inori no Yubiwa, which literally means prayer ring. They were only ever called wizard rings because of that really dumb era of localization in which religious references were not allowed. Anyway, whatever. We've done our setup. We've started the Zoma boss fight. The Zoma boss fight, in my opinion, is one of the coolest boss fights in any speedrun. We are going to have the sage use... No, Inori means prayer and Yubiwa means ring. Anyway, so we're going to have the sage use the ball of lights to make it so that we can actually fight Zoma. And then, from this point onward, every single party member that you see here has a slightly different thing that they want to do. The first party member is the Mage Warrior. The Mage Warrior is either going to defend or use Bike Hill to increase the hero's attack power. The second character in the slot is our Pure Warrior. The Pure Warrior is going to do one thing and one thing only. The Pure Warrior is going to be using the Sage's Stone every single turn. The Pure Warrior cannot defend. That is why we have to have the Pure Warrior's HP as high as possible. And it is incredibly important that we keep the Pure Warrior alive. If the Pure Warrior in the second slot ever dies, that's very, 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 very bad for us. Right now in the third slot is the Sage, and in the final slot is the Hero. The Hero is going to be doing pretty much all of our damage in this fight, so if the Hero dies, that's also pretty bad. However, we do have a couple of World Tree leaves in our inventory, so if someone does die, we do have the ability to revive them, but our leaves are limited, so hopefully that does not happen. But the Sage... the exclamation point in the third slot, the Sage has the most options in this fight out of anyone. The Sage can cast Increase, the Sage can heal, the Sage can use Sap to try to lower Zoma's defense. The Sage has a lot of options available to her. And so that's one of the reasons why I love this boss fight so much, because there are a lot of different decisions you can make depending on what are my characters, what's my HP situation like, what's my buff situation like. Whenever you see, based on what you see Zoma doing, you can change up what you do with your party members. Whenever we see Zoma physically attack, for example, that's kind of good for us because that blade armor is reflecting some damage back onto Zoma. This spell attack here, we always want to see Zoma doing that. That's the Macchiato spell, and that's the least amount of damage. Yes, Savaroth, everything happens really, really fast in this boss fight. Believe me, everything's going by really, really fast. Anytime we see that ice spell effect, we like that. This breath effect, this is the most damage that we can see out of Zoma, and it's the thing that we want to see the least. And Purple Mario is noticing that we have not seen freezing waves yet. That right there, freezing waves. Freezing waves is nice because we're not taking damage, but also freezing waves removes all of our buffs, right? So like our attack buff that we put on our hero just got removed. So yeah, it's unfortunate that we haven't seen freezing waves in the sense of not taking damage, but when we don't see freezing waves, it means we're doing a lot of damage. So that's also very, very nice for us. And so now, right now at this point in the boss fight, so we just saw some freezing breath. We've seen freezing waves. So now Pop wants to recast all of his buffs here. So he's gonna go ahead. He's gonna have the Mage Warrior defend because the Mage Warrior is missing a little bit of HP. Again, these are decisions that you kind of have to make on the fly in this fight. And actually, because again, because we did not see waves yet for so long. So many physical attacks, no waves. We kept our buffs up for a really long time. That is one of the fastest Soma fights you are ever going to see. That is an incredibly fast Soma fight. My goodness. A combination of no freezing waves, no buff removal, and attacking the blade armor characters a lot. Yeah, that was an incredible. The Zoma fight usually takes about 6 or 7 minutes. I don't think I have ever seen a sub 4 boss fight in my life. That's bananas. Wow. And yeah, we as I explained at the end of Dragon Quest II, Japanese speedrun timing does require you to wait till the end of the credits. So we have about 6 minutes from now until timing stops. So we're gonna do a little bit more. We're gonna do a little bit of walking, and we're gonna go talk to the king. We're probably gonna hear Pop sing again, as there is a traditional song that you sing along with the credits. And then I do believe in about 10 minutes or so, give or take, a little bit of setup. We're gonna get Silwer up here to do Dragon Quest Treasures. Is the speed run we're going to have coming up next. But a little bit to get through. Yep, we've killed Zoma. The Dark World has turned to light. Unfortunately, that hole that opened up in the sky that allowed us to get here, unfortunately, that hole closed. So we can never go back to the previous world ever again. All the towns that were in your return list have been removed, and we're pretty much stuck here. But the king thanks you for beating the evil Lord Zoma, and you brought peace back to the land, and the legend of Roto now begins, as we have now beaten Dragon Quest III in what is this? About 3 hours and change. Yeah, 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 50 some odd seconds. That is an incredibly good marathon time. 3:03 for a marathon, absolutely bananas. Yes, yeah, Fizzle. Pop has been doing a lot of marathon safe strats in this run. So yeah, he's been doing a lot of like slightly less optimal stuff. But yeah, this was 131, 343, and 303 are ridiculously fast times for marathon runs. I'm in shock right now. This is crazy. My name is Lavkian, by the way. I'm the one who's been doing some Diener was doing commentary for Dragon Quest 1 and 2. And I, Lavkian, I was doing commentary for Dragon Quest 3. Yes, Disjunction, because in Dragon Quest 2 you have to do a lot of grinding. In Dragon Quest 2 you do a lot of grinding, and in Dragon Quest 3 you just do a lot of boss rushing. I'm gonna shut up though, because Pop's about to sing.
By your soul and swear to fight in your heart again. Somewhere, someone must be waiting for the words of your love. You don't need anything, simply be strong, aiming for the bright hope. Bust around, listening carry to the shining blue sky. Don't look back, never ever again. With the smile of the dream in your heart. GG Dragon Quest 3 and Roto Relay. Thank you for watching.
One quick cultural thing. You may notice people putting a bunch of 8s in the chat right now. That's a Japanese thing. The Japanese word for 8 is hachi, but when you say it really fast, when you say it, you say hach, pach, 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 and it sounds like applause. So when you see like Japanese people spamming 8s in the chat, that's basically them like applauding the speedrunner. Hach, pach, 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 pach. That's what those 8s mean. Alrighty. And thus into the legends to be concluded in Dragon Quest 1 and 2. That will do it for Pop's Roto Relay. Final time for Dragon Quest 3, 3:03:51. Final Roto Relay time, 8:18:35. I said it already, but I can't stress enough. These are phenomenally good times for marathon runs. Phenomenally good times. And for here, I do believe we are going to be changing restreamers. I think High Spirits is going to be doing some restreaming, and Silver is going to be up next doing commentary and the run for Dragon Quest Treasures. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off while we get that set up. Please continue to enjoy Dragon Quest RTA. Thank you so much for running. I'm terribly sorry, High Spirits. I guess Silver is going to be handling it all himself. Anyway, I'm going to sign off. Thanks again so much for watching. I hope you continue to enjoy. And yeah, have a nice Friday, everybody.